what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your light. Open your heart and show your eyes. Your destiny, and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. Your destiny, what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart what you want to say, baby, when you're alone into darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio open your heart and show your eyes that you're the key. And for your love, baby, the future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're the key.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Wednesday, December 18th, 2024. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We are live and alive, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic life form streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell, in this late stage, hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, whenever, and wherever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv and youtube.com. High risk, high reward. High on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. How is everyone doing? Are we ready for the Rave Dubining? It's been a while. It's been a long while for Cenk, yeah. Like, look, I predicted this. I predicted that they would come back together. I didn't say how they would come back together, but we got a meeting of the minds. I'm not even kidding, chat. Don't think this is clickbait, because it's not. Cenk talked to Dave Rubin. And you're gonna watch it here first, because I have got the scoop on this one. I've got the scoop on lots of stuff, actually. Like, you could just basically call me a pooper scooper, because I've got so many scoops. I've got so many scoops. You better hope I brought enough plastic bags. You know what I'm saying? Be able to scoop that up, right? This is all the scoops. All the scoops on all the poops. Whether it be Ethan Klein, Cenk Uygur, Diddy G, or whatever. We got all the scoops, we got all the poops. We're about ready to make it happen here. Up and out chat. Remember to switch from top chat to live chat. It's a life skill. It's a skill issue if you don't. And people will make fun of you for being in top chat, because they can totally tell. They can totally tell if you're stuck in top chat. And they can definitely tell if I'm stuck in top chat, because then I can't read their beautiful chat. Speaking of chats, what's up, chat? Hey, chat. Hey, chatters. Cheers. Cheers to you. Hi. Hi back. Dun 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 dun. Stream began and we're talking about poop. We're talking about scoops. We're talking about who's got the scoops, and the answer is me. I've got the scoops on all of the YouTube poops. That's what we're talking about. But yeah, we got a lot to cover. I was gonna, like, the thumbnail was going to be about clickbaity political thirst trap. And then something came along. Oh no. Natalie's got a tweet for me. Natalie, your mind is thinking right along the same lines. Do you want to get a little preview courtesy of our resident? Speaking of somebody who's got the scoops on all the poops, Natalie Marie. Are you in here, Natalie? I have a feeling you will be soon. But yeah, Natalie's got some stuff for us to kind of preview what we're going to be watching today, so I'll go ahead and do that. We'll do a little preview. Oh wait, I gotta... Ah, just as I thought. Oh my god, what is even going on here? I know what's going on. It's a little something I like to call technical difficulties. There we go. There we go. Let's fix those technical difficulties. Let's surmount that hurdle before we get started. There we go. And that. All right, we're about to see what Natalie has got for us. Boom. 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 All right, let's see what's going on here with Dave Rubin and Cenk Uygur. So, yeah, he went on Piers Morgan. This is after Ana was confronted by Piers Morgan with all of the things that she said about Dave Rubin, all of the things that now apply to her and Cenk. And Piers Morgan had those receipts and made Ana confront them. And Ana didn't really have much of an explanation. She was sort of forced to say, well, maybe Dave had a point. Maybe Dave did nothing. Maybe Dave was right. Maybe I was wrong about... No, she said, maybe I was wrong about Dave Rubin. No, Ana, you were not wrong about Dave Rubin. But she's kind of backed into that position, and that's how she got out. Now we got Cenk Uygur saying, Dave Rubin is the major reason why we can't talk to one another without enormous suspicion. Pretending to have one issue with the left, and then changing all of your opinions and serving the right because is now called pulling a Rubin. No, what you're doing is called pulling a Rubin. It's a content strategy. When you fail on the left, you just wheel over to the right and you point the finger. You point the finger at the left, and the right loves it because it's like, oh, look, lefties infighting. Oh, look, the left is so toxic that they drove away Cenk Uygur. And they give you brownies and they give you punch, and then they forget about you, just like they did with Dave Rubin. Or worse. They call your relationship with your significant other a lifestyle of sin. Which is what Dave Rubin has had to deal with. But anyway, Dave Rubin did not just up and become right-wing, all right? People may not remember this, but Dave Rubin was always the most right-wing of the Young Turks. It was weird, though, because it felt like he was always saying some right-wing stuff, and nobody listened to him. Like, he's on the show, he's on the panel, they'd have like 4 hosts on it at a time, right? And Dave Rubin would be over there, I think sitting on the far right. No, was he on the far left? I can't remember. He was sitting on one side, right? And he'd say something that's kind of like, okay, well, I mean, this guy obviously doesn't agree with you, but there would never be a debate about it. No, he'd never get called out. He would just say it. Because I feel like, honestly, it feels like Cenk was just trying to check a box with Dave Rubin. It felt like nobody really cared about him or paid attention to him. And then he left on his own. And I don't know. Is he more successful than the rest of the Young Turks? So look, Dave Rubin is not successful as in he's a big content creator and everybody pays attention to what he has to say. It's not that kind of success. What he's successful with is he started a company called, I think it's called Locals. And it's like an alternative. It's like a right-wing alternative to Patreon. It's like a Patreon and I don't know. Breaking Points uses it. A lot of people use it, not just people on the right. So, right, that was successful, I think. I think that venture was really successful. So anytime these assholes are getting a donation, getting some support from their fan base, Dave Rubin's taking a piece of that. So yeah, I guess I wouldn't be surprised if he was more financially successful than any one of the Young Turks. Not that I'm trying to, we're not here to praise Rubin. Let me just put it that way. Pulling a Rubin, that's right. So now, and there's like, you're going to see, chat, I feel like there's a strange homophobic undertone. Yes, an undertone to a lot of what Cenk says about Dave. That, like, again, not to excuse Dave or to, side with him or see him as some kind of a victim. It's just that Cenk has still got, I mean, like, there's still that old Turk inside the Young Turk. There's still that college Republican inside him. He's still got that inside of him. So anyway, so now when the right wing says they're anti-war, and I agree, the left thinks, I'm going to pull a Rubin. Oh, it's Rubin's fault. I see. So your strategy, your content strategy, pivoting to the right, trying to hold on to some of the less politically principled people in your audience that were on the left while opening the floodgates for the right and bringing in the IDW centrists, right? This hasn't worked that well. It worked better for Rubin. It worked better for Door. It worked better for so many people, but you tried to do the same thing. You were unable to repeat their formula. And now you blame Rubin for it. Okay, well, he ruined it. He ruined it for us. I mean, look, I'm trying to remember. Was it Zach and Gavin that said this? They had a metaphor about classic rock, right? That when the Beatles landed in the United States, it was a big deal. British pop boy band rock group lands, it's Beatlemania, right? And then you've got a second wave of British invasion bands, and they kind of land, they're kind of popular. But then by the time that you got to the 70s, nobody was really interested in that. They were listening to Led Zeppelin, which ironically enough was a supergroup and a British. Wait, they're British, aren't they? Yeah, they're British. They're British. Yeah, anyway. Look, I don't know everything about everything, so I'm not gonna judge. Okay, but anyway, the point remaining that you can't repeat somebody's successful formula ad nauseum. It gets old after a while. So yeah, I mean, you could say that because Rubin and Dor did it before you, that it's a little bit old and we know what to expect. But Cenk's trying to say that like he is some kind of a good faith version of Rubin, and nobody believes him because of like some kind of reverse Boy Who Cried Wolf situation. I don't know, chat. It's complicated. I don't know what fairy tale to compare it to, but it's one of those. All right. Rubin became a lapdog of the right. That's why it took courage for me and Anna to say that the right wing is being earnest about some of its populist positions, because we knew that the left would assume that we were going to follow the same path that he did. Well, we're not. I'm a left-wing populist. I hate the establishment. I hate the corruption and the endless wars. That shouldn't be a new position for anyone to the left. And the ironic thing about Cenk, railing against the establishment is he's repeating all the same moves as the Democratic establishment, right? We've been through this. If you're old enough, you went through this in the 80s, right? And when the Democrats lost to Reagan and kind of lost their souls, and they tried to repeat, well, let's just do what Reagan was doing. I mean, this is actually pretty similar. It's actually pretty, I mean, it's different as far as what things they're going to throw over the wayside and what things of the right they're going to embrace. But the general pattern is the same. The song remains the same. There we go. Led Zeppelin reference for you. Okay, I know you're happy with that. Yes, do the dad rock references, Irene. Everyone loves that. and it's the right wing. And if the right wing agrees, my brothers and sisters on the left, Jake, you are not talking. You do not tweet like this. What the fuck? My brothers and sisters on the left, I hope you have enough sense to take yes for an answer. See, it's like you literally have to read it in his voice to make sense of it, because he like dictates this onto a tweet. I don't know. He doesn't know how to tweet. Anyway. And no one is saying that you just have to trust them. Well, good. We don't trust you. Nobody's saying that we have to trust you. We're all going to see with our own eyes. Oh, trust MAGA is what he's saying. If they follow through with those things, and if they hold Trump accountable. If you're expecting me to go full MAGA, you can stop holding your breath right now. I was so holding my breath. Jinx, thank you for letting me know. I was about to turn blue. Thank you, Jink. Thank you for allowing me to breathe. But if you want me to reject the populists in the right wing, we never, because we should never trust anyone that isn't on our side. I disagree. And I will not bend to either demand. I will not bend the knee. Oh my God, he's so hard to listen to or even read, apparently. All right, so here's Piers Morgan. This is what he's quote tweeted. What do we got here? I've got no interest in coming together with utter frauds like Dave Rubin. Cenk Uygur unleashes on his former colleague at Rubin Report. I want an apology for all the crazy, outrageous lies you told about the Young Turks. Something tells me that's not going to happen. All right, so let's get us a little preview to start this off with.
So, Cenk, I mean, many people saying if you carry on down the road you're going in the last few weeks, you will be a fully fledged member of MAGA before we know it.
Yeah, there's absolutely no chance of that. I'm not like Dave Rubin, a giant sellout fraud.
Wow.
Who changed all
they are laughing at him. They are laughing at him. And Dave is going to shed some light on maybe why in just a second.
And is totally useless, and it shouldn't even be on here. He's just a waste of space.
Wow.
Oh, they got him turned down. They got him turned down. So they're ready for a fight, I guess, between Rubin and Cenk.
After what all Dave said about coming together?
He heard what Rubin said, though, so Rubin's got him triggered.
Yeah, no, I've not got no interest in coming together with utter frauds like Dave Rubin. So, brother, you telling me that when you were on the Young Turks, you were Mr. Progressive and you agreed with us 100%. Now,
he never agreed with you 100%. Look, I hate to sound like I'm defending Dave Rubin, all right, but that just simply is not true. That simply is not true. Dave Rubin was very clearly the most right-wing member of the Young Turks, with maybe the exception of Michael Schur, but I don't even think so. I think he's to the right of Michael Schur, and I think he always was, and I don't think that was that hard to figure out. But nobody listened. It was like he was on the panel, and nobody listened to him. Nobody cared what he had to say. He was just there for who knows what reason, and eventually he got tired of it, and he went his own way. Turks going their own way.
All of a sudden you agree with Trump 100%. You're not saying something nuanced like we are. Hey, you know, when the guy gets shot at and he puts his fist up, that's courageous. When he does the McDonald's...
That was nuance. We're glazing him the fuck up with nuance, right? We're filleting his Arnold Palmer Golf Club with nuance. That's what we're doing.
Photo op, and it works fine, no problem, right? If he wants to cut the Pentagon, great. Those are progressive positions. Anti-corruption, progressive position. Anti-war, progressive position. But you change all of your ideology overnight, and you expect us to believe that that's real? I don't think it's real at all. And I want an apology from you for all the crazy, outrageous lies that you told about the Young Turks. When is that going to happen, huh? Wow. And when are you going to admit that you changed all your positions for money, okay? Well,
the only position that he changed was whether he liked TYT, Cenk and Ana, etc., or whether he didn't. And that was very clearly a change in position, because while he was working for you, he wasn't going to say that stuff. And while I can blame Dave Rubin for a lot of shit, right? He's the bad take machine. He is an intellectual lightweight. He is, as Joe Rogan described him, a deer in the headlights. Like, he doesn't belong here, right? While I can, you know, there's a ton of criticisms of Dave Rubin, but being irked by personality conflicts with TYT, that's actually not something that I'm going to hold against him. All right. I don't know what went on in the Young Turks. For all I know, he had every reason personally to leave.
what position do you still have that's in
Jake,
any
you
way
need
a
an
so-called
awfully-
classic liberal, you fraud?
Dave?
Piers, it's barely worth responding to this ridiculous buffoon who's the joke of the industry,
Oh,
but
yeah.
I will
He's not wrong.
say this, Jake. I haven't spoken to you in 10
joke.
years. I haven't.
Even right
I
wingers
haven't spoken
think
to
that
you in
you're a
10
total
years, and-
fraud.
I mean, you both are kind of jokes, but I guess if you have to give somebody the ribbon for the first place clown, it would be Cenk Uygur. It would be Cenk Uygur.
I don't think he's a
You're
fraud
the
or a
puppy
joke.
that
I think
they
Dave
have.
Rubin is, for what it's worth, I think Dave Rubin is one of the most influential.
Look, I'll say it. He's more morally consistent than Cenk and TYT. As far as changing your positions, I think there's been less actual, turnover in Dave Rubin's positions than there have been for Cenk and Ana. I mean, you could literally bring up Cenk and Ana from years ago and have them argue with themselves, put them face to face, Cenk versus Cenk, Ana versus Ana. You'll see that their viewpoints have changed. Dave Rubin might have been kind of quiet about his disagreement with the rest of TYT, but yeah, like I said, he was always the most right-wing member of almost any panel I ever saw him on.
And significant voices out there right now, and I
appreciate
admire his honesty
Right
about the
wing or
journey he's
left
been
wing?
on, Cenk.
None.
All right. You admire Dave Rubin. That's cringe in of itself, Pierce, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that when we get to that. That's just a little sneak preview for all of y'all. I need to thank Omega Star for getting us started with 100 bits. Omega Star says CGTOW, Jinx going their own way. That's right. That's what we got. That's what we got. Rubin going his own way. Jink going his own way. Dora going their own way. It's the Turks going their own way. What's up, Max Left? You're a towel? Wait, I don't think you're saying that about me, are you? I'm like trying to figure out how I would be a towel. It's the money, Lebowski, says Joe. It's the money. It's all about the money. Now let's see. Okay, yeah. So I've already read the tweet. We got one more tweet to take a look at really quickly before we get started. Wow, FTW all day. Thank you for the gifted memberships. That is very nice of you. Let me read those out, if you don't mind. Leela Menendez, you just got weaseled. Talia Johnson, you just got weaseled. Monica G, you just got weaseled. Oddly Magical Brandy, you may be oddly magical, but you also just got weaseled. And MK, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. So yeah, great start for the stream. Thank you for the support, chat. So, oh my gosh, I'm doing it again. Look, I've edited videos where like I'm all the way over here, and I don't like it. I don't like it. We got to fix that somehow. Make sure that I'm centered. I'm just gonna turn the camera slightly. I know it's disruptive, chat. I apologize, but I'm just gonna turn the camera slightly because it's going to annoy me until I do. There. So turn up the camera. All right, is that did I turn it the wrong way? I did. Oh my gosh, I'm so silly. I'm silly and Billy. No, I'm just silly. All right, let's try this once again. Are we good? Okay, so like yeah. Okay, I need to not I'm gonna turn it again. I'm gonna turn it again. Ever so slightly. Then I'm gonna be happy with it, I think. Okay, there we go. We're in the center. That's where we need to be. That's right, center left, just like Adam Friedland. All right, so what have we got today? We've got some cool stuff for you. Some cool options. All right, I added a few new ones. So yeah, we're now at 16% of the dono goal. If that sucker gets to 100%, if that 16 becomes 100 by the end of the stream, we'll get bonus content. What kind of bonus content? Well, it could be Ethan Klein crashes out even more. Yes, he did today. And like, this is what I was telling you about when I said there's like too much content. I've got the scoop on all their poop. This is what I'm saying is that like, I have the spidey sense. I know when Ethan Klein is going to go off, and this time he's attacking North Star Radio. So the video that we watched last time that we talked about Ethan, that's who he's attacking. He's attacking Comrade KC, aka North Star Radio. So that's an option. We also have a throwback debate between Hassan and his uncle, a nephew-unc debate from from Christmas's yore, between Hassan and Cenk about capitalism. That I believe is the subject. We also have a Christmas story about how Hassan and Destiny fell out, right? From the perspective of Hassan, of course. And then we have, last but not least, Shapiro reviews Wicked, which I've been told is worth watching. I have no idea why, but people are telling me that I should take a look at Shapiro's review. I still think Ethan is flirting with death. Wait, what do you mean? That he's sick and stuff? But those are the options. Now let's see where we're at as far as the competition goes. Okay, so Hassan and Destiny falling out is ahead at 38%. Second place is Ethan Klein crashes out some more. So those are the two top contenders so far. Throwback debate, Hassan and Cenk, and Shapiro reviews Wicked down at 14%. But anything could happen, chat. So vote if you have not already. Make your voice heard. You can also let me know when you donate, whether it's whether you're gifting memberships like FTW just did, whether you are getting yourself a membership, whether you're doing a super chat or a super sticker, whether you are supporting me on Throne right over there, or you're signing up for my Patreon, or you're supporting me on Twitch. Any of those things count as donation, and they entitle you to let me know which one strikes your fancy, which one sparks joy, what kind of like post everything else, although it's not always post everything else, right? If we hit this early, like I'll try to get to it early, because I know that there's some people that are like, you always do the bonus content too late, and I'm sensitive to that. So yeah. But yeah, if we hit 100%, we'll do one of these topics. Right now it looks like, ooh, it's very close between Dusty and Hassan falling out and Ethan crashing out some more. So we'll see what happens. We'll see who ends up winning. It's a combination of the vote. 43 of you have voted so far. If you're on Twitch, feel free to come over to YouTube and make your voice heard. You could also leave me a like while you're over there, because that helps me out a lot, and I appreciate it greatly. But yeah, we've got so much to go over today. So, oh yeah, and I also put this. I don't know what to do with this. The super chat goal, but I thought that I could put it up in the first hour so that if anybody desperately wants me to get to the content and stop the jibber jabber, stop the chitter chatter, stop the yapping, right? That they can, you know, that if there's 5 teal super chats, then we go straight to the content. So I put that in place. I don't know what else to do with it. YouTube gives me these tools and I'm supposed to use them. Whatever. Anyway, if you do that, it also counts towards this, right? I'm not gonna use that as a separate thing. You are jinked and Ethaned out. Imagine how I feel, though. But yeah, we need to get things started here. So, yeah, we got a lot going on. Matt Walsh has also called out Cenk and Ana as being fake right-wingers, which I guess they should be happy with. Should they be happy? It kind of helps them run cover. It's a little bit like Matt Walsh and Laura Loomer are running cover for Cenk and Ana. CEOs are a protected group. So Max Left is referring to the upcharge that they did on our dude Luigi. They charged him not just with, now in New York, murder charges are generally second-degree murder charges, right? With a few exceptions. If it's a cop, it's first degree. And if it's done in the pursuance of a terrorism, it's also first degree. So they have charged Luigi with first-degree murder, pretty rare charge in New York, and also with terrorism. And that may be a bridge too far. Now, they're going to try to get a jury that's not going to... They're going to try to get a jury that... They're going to try to eliminate any, like, Luigi simps from the jury. Anybody who feels like that act might be justified, right? I mean, that's what part of what jury selection is. Both the defense and the prosecution, they try to eliminate people that they really, really don't want on the jury. People that make them nervous. You know, people, because, like, you can really throw off a jury verdict with just one sympathetic jury member. So they'll try to make sure that there are none, but you know, there's always the possibility of a stealth juror slipping through, and so like there's already a pretty larger than normal chance of somebody who is obviously, you know, committed a deed being found not guilty. And they're kind of flirting with what are they flirting with, chat? They're flirting with this guy going free is what they're flirting with. Jin Zhao says, throwing it back for Hasi and Destiny. Nick Fuentes' lover. That's right. Although I've heard some, I watched a Gokunaru segment about the Nick Fuentes thing, and he joked that he was the mystery penis. But the other person who claimed it was J-Reg, or Dreg, however you want to pronounce that. There was a weird Destiny appearance by J-Reg that I didn't watch with you, and I don't know. Maybe it was bonus content one day? I don't remember. But yeah, J-Reg seems to have gone out of character and gotten legitimately angry. Although it's J-Reg, so everybody thinks that it's probably some kind of bit that he's doing. Everything that J-Reg does is a bit, so. I think the terrorism charge should dispel any accusations of Alvin Bragg being a progressive Marxist DA. Yeah, no, I mean, listen, these people aren't rational. All they do is they see Trump accused of something, and they cope. And they got to cope in some way of saying that, like, Alvin Bragg is in the tank for Biden. Alvin Bragg is a George Soros. Oh, yeah. That's always the other thing they try to do is attach him to George Soros. But I mean, the only thing they could do, Trump is the most corrupt. It's ironic, right, that Cenk talks about the corrupt establishment when Trump is unironically more corrupt than the establishment. He is an improvement if what you're going for is a corrupt establishment that is in it for their own good, right? Trump is in it for his own good. It's even a smaller number of people that Trump is actually benefiting there. So. Yeah, I'm just trying to decide what to start out with. Since we've got so much stuff. Why don't we start out with...
So it's complete cap.
Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, why not? Why not? We'll start out with clickbaity political thirst trap, which I now know what it is. Chat, you were trying to explain to me the Squirrel Gang and clickbaity political thirst trap. And when I first heard those words, they didn't make any sense to me. And I was like, is that a meme? What's a clickbaity political thirst trap? But no, clickbaity political thirst trap, as many of you told me, this is the podcast that Marcus Ben Dixon and Marcus Farrell have together. And this was what they were doing. They were doing their podcast when this clip that was heard around the world, the clip that shook the very foundations of TYT, went out. So apparently Anna has shouted out Anna has shouted out a content creator that agrees with her in order to, I don't know, go after her detractors. That's this guy in the lower right. So we got some streamception going on. I feel like this was on her Substack too. Unaligned. I might not be able to see this though, because like part of this Substack is going to be, there it is.
When you think about being,
oh, so we did watch part of this. We did. So it's this guy. This is who Anna is promoting using her Substack. So, I mean, this is what she's trying to do, right? Is she gets attacked by black content creators. So she tries to find a black content creator who agrees with her. And then this isn't somebody who's, his name is Greg Foreman. He's not super high profile. His channel, I think, is pretty small. So she's trying to sort of build him up. She's trying to give him that shout out to try to, you know, just have a voice to be able to dispute what was revealed on Clickbaity political thirst trap the last time they got together. But yeah, let's take a look here. This is Greg Foreman.
when you think about being blessed enough to be born in the United States of America, having this mentality where you're telling yourself that you can't rise up or that you can't be successful due to the fact that the system's holding you down, when empirically speaking, we just know that's not true. Like, you have more opportunity here than any other place on earth. I think that, to me, in my opinion.
So be grateful for America. Be grateful to America. That's the kind of shit that he's selling. And look, like, it's one thing if you're telling somebody that is, you know, at the intersections of privilege to be grateful to America, because yeah, you know, you're definitely got a boost by just the very, you know, virtue of you being the default person. If you're the default person in the United States of America, you know, I guess you can be thankful for that, because you know, you might not have it so easy other places. But for a lot of other people, for most of us, that's not how it actually works out.
Is a mentality that is almost, I would say, almost put there on purpose from certain actors, because they take advantage of the fact that people don't.
So don't be worried about systemic racism in America. Be worried about people that are calling out the racism.
Achieve. If people don't feel like they can achieve, then that means that some other.
The irony, though, oh my God, I gotta say, chat, there's some irony here, right? Now, look, this is just a little case in point, but if we're going to talk about empirically and stuff, all right, well, empirically, you are showing one of the paths to power that marginalized people do have. I'm not saying that they don't have any paths to success and power, but unfortunately, one of those paths comes from stepping on everybody else of your identity and being a useful tool for the powers that be. And again, you are being seen by this audience and by, you know, a lot of audiences that otherwise you might not be, because you are useful to Ana Kasparian.
You can't rise up, or that.
So thank you for empirically illustrating, you know, how this game works. And it's not fair. It's not a fair game.
You can't be successful due to the fact that
The point is that, oh my God, I keep on trying to press pause and I take it back to the beginning. The point isn't that you can't be successful. The point is that it's an unfair game.
you have more opportunity here than any other place on earth. I think that, to me, in my opinion, is a mentality that is almost, I would say, almost put there on purpose from certain actors, because they take advantage of the fact that people don't achieve, if people don't feel like they can achieve, then that means that some other third party can come in and say, hey, well, I can help you, right? I can help you achieve, or that you need me. You need to have some dependence on.
Well, no. Oh my God, I swear to God, there's no way to just pause this. Oh, that's so frustrating. Sorry. What if the third party, and how are they a third party? Like you're talking about people that are anti-racist. You're talking about people that rise up. So you're talking about civil rights activists here. As a third party that comes in and says, well, I can help you, but you got to trust me because you can't do anything by yourself, and yada, yada, yada. Right. But what they're really saying is that, like, hey, instead of trying to find some hack to win the game, like being useful to the people that are, to the oppressors out there, maybe we should try to change the game. Maybe the game could be different. Maybe we could work together in solidarity to achieve something. That's what's being offered. And you're like, no, I've got another plan. And that's just to kiss the ass of the people oppressing me. And that in and of itself, you know, is a little cheat code. I'm like, is it gonna go backwards if I press this again? No.
I can help you achieve, or that you need me. You need to have some dependence on, you know, the system or whatever. And I think that dependence is what creates power.
So yeah, you need to have some dependence on the system. I mean, it's trying to signal, you know, the trope of the welfare queen, essentially. That's what that is trying to signal. Anyway, this is Ana Kasparian's friend, understanding a Black conservative perspective. That's what we're going to be starting out with today. The North Shore in Oahu has a way of putting things into perspective. Toiletous Toilet says, in the news today, pick me, pick self. It's like a remix of It's Your Own Fault, Pull Yourself Up by Your Bootstraps. Yeah, this is a very old line that he's trotting out. And there's a tradition. I think that's something that Clickbaity is going to talk about today. The tradition, the sad tradition that that Greg is a part of. And if you know your history, there are some thinkers out there. There's some authors out there that very much, you know, this is like what they were saying even back in the 1800s. What's up, Natalie? In her other post with Glenn Beck thumbnail, she mentions Mondale, but not by name. her other post from Unaligned? Is that what you're saying? Oh, this one? All right, so this one's called I Choose Freedom by Ana Kasparian. Public shaming campaigns won't change that. My openness to diverse perspectives, in addition to my critique of a few sacred cows on the left, have spurred an entire cottage industry of YouTube channels that thrive. Oh no, chat. Oh no. She is name searching. She is name searching an entire cottage issue. I was hoping she'd just notice Silly and Billy. Now I'm starting to worry. Of YouTube channels that thrive off condemning my alleged heresy. Disagreeing with my views is one thing, but the orchestrated effort to mischaracterize me is unacceptable and sadly needs to be addressed. I'm glad you're giving it attention, Anna. I'm glad you're giving it oxygen. Thank you. I recently had a civil conversation with Glenn Beck, which I'd admit I enjoyed. Is that wrong? Is that wrong that I enjoyed my conversation with Glenn Beck? Well, then color me heretical, because I enjoyed having the conversation and nothing that you religious, what was she calling us a week or so ago? Religious zealots. None of you religious zealots are going to change that. We acknowledged our obvious differences of opinion, but also found areas of common ground, which I never would have predicted a few short years ago. I mean, you're right. When you said, when you called the left religious zealots, he didn't say, hey, I resemble that remark, which he does, right? He didn't challenge you. What's wrong with being a religious zealot? I like that allegedly offended a TYT contributor. Oh, there it is. So that is the subtweet right there of Mondale. I would assume, to such an extent that he made a public spectacle out of quitting the network and asked our viewers to abandon us for whatever he'll be doing next. That's not what he did. He said he shouted out Ben Dixon, he shouted out the Vanguard, he shouted out a bunch of people. He did not, in fact, shout out himself, other than just, he's on, Clickbaity. The feeling that I got from him is that he is, he's a mayor of a city in North Carolina. He's a husband, and he's going to go back to those activities. Not that, he's trying to build some rival TYT network and he's using this as a way to steal your members. I mean, they're still worried about getting their members stolen, right? To such an extent that he made a public spectacle out of quitting. Wait, am I even in the right thing? I feel like I should be in a different. It's easier to see if I'm in here, isn't it? Asked our viewers to abandon him for us for whatever he'll be doing next. I genuinely wish him luck in future endeavors. Bitter. But I have absolutely no regrets about my decision to speak to Glenn Beck. Nothing I said was outrageous or offensive. Anyone interested can watch the conversation below. During our talk, Beck surprisingly conceded to getting things wrong in the past. He regrets supporting Bush-era foreign policies and even spoke out against political corruption in the greedy pharmaceutical industry. In my view, the interview was an opportunity to share my values with new audience that might have misconceptions about the left. But much of what I said aligns with the majority of Democratic voters. But I also critiqued the Democratic establishment, along with the toxic pathologies present in the far left. That includes the cult-like behavior, remember, religious zealots, while you're talking to a religious zealot, that bars even the slightest deviation from pre-approved talking points and gatekeeping who people are allowed to converse with. That you are so right-wing coded right now. You are being criticized, lady, and you are acting like that your free speech is being ripped away from you. You're being silenced. You might as well come out here with tape over your mouth. You're being so ridiculous. Our now former contributor basically proved my point that, so you have the right to keep him as an employee even when he doesn't believe in what you're saying. He doesn't agree with what you're saying. He doesn't trust you to be able to carry forward the things that he believes in. He helped build your network. He helped build a whole channel for you. but he has to stay there. Who's being leaned on to squanch their did I say squanch, chat? That's probably the wrong word considering Rick and Morty. To quash their freedom of speech, right? I feel like it's Mondale. I feel like the pressure you're putting on Mondale, right? You're the one with the power. You're the executive fucking producer. What are you talking about? You're talking to an employee oppressed you. Is that right? An employee took away your freedom of speech. Shut the fuck up, Anna. Just shut the fuck up already. Some seem to have a hard time processing that I don't respond to manipulative tactics or public spectacles to shame me into submission. I have admitted when I've been wrong in the past. I don't feel I've done anything wrong here. Additionally, people who are serious and confident about their views should want to defend them through dialogue. I don't think you'll debate clickbaity political thirst trap. Prove me wrong, Anna. Prove me wrong. You're not offering dialogue and debate rather than taking their ball and going home. Okay, then fucking put your money where your mouth is. You want to debate? I'm sure that Mondale or anybody on there would be happy to furnish you with that content. My political views. For those fixated on my political identity because they're concerned I've made a pivot to the right. 1. I still want to reform immigration to create a legal pathway to citizenship. I also believe dreamers should be protected from deportation. 2. I still think that single payer or public option at the very least is the best way to reform our broken healthcare system. 3. I'm firmly pro-choice and I believe in the viability standard set by Roe versus Wade was the correct approach. Ooh, see, that right there, there's a little, like a flavor crystal, chat, when you're chewing the gum and there's a flavor crystal in it and it breaks and you get that flavor. Yeah, this is a flavor crystal of wanting to limit pregnant peoples. I'm sorry, Anna, but not all pregnant people are women, and not all women can become birthing people. I'm sorry for using precise language and correct language. I'm sorry if my biologically correct language offends you, Anna. Anyway, I support gay marriage, and I believe members of the LGBT community should be protected from discriminatory practices, except for in locker rooms and in sports. And who knows what else coming soon to a turf near you. 5, I absolutely loathe neoconservatism, full stop. 6, I still believe private prisons should be abolished, and there shouldn't be a profit motive behind incarceration, but you want to keep us the most incarcerating country on the fucking planet. Because you believe that there are people, the problem is that there are people running around free that should be imprisoned, that should be incarcerated, not that there are people incarcerated that should be free. 7, I want to pursue the Nordic model of rehabilitative criminal justice rather than locking people up in inhumane conditions, but that shouldn't be mistaken for prison or police abolitionist model or hands-off approach cities run by Democrats have experimented with over the last several years. 8, I support the PRO Act and want to make it easier for workers to unionize. Just not at TYT, right? There's a lot more I can add to the list, but you get the picture. The reason I consider myself unaligned with the Democratic Party is because they either don't sincerely represent these values or barely fight to pursue and protect them. Neither do the Republicans. I also have a handful of views that differ from the far left. That's where much of the backlash has come from. 1, I think recent criminal justice reforms, while well-intentioned, have been implemented poorly in cities like San Francisco, Los Angeles, Portland, Seattle, and New York. Someone who's been arrested dozens of times for violent offenses like randomly sucker punching elderly women in public shouldn't be free to hurt others. 2, private nonprofits who are given government grants to carry out homeless services should be audited yearly. Hey, I'll go you one further there. These should not be private public projects, right? These should be the government itself not through a private corporation or a non-for-profit or whatever, should provide us a real social safety net. And that means that no one should be without food, clothing, shelter, or medical care. 4, harm reduction policies in lieu of robust investments in detox and rehabilitation programs have deadly consequences. So she's against housing first. She's against housing first, right? Opioid-related deaths rose 67% between 2017 and 2023. I feel like she's combining 6 years on purpose so that we don't see the more recent movement of those numbers, according to KFF. I think the left needs to recalibrate this approach. 5, I have no problem with deportation of migrants who commit crimes, take part in criminal gangs. I fail to understand why anyone would have a problem with that. 6, women's rights matter just as much as transgender rights. So yeah, this is like the softest turf talking point you could get, right? You're like, there's women, and then there's transgender, right? Not that women's right, not that trans rights are women's rights. Strongly disagree with the notion that fairness in women's sports is somehow transphobic. Okay, so there we go. If you're trans, you don't get to play sports. That's what she's saying. I think identitarianism has manifested in extremely divisive and toxic ways on the left and in society more generally. The Caitlin Clark Time Athlete of the Year debacle is a good example of what I'm talking about. In addition to everything I've listed above, I'm also a lot less interested in focusing my energy on traitors to the left these days. No, you'd rather focus on the max left, wouldn't you? There's been so much outrage over me telling Piers Morgan that maybe I was wrong to say that Dave Rubin's pivot to the right was insincere. The truth is, I wasn't interested in discussing with him. I think she meant to say, so I wasn't interested in discussing him? Is that what, I'm not sure what she's saying here. The truth is, I wasn't interested in discussing it with him, maybe. I don't know what's in Rubin's head, and I honestly don't care either way. I'm not sitting around thinking about Dave Rubin. I don't watch any of his content. Yeah, you're too busy watching Silly and Billy. You're too busy watching Silly and Billy, and who knows, soon NCC. It's been several years since he left the left to find, and I find speculative discussions about him a dull distraction to the bigger picture. Finally, well, look, unlike Cenk, at least she recognizes that the written word is its own medium. Her writing is slightly, I mean, it's obnoxious as fuck, I'll be honest, but she's not like trying to write it in her TYT show voice like Cenk is, so good on you, Anna. There's a compliment. Finally, rather than simply preaching to the choir, I'm going to continue talking to the audiences across the political spectrum to share my thoughts and ideas and see if there are areas of common ground. The country needs to heal. If wanting to connect with people on issues like healthcare, corruption, labor unions, and more is considered heresy for some on the left, they've lost the plot. So there we go. There we go with J.K. Kasparian, unaligned. Are we ready to get into this chat? Where are we at now? It looks like Ethan Klein crashes out some more, is now ahead. Hassan and Destiny Fall Out is behind by 6 points. Third place is Shapiro Reviews Wicked, and fourth place is Throwback. What would it be? Wednesday? Throwback Wednesday. Doesn't flow off the tongue quite so well, but Hassan versus Cenk on the Young Turks, debating capitalism versus communism. Empirically, he's shown no empirical evidence to back up his claims. I think what he's trying to say, Lady Badash, is that because you can find examples of successful black people, therefore the straw man that he puts up that you know black person can be successful because of racism is falsified, right? But obviously you can easily discern the logical fallacies in his thought process there. Second degree is 15 to life. First degree is 25 to life. Manslaughter is 10 to life. We're talking about New York state law as it regards to Luigi's Mansion. Trying to catch back up with chat here. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Right wing coming after Caitlin Clark. What is she talking about? Caitlin Clark said something positive about black women. See, I didn't know, but is that what she's referring to? And right wingers flip the fuck out. The right literally has zero institutional infrastructure to accomplish progressive goals. Doesn't exist at all. She's so immature and foolish at this point. It's all, yeah, that's just the thing. This is the thing. If you really want to understand the conflict between Dave Rubin and TYT, it's personal. If you really want to understand her obsession, her Ahabian obsession with content creators like Silly and Billy, understand it's personal, right? All this shit is personal. There's very little political actually here, because to her, political is just something that you slot in, right? It's like you got your, it's just what you plug into the slot. Does that make sense? Discussing Rubin with Piers, she means. Kathy Hochul is still a bad governor, still centrist and corporate, but she passes progressive stuff. The state legislature does, so she isn't all bad. She's a bit too close to Eric Adams. Goddamn. I'm afraid Trump's going to pardon Eric Adams. What do you think, chat? Wait until Anna watches Mayor Mondale on Silly and Billy. I mean, she will. She will, because she name searches. She can't help it. If you put it out there and you get it, 50,000 views, she will see it. If you build it, she will come. I probably could have worded that better. True, at least she's not being quite as reactionary in her writing. I just mean that, like, she's not as bad of a writer. Like Cenk Uygur, like when he writes, he's thinking of delivering it on his show, right? Whereas, so he's not respecting that writing is a separate medium from speaking. Whereas Anna does, and her literary voice is different than her. In fact, it's actually pleasant, slightly more pleasant, because her show voice is just fucking grating. And if she wrote like that, oh my God. I mean, don't get me wrong. She's still obnoxious as fuck, but just in a completely different way. Anna pretending like leftist harm reduction policies on drugs were ever tried in the US is ridiculous. They were tried in Portugal, Uruguay, and Scandinavia, and they worked. Ben called her Ana Asparagus. Oh, nice. Oh, because she's bitter. That's a good one. Trump won't pardon Eric Adams. You don't think so? He's got to own the left. She said she owes her success to black women who came before her and built the WNBA. And that's what the right-wingers are mad about. Yeah, you know what I feel like she did? I feel like she took Cenk as a role model. And the thing is, like, she's actually better than that, which sounds like I'm giving her a compliment, but it's damning with faint praise, right? I think Cenk is absolutely obnoxious. I think that he has no self-awareness as far as what he's putting out there, and he just turns up the volume and he expects to win. He turns it up to, it's a very boomer mentality. He turns it up to 11. It's a Spinal Tap mentality. Kathy Hochul is a true reactionary and terrible. Does she think that trans women are beneath biological women? Cymeria worse. She thinks trans women are not women. She thinks that she's just humoring trans women by calling them the right pronouns, and yeah, it's bad. It's very, very bad. In fact, Natalie sent me something where she Natalie, What is that show that she went on recently? I think it's a turf show. I think like, I mean, look, she's been on some turfy stuff before, like Jillian Michaels, very turfy. But as far as somebody who is like a movement turf, she's part of the turf movement, the trans exclusionary radical feminist movement, for those of you who don't know what that stands for. You know what I'm talking about, Natalie? It's like a recent appearance she made. I almost watched it last night. Yeah, no, it's really bad, Natalie. It's really bad. Zara says right-wingers have been trying to use Caitlin Clark's as a cancel culture war at wedge issue ever since all that racist shit in the NCAA tournament. Cenk and Anna making the same mistakes that Democrats did, thinking their futures rest their future rests with converting and working with right-wingers instead of activating disaffected leftists and left curious libs. Hassan and Destiny fall out. So this was a long time ago, just for anybody who is not aware. This is Hassan's remembering and watching old video about how he and Destiny fell out, if that one gets chosen. I don't know if you sent this to me, Natalie, or if you maybe... You might have posted it in stream suggestions. We can't forget to watch Matt Walsh call out Cenk and Anna today. That should be wonderful. There's Matt Walsh. Yeah, The Unspeakable with Megan Daum. That's the one I'm talking about. You sent it to me on Discord. I know you posted it in stream suggestions, but I'm pretty sure I've got it saved anyway. But yeah, Megan Daum is a TERF, right? Am I wrong about that? She's not a huge YouTube creator. I don't know if she has a podcast or something, but I'm pretty sure she's like a straight up movement. She's part of the, trans exclusionary radical feminist movement proper. Written some pretty wild Substacks herself. Natalie's talking about Megan Daum of The Unspeakable with Megan Daum. Like, I love their history. I shouldn't say histrionic. They're like, just like The Unspeakable. It's like breathlessly written. A screenshot of her channel. Okay. Is wokeness an elite boondoggle? Sociologist Musa Al-Garbi. Is sports betting more addictive than porn? And Ana Kasparian falls out of alignment. A political awakening. Oh my god. Well, yeah, it seems like Shinigami Eyes thinks her Twitter is turfy, so I'll take that as proof. Anyway, like I said, chat, we got a lot to cover today, and I better get going. We are going to start out with clickbaity political thirst trap. Yeah, so Ethan's Crash Out is in first place. Hassan and Destiny's Fallout is in second place. Shapiro Reviews Wicked is in third place. And the Dono goal is at 21%. So that is more than a fifth of the way there. It's almost a fourth of the way there. If we get 100% of the way there, if we get fully there, then we'll get to watch one of these things as soon as we hit the Dono goal, or that it'll be the next topic up, basically. Because like I have heard people's concerns about the bonus content coming super late at night, and I want to, if we hit that early, I want to try to make sure that we get to watch it early. So yeah, we'll get to watch it early as soon as we hit 100% on the Dono goal. You can also affect the poll when you donate by letting me know in the chat which of these topics you want to add your donation to, and it'll turn into a percentage. That percentage will get added to the overall score on the poll, and we'll see where we end up by the end of the night. Anyway, let's get to the clickbaity political thirst trap. Which nope, you're not clickbaity. You're not the clickbaity political thirst trap. You're Matt Walsh. Here's the truth. Yeah, I didn't understand anything because it was like clickbaity political thirst trap. Okay, what is that? Squirrel Gang, what is that? The Squirrel Gang are the supporters of the clickbaity political thirst trap. The clickbaity political thirst trap is a podcast by Ben Dixon, by Mondale Robinson, and by Marcus Feller, and we're gonna watch it right now. So I think I'm up to speed finally. Thank you, those of you who had patience with me explaining what the fuck was going on, because it was just a lot to take in. But now I think I understand.
So it's complete cap. And I would love to invite this brother on the show because we got the data. We got the data. We can show you how what Anna's saying and how she's retweeting a guy that really obviously is not educated enough on systematic racism in America.
Yeah, the day you invite him on the show, make sure that's my off day, brother, because and this is what I mean by not platforming these bastards. Because you can't deny what it means to be black in America. And the fact that Anna chose to post this person that she probably found because he was agreeing with her against us on our video talks further about where she finds herself on this spectrum of stupidity.
At the end of the day, a conversation, if we so choose to have a conversation with brother man here, brother George something is his name, Black Conservative on YouTube. If you all want to follow him, go support his little channel, whatever. That would be a conversation between black men. Ana Kasparian, white behind. Her inner saltine is leaping out by her going to scramble and find any black face that she
Thank you for making this safe for Twitch.
Can that agrees with her to pit them against us. Anna, you're a lot whacker than I ever thought.
Clickbaity political, yeah. Thirst trap squad, squirrel squad. Our mission is critical to speak the truth to the masses. We here for the.
Who does their theme song? That's fucking fire.
We ain't started, but we here to finish it.
Hey, what's going on, Trap Squad? This is Pastor Ben. There's so much happening on your screen right now that I want to take a few seconds to break it down. On the far left-hand side is the main conversation between...
Okay, so you see this chat? I'm going to be... unfortunately, it's like... We're not super well aligned in that I'm sort of blocking out Ben a little bit. But Ben, yeah. Ben, Marcus... Sorry, let me get this right. Ben, Mondale, and Marcus going from bottom to top. What the hell is going on with my... Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. My stream deck isn't working. Open. What if I like go to this, and then I go to that? There we go.
Marcus Farrell, Mayor Mondale Robinson, and myself. We're responding to this guy, a black conservative that Ana Kasparian is now promoting, as he responded to our...
So that's Greg on the far right, appropriately enough.
Our viral video about Mayor Mondale Robinson quitting TYT, the Young Turks, because...
And that's the video, the same video that I responded to in the latest video that I put out.
Cenk and Anna are turning coat and going full MAGA, which is why you see two sets of us on the screen. It might be a bit confusing, but the most important thing is to listen to what we are saying. All right, let's go. Peace and love.
Isn't it funny that the first thing Anna, you know, it's so funny. My mother watched the video I made of TYT and she said, now who is this Anna Asparagus woman? I said, my God, today, Rosemary. But the first thing Ana Asparagus does is run and get a blackface that has her opinion. And where does she go? She goes to Black MAGA.
Being blessed enough to be born in the United States of America, having this mentality where you're telling yourself that you can't rise up or that you can't be successful due to the fact that the system's holding you down, when empirically speaking, we just know that's not true. Like, you have more opportunity here than any other place on earth. I think that, to me, in my opinion, is a mentality that is almost, I would say, almost put there on purpose.
Listen, guys, just very simple, right? So trying to create the argument that institutionalized racism in America has been proven almost 1,000 times in this country by some of the best scholars, even conservative places have discovered that institutionalized racism is real. And this guy is arguing against it. Now, here's what I'm saying to you. A little work ethic and elbow grease is going to work for some of us. It's going to work for a lot of us. But for us to act like Wells Fargo didn't decide to give loans to white people over black people at 100 to 1.
Bank of America, community-wide, Navy Federal, redlining.
Hold on. Oh, we're not going to talk about redlining, but we could talk about redlining. We can talk about so many things in this country that was institutionalized, right? Government-funded programs that literally government-funded, not only practices by private entities, but government-funded. Now, here's my thing. Am I crying like a baby? No, I'm not, because there is a certain amount of work that black people need to do and everybody needs to do to get to where you need to be successful in life. But to act as if there's not powers that are against us. When we talk about just this year, they have been proving new scams and new things about loans in America and how they are given to black folks at a smaller amount, even though our credit score is the same, even though we might make more money than a white person. They'll get approved for that loan, whether it be for a business, whether it be for, so it's complete cap. And I would love to invite this brother on the show because we got the data.
Yeah.
We got the data. We can show you how, like, what Anna's saying and how she's retweeting a guy that really obviously is not.
I mean, so yeah, I doubt he'll come on your show because he's relying on ignorance, right? The conventional wisdom is what he's relying on, aka ignorance. And if you show him data, he doesn't want to see that.
Educated enough on systematic racism in America.
Yeah, the day you invite him on the show, make sure that's my off day, brother, because and this is what I mean by not platforming these bastards. Because the idea that for him to say that systemically it doesn't exist or it's been proven that being in America, just because America is the richest nation in the world, is like saying that every vegetable in the garden, because it's in the dirt, is a cucumber. Nobody, you're the only cucumber in the pile. He's an idiot. And what I mean by that is that you can't deny what it means to be black in America. And the fact that Ana chose to post this person that she probably found because he was agreeing with her against us on our video talks further about where she finds herself on this spectrum of stupidity.
Folks, Ana is lost. The unmitigated caucasity of that white Karen.
She ain't lost, man. She knows exactly where she at.
No. She's lost in terms of the progressive movement. She's a lost cause. No pun, pun seriously intended. Let's play this. Here's why Ana posted this dude. All of a sudden, just 7 hours ago, I wonder why she posted this dude.
But Democrats don't care about democracy. See, that's the thing about these individuals that really kill me. It's like, you talk about how much you care about democracy. Okay, well, if you care about democracy, you should criticize your side of the aisle for overthrowing democracy within their own party, not having a real primary, always finagling their own primaries against progressive candidates, right? This is the same side of the aisle that finagled the primaries against Bernie in 2016 and 2020, according to them, okay? And then come 2024, hey, they really didn't even have a primary. Okay, and then they turned around and got rid of Joe Biden because they figured out that he couldn't beat Trump. And they still refuse to have another primary.
Let them cook, young folks say.
That's not very democratic. So you know, it's just funny to me how these individuals claim to care about certain things, but they don't think there's any room to criticize their side of the aisle when their side of the aisle clearly is not living up to these values that they claim they believe in. Period. Why is it that our movement is failing? Okay. Again, it's called self-reflection. It's called self-evaluation, something that clearly these individuals don't know how to do, right? And to realize, where are we going wrong? What is holding us back from pursuing some of these other policies that we feel are less divisive and that can actually benefit the American people? Now, you may disagree with some of those policies, right? But for example, it's hard to have a conversation about universal health care, okay, or all these other things that the left is for, when your whole thing is basically saying, well, if you don't agree with us on these identity issues, then, hey, we just don't want you a part of our movement, right?
It's the same thing, right? Turning disapproval and disagreement and calling out ignorance, characterizing that as some kind of oppression, characterizing that as an impingement on your freedom of speech. You can say whatever the fuck you want, and we could not like what you're saying. Deal with it.
Right, we just are just not open-minded to hearing you at all or having any conversation about anything else unless you agree with us on these social issues. And I think, again, smart people realizing that this type of mentality is what's holding them back. Okay? You have to be open-minded to the fact that, hey, on the left, some of these policies are out of control and they're leading to consequences that are actually bad for society, like this soft on crime agenda from the left, okay, that we see has negatively affected these liberal cities across the country.
Liberal cities.
So it's funny to try to make soft on crime a thing as some kind of a deflection from the real problem, which is these tough on crime policies, which sounds good. Nobody wants to be the victim of crime. And you want to think that if you're tough on crime, then you're going to get less of it. But we live in a country that has more incarcerated people per capita, I think, you know, maybe with a few exceptions, than anywhere else in the world. How is that working out? How is that working out for us, right? Half the time, you know, our tough on crime policies are actually allowing police officers to get away with committing crimes against citizens, right? It just doesn't make sense. And this shit has been tried. America went through its tough on crime era after Nixon, right? Nixon came in with tough on crime being one of his literal political slogans, and every Democrat has been trying to kind of chase after that. And oh no, we're tough on crime too. We're tough on crime. They had the broken windows policies that says you enforce like minor violations of crimes in certain areas, like jaywalking or breaking a window or whatever, in order to disincentivize like more harmful crimes from being committed. That shit doesn't work. That shit's been tried. You shouldn't want to go back to that. That just takes a profound amount of historical ignorance to make that, I mean, you're arguing for tough on crime shit. You're arguing for policies that don't work. You're arguing that the problem with the United States is not that there's people locked up and incarcerated who should be let go, but rather that there's people out on the streets who should be locked up and incarcerated. That's the wrong way.
And that's why you're seeing a lot of these progressives get voted out of office due to the fact that they capitulated to the far left in the defund the police movement, the anti-law enforcement movement.
Again, you're talking about empirical. Show us some examples. Show us some examples of people who defunded the police, right? There might be one or two localities in the country where, any kind of reduction and usually it's like not even a reduction in the funding for the police. It's a reduction in the planned scheduled increase for funding that's gone on.
These people get voted out. They're losing. They're losing due to the extremists.
Okay, I wanted them to cook a little bit more. Go ahead. I'll play. Go ahead. Who wanted first?
Look, young brother. Just 1 second, Mondale. When you do some research, bro, I was a national black outreach director for Bernie Sanders in 2016. I keep having to remind these. Look, man, when you don't do research, you end up looking foolish. I'm gonna tell y'all something. Every black person that mentions the left ain't a Democratic shield. Every black person that has progressive policies ain't some kind of neoliberal that is going against Bernie Sanders. Bro.
It's a straw man. It's a straw man that they're arguing against. Omega Star says, I really don't know who the Simpy guy is. He's a small content creator. Anna literally looked for somebody that was echoing what she was saying. That's what she did, right? This isn't like, she's literally just gone and found somebody, some random YouTuber to agree with her.
I literally was at the DNC convention when he was getting screwed over progressive policies. And you're gonna
this is him taking a picture with Vivek.
Mention that? Like
we walked out. That's how you know that serious, Marcus. We walked. All of Bernie delegates. We walked out. We walked out of Philly. We stormed out.
It's just, to me, it's like this right here. It's an easy cop out to me when all these people who are hating forget real progressive bona fides. It's a cop out to me when people who ain't never really did progressive work to me, right? Progressive work. Put your life, your body, your career, your money on the line for progressive policies. Getting blackballed, getting not uninvited to Congressional Black Caucus events, like that pissed me off. Getting told by pastors and people down south that when I'm organizing again, you were with Bernie. I don't know if I need the rest but you. Bruh, y'all ain't, like, a lot of these cats who out here talking ain't never did no progressive work, right? Right? Like, and then here's my thing. So he brings that up, right? I did more.
So yeah, like Natalie's saying in chat, he is, what is she? Understanding a Black conservative perspective is how she titled this.
That depends.
So what's weird is that in the video that they're watching, he sounds like he's giving advice to the left. Should you be taking advice from a conservative? Should you be taking advice from a MAGA? Right? Do you think that's going to be the best advice? Or do you think he's just like, it's wild. But like, I mean, like, again, she got him for a reason. The reason that he's useful. How is he being useful? By agreeing with her. Even though he is, a full-on conservative and she claims to be still on the left, right? He's agreeing with her. So
progressive work on the left, then I'm sure he's did conservative work on the right. But why is there some kind of comparison or acting as if we are the people who are, why we ain't getting together? Listen, bro, I understand something very clearly. Medicare for all, Jesse Jackson, Bernie Sanders, free college, free tuition, right? Me personally, my number one policy is reparations. Number one, right? So for all you Negroes who ever talk anything about the show in the past week, have y'all pushed reparations as hard as me?
Of course they don't, man. They don't support reparations.
Level?
They don't support reparations.
Of course they don't support reparations because they think that we can get it from the ground up, and like they got it from the ground up.
Mr. Greg Foreman.
Get out of here, Cap. Man, these cats right here so full of it, bruh. They so full of it, man.
I think part of it, Marcus, Ben, is I don't think you can separate this behavior from Cenk and Anna. That's why they're retweeting each other and defending each other. Because first of all, did you notice what this brother said? His body was trying to smack him. His ancestors were trying to jump out of his soul. He was like, "This is why our movement is dying." He's conservative. How are you now associating with the progressive dying movement if you are actually saying, and you know an awful lot about what happened on the Democratic side, but you have nothing to say about what happened on the Republican side?
Anybody remember who Counterpoints, aka Counterpoints, is? Anybody remember this guy? If you've ever watched any Brianna Wu content, right, but prior to her podcast with Kelly Cadigan et al., there was a guy that was always next to her. This guy is just basically like her. I don't know. He's like her henchman, and his name is Counterpoints or Counterpoint. I think he doesn't have brand unit. You're right. He calls himself different things in different places, right? But this is a conservative that you know, albeit like not a standard conservative, but this is a conservative guy that she's got supporting her on all of her supposedly left-wing liberal issues, which is a little weird. But it's not so weird when you understand that he, just like Xander Hall, just like Vosh, just like everybody else who was on the payroll of Progressive Victory, was getting a check from Brianna Wu's from PV every month. Right, so a lot of things change, and his what he's saying changes, and that's what this reminds me of. Is like, you know, somebody that's you know how we talk about Destiny and having an orbit, and the people around Destiny, the people that support Destiny, the people that talk with Destiny, the people that come into Destiny's Discord, those are called orbiters, right? It's like he got sucked into Anna's orbit, and even though he's like he's a planet with a rightward spin, as soon as he comes into her orbit, he's like talking about the movement, right? So yeah,
these fake critiques are unbelievable to me. Do people know 150 million people voted in this past election, and Donald Trump has the smallest victory ever, by less than 2%? You know, less than 1% of difference between him, well, right at 1% between him and the vice president. And they talking about they have a mandate. You didn't even get 50% of the vote. That ain't no mandate. What you got was you had an entire 4 years to run for president against someone who had 104 days, who we didn't get a say in. The party gave us. And I think people forget that politics is way more nuanced than what people are letting on this Twitter and this YouTube. And I think we need to get serious about that. This idea that we're soft on crime, this lie you continue to tell yourself about what it means to live in a blue city. Look at all the blue states in this country. They're way safer than red states. Red states are taking so much money from the federal government that if New York and California stop sending, most people in red states that are on need assistance would die. Would die. This idea that red states are holding up the union or have some kind of moral code when Texas won't even extend Medicaid and letting more people be uninsured. Texas won't even let the federal government assist them with their grid, so their people electric grid freeze, and then their senators go to Cuba and stay warm or wherever he went.
Hey, I do want to.
Where did he go? He went to Cancun, right? Cancun, Ted.
Let me one thing, Mondale. This is a little conservative street, and I'll give it back to you real quick. I don't like Republicans, and I don't like Democrats. So I just don't like them. I don't like them. I think there needs to be a different party, or I think there needs to be a reform of both parties, right? Have legitimate arguments. Absolutely the Democratic Party. I can understand how people on the South Side of Chicago don't vote Democratic. I can understand that. I can't understand it maybe at the top of the ticket sometimes, but I definitely can understand it locally. And I have to say this because I want my thoughts to be understood. Like, everybody's not perfect. Rahm Emanuel closed 50 schools in the South Side of Chicago. Right? 50 schools. I was there. I was actually running a mayor's campaign while he was closing those schools down. My grandmother lives on the South Side of Chicago, 95th Street. Right? When you beg two administrations to open those schools back up, because what is a school? A school is an economic center for a neighborhood. That's what a school is. You hire teachers, you hire janitors, you hire principals, administrative staff, and you also give your kids something to do. And the only reason why they opened these schools up was for immigration. And I think that there needs to be a legitimate conversation about that. I'm not sitting up here saying deport everyone. What I am saying is you did see decreases in these neighborhoods because these folks were begging for these schools to be open. Hey, we could turn them into affordable housing. We could turn them into this, that, and the other. And they didn't do anything. And now the mayor of Chicago has to raise property taxes on Black folks because they ran out of money in the city of Chicago. So I want to be fair on clickbaity, and I know this might start an argument, right? I know this might start an argument, but at least in the city of Chicago, when it comes down to Black folks on the South Side and the West Side, I'm very careful about what I'm saying right now. Wanting to support a Democratic administration in there as a mayor of their city, I can understand why they might not. That does not give credence to supporting MAGA. What I am saying is we have to be real about both parties. That's all.
But we're gonna keep it real because I want to keep our energy towards him, towards these guys. So we ain't gonna. They have leveraged that for the benefit of
fair.
MAGA.
That's fair.
For the benefit of anti-immigration rhetoric and hatred, not even just policies, but just hatred. They've weaponized that in Black communities in Chicago, all across the country, quite honestly. And they have turned the eyes of Black people away from the true problem, which is this overall system, the economic system and the white supremacy.
Yeah. Like he's saying, if you want to get mad at the Rahm Emanuels of the world, get mad at them. They fucking suck. You know, there's a ton of Democrats that are just like Hochul is another example. They're just fucking harmful to the people that they're supposed to represent. There's a bunch of you know, like I said, Democratic Party has been scared of its own shadow since the 80s. But you shouldn't play into their game of them trying to like sort of throw immigrants into the mix and then have people look and blame the immigrants and focus on, well, look at how good they're being treated when other groups are being neglected, right? We should all be taken care of. Housing, food, medical care, right? Basic needs, basic social safety net.
System as a whole, but they have us now pointing all of
anything that wants to call itself the government owes you that. Otherwise, it's not really the government.
Our energy to the immigrants who ain't got much about nothing more than we got anyway, right? And so now they have us doing the same thing these white folks have had us doing since time immemorial, dividing us and conquering us. We can't get Black folks to get together to oppose them. We can't get brown folks to get together with Black folks to oppose them. Why? Because they got people who they slide a little bit of change, Tariq Nasheed, to go out there and divide Black folks from Black folks. Even Tariq is dividing Black folks amongst Black folks. And so it's the same MO. So I don't knock what you're saying. I mean, especially when you mention Rahm Emanuel. There's not a Democrat that I loathe, I think, more than Rahm Emanuel. I have to really sit and think if there's somebody that I dislike more than Rahm Emanuel. And to see what he did shutting down those schools in Chicago, absolutely can understand the feeling of people in Chicago to say, I don't want to mess with Democrats no more. Obviously, you know what I'm saying? And then actually to see what Brandon Johnson has been saddled with, right? He's been saddled with a bag. It's always a Black person who's going to get caught with a bag in leadership, having to fix the mess that's almost impossible to fix, not to mention Greg Abbott. And
yeah, exactly. After Rahm Emanuel made the mess. Natalie says, one of Brianna Wu's Dollcast show's goals is to normalize AGP as a concept by rebranding it as a legitimate sexuality called autosexuality. God damn.
And Ron DeSantis loading up the city of Chicago with as many migrants as they possibly could to actually exacerbate the situation. So if we're going to talk about it, we got to talk about it holistically. But I want to just finish letting this clown cook real quick.
But mentality is what's holding them back. Okay? You have to be open-minded to the fact that, hey, on the left, some of these policies are out of control and they're leading to consequences that are actually bad for society, like this soft on crime agenda from the left, okay, that we see has negatively affected these liberal cities across the country. And that's why you're seeing a lot of these progressives get voted out of office due to the fact that they capitulated to the far left in the defund the police movement, the anti-law enforcement movement. These people get voted out. They're losing.
Thank you, Marcus. So first of all, listen, if you are a Black man and you are making excuses for the police, I'm not even gonna say you pro-police, because I know a lot of y'all born into police families. Matter of fact, I know some police officers in my lifetime that probably would call me and say, hey, what you talking about? Fine. All right. But if you're making excuses for police and then you're going to use the white supremacist talking point, and actually it's not even just a white supremacist talking point, it's an establishment Democrat. It's funny, he's using an establishment Democrat talking point about defunding the police being the reason that progressives lost. Not all of them lost, first of all. Second of all, those that did lose lost because of why, Marcus? You've already said it. APAC. Y'all don't want
He
to.
sounds like James Carville. He sounds like a young black James Carville.
Yeah, for me, it's like I'm just listening to this brother and just I can't hear anything beyond. This is why I don't argue. That's why I don't do well in spaces, because I don't argue. I don't entertain the stupidity. Like, there's nothing this brother saying is based in facts, right? And I'm not trying to be coy or not, but I mean, like, let's be clear. He's talking about in the year that Donald Trump is appointing someone who said they want to close the FBI building and turn it into a museum. He's talking about us being soft on crime. When Donald Trump was calling January 6th, people from January 6th, and we were on air, Clickbaity was on air during January 6th, guys. I don't know if y'all remember.
Go back and watch it. Y'all should go back and watch it.
And so he's calling these people hostages and talking about within minutes, he's going to free them. Don't talk to me about soft on crime. What you're really saying is you give a damn about how black people are killed by police officers. I don't have space for this brother. And he's talking about this mentality that's holding us back. I don't really feel held back. I'm an exception. I'm one of the few black people in America that kind of squeak through, but that is luck and opportunity, luck and prepare at the same time. What I do know is this system was not made for black people to succeed. And you can try to argue that all you want to, but look at the school systems. Black boys suspended and expelled. Even when they behave like white boys, they're still more likely to be seen as mischievous or bad. Older than what they really are. Black men over sentenced, overcharged. Even when we got similar criminal histories, black men are least likely to get a job. Black men with college degrees are less likely to be hired than white men with felony convictions. Black men are.
Now he's talking about studies. Like, studies have shown this, let alone people's lived experience that can confirm it. But this is
only people that are
this stuff is indisputable.
Born in this country to middle and wealthy families and still likely to experience poverty. All of this is because of the system. And last thing here, I want to say, because I'm tired of hearing it, progressives are not losing. Established Democrats had a hard time, but you can't name a progressive that lost in a general election.
Come on,
don't have any power.
We watched the establishment spend more money than anybody else in congressional races against progressives like Cori Bush, AIPAC, right? Spend more money making it the most expensive congressional race ever to beat a candidate. But that's the cheating that they're talking about. What I'm saying is we don't lose.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Police got their budget. Most places, police got their budgets increased as much as they ever do. And in the few places where there was any sort of anything passed as a response to the George Floyd uprising, it was a reduction in the increase rather than an overall reduction.
In the general election, all of our progressives that I can call champions went back to their seats.
That's right.
The sister from Texas, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, all them people went back to their seats easily. People say things without knowing what's really going on in politics. North Carolina elected a Democrat in every statewide seat. We even picked up a seat on the Supreme Court. We didn't win this. We didn't win the presidential race here. We beat everybody statewide. We got rid of some conservative Democrats in the primary with progressive candidates. This idea is based on what sounds good and quick clicks on the internet. It ain't based in political truthness. And I can't take that. That's just why I say you can't give these people space. But I see what Anna's doing, though.
Come on, man. Well, that's why I put it right back here. I wanted to come full circle. At the end of the day, a conversation, if we so choose to have a conversation with brother man here, brother George Foreman, not George Foreman, George something. His name, Black Conservative on YouTube. If you all want to follow him, go support his little channel, whatever. That would be a conversation between black men. Ana Kasparian, white behind, has you. No, let me cook. Her Karening, her inner. Oh, Lord. Saltine. Help me, Holy Ghost. Her inner Saltine is leaping out by her going to scramble and find any black face that she can that agrees with her to pit them against us. Anna, you're a lot whacker than I ever thought, really. I actually was a fan of yours at one point, but now I'm having to question my own taste in people that I thought were good progressives. Like maybe there's something wrong with me, because if you had it in you to do the standard saltine technique of going to find a black face that you could put in your space to put up against other black men, then you absolutely were never down for the cause at all, Karen.
Hey, Ben, you know what? When I see this repost from her 7 hours ago, you know what I see? I can't be racist. I got black friends.
Exactly.
Here go one of them right here.
Yep. Here's right. My good Negro.
Here's my good Negro right here.
There we go. So this is Benjamin Dixon show. There's several YouTube channels involved with this podcast, right? They've got a separate channel for Clickbaity, Political Thirst Trap. They've got, you know, I'm watching it here on the Benjamin Dixon show channel. I'm not sure. Do Marcus and Mondale have their own channel as well? Has JR said anything about this? Do you want to check? I've got a JR video for you. Just chat want to see what JR has to say. Now look, it's going to be underwhelming, as you could probably imagine. You know the position that JR is in. But somebody did talk to JR. I think it was Dan from the internet. How are we doing, chat? Looks like Ethan Klein has come out to like a 14-point lead overall. Ethan Klein at 44%. How Hassan and Destiny fell out at 30%. Shapiro reviews Wicked at 15%. And Throwback Debate, Hassan versus Jink at 12%. You got a little bit of a boost, because somebody who donated told me to add their donation to How Hassan and Destiny Fell Out. So that puts it up to 35%. But again, chat, if you haven't donated or if you haven't voted already, there's still time to do that. 94 of you have voted so far. So a little underwhelming considering how many we got in chat, but there's still time to do that. Davy Cliff says, what did Anna do this time? Anna found a black conservative that she could get to criticize clickbaity political thirst trap. These guys, right? That put out that video where Mondale kicked it off by resigning on air. And so Anna's response is to find and uplift this very small YouTube channel here to agree with her. So yeah, that's where we're at right now, Davy Cliff. But thank you for the super chat. That brings us up to 26%. So we're more than a fourth of the way there.
Vanguard Sue, super chatted $9.83. Ben Shapiro does Wicked. I need a laugh.
Look at that. Look at that. Okay, so this is how it works, chat. Let me show you the The sub goal in action. All right, so I add. I add 14 to Shapiro. It gets 14 extra. The dono goal goes up to 40%, so we're 40% of the way there. We're 60% of the way from getting that bonus content. And like I said, chat, if we hit it early, I'll start on the bonus content early, right? I'll put it up as the next thing. But yeah, so how does this work? You look at the poll. Shapiro Reviews Wicked is down at 14%, but it's got 14 extra percent, so it's actually at 28%. So it's in contention, and that's what that's what can happen when you donate. You can let me know in the chat which of these topics you support, and you can put your thumb on the scale just a little bit. It's not a whole bunch, but it's a little bit. You can also, if you want to, you can say Vox Populi if you want to nerf everybody else's donation, because the donations are a buff, right? But donations are a boost, they're a bonus, right? They add points to the poll in the favor of the topic of your choice. The Vox Populi just universally takes everything else down, and it re-emphasizes the vote. So if you really believe in the free and fair elections in here, then you could say Vox Populi. But yeah, this is I don't know if she talked to him in the Substack post or just had him make a video for her. Oh yeah, no, I don't know if there's a, I mean, like some of her content, right? Since it's a Substack, some of the content is paywalled, right? So what's beyond the paywall, I can't really tell you. But yeah, I don't see any evidence of Anna having had a conversation with him. I just see that he has done a video reacting to Clickbaity Political Thirst Trap, reacting to Mondale saying that that we're gonna that he's no longer gonna be doing anything for TYT. Capitalists are concentrating power on this poll. I mean, that's what the Vox Populi is for. Wait, what denomination is that? What is the loony? Doubloon? Is that short for doubloon? I actually don't know. Oh, the Canadian. I always forget that this doesn't.
Chatted $9.99. I've been rewatching Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Why can't real capitalist be like the Ferengi? I think that world would at least be funnier.
Somehow the Ferengi are, yeah, they're like soft and cuddly capitalists, right? They're not Oh my gosh, you're right. I'm supposed to do conversions, aren't I? Okay, we'll call it 10, I guess. I think that's about right, but I do know what you're talking about. That the Canadian dollar is not as strong as the American one. Oh, it has a loon on it, so it's called the loonie. What does Canadian money look like? I feel like I've seen Canadian coins before, but I've never seen Canadian paper money. 1.44 loonies for a buck. That makes sense. So it's about 10 yeah, because it's that's what tells me it's around 10 is the fact that it's yellow. Conversion makes it $9. Okay, I'll take another off then. I was close. All right, we're at 45% of the dono goal. Again, if this thing gets to 100 by the end of the stream, we'll get some bonus content. Right now, it looks like Ethan Klein is ahead, although Shapiro's got some dono money, and so does Hassan and Destiny and their Fallout that has some dono money. Have colorful polymer money, so it's like Monopoly. Oh my god, Monopoly money, literally. Jeez, maybe that's where Luigi got his from. Video on her Substack was different than the video on the chat. Oh yeah, it's a different video. Yeah, he made an hour-long video that she put up on her Substack, and we get like the preview of it. She either interviewed him or he made, or either that or he just talked about it for an hour. I actually don't know. What is
Workout Pro super chatted 5
Vox Populi?
Sorry,
Look at
gotta
that.
put a wrench in the race. Vox Populi grin.
There we go. The agents of chaos voting for Vox Populi and bringing us up to 50%. So yeah, we'll have to see how this shakes out. But yeah, it looks like a lot of people want to see that Ethan content that Ethan just made for us today. Remove the royalty from the currency and when you declare independence. I mean, that makes sense. Thank you, Work Appropriate, for the super chat. So yeah, so there's Matt Walsh.
Actually been running for president.
Oh my god. This is gonna be cursed, chat. This is gonna be so goddamn cursed. Let's watch JR first, since it's like slightly less cursed. And we won't watch the whole thing. I just want you to give you sort of the flavor for this.
A routine of outbursts and laugh. Hello, humans. I'm Dan.
So yeah, this is Dan from the internet.
From the internet. This
on
is,
the Power Report.
This is your Power Report for the 16th of December, 2024. This is the morning of 16th of December, 2024, when this clip is being published and premiered. Hope you've had a good weekend. I know mine has been eventful. Generally become a routine of outbursts and lashing out from the two main hosts of the flagship show of the Young Turks' network, The Young Turks, Cenk and Ana. And, you know, usually I'm able to ignore these, even though I know then they're incorrect about certain issues or they're attacking certain people that they used to work with alongside with me to a certain capacity. People who they agree with most of the time, but for some reason they are completely ignoring when all of those people are telling them politely and forcefully that they're wrong and they need to acknowledge how large their platform is and make sure that they're respectful to the weight that it carries.
Davy Cliff, thank you for the super chat.
Mondale Robinson abruptly left the network.
It is suspicious indeed.
Ana Kasparian got into it.
So now we saw Dan's tweets. Dan's been pretty outspoken about TYT. JR, not so much. We really haven't heard what JR thinks about all of this stuff, and I'm not sure how much that Dan from the internet is going to be able to push JR to give his feelings on what's going on TYT, but we'll see.
A number of fights with former staff and colleagues and supporters. One of those former colleagues was me, and that's when my integrity was under attack. The work that I had built up and influenced people with had been under attack. This work that I've been doing for over 10 years. And as I said earlier, this is a fairly routine thing. And when I did talk about it, I would bring on qualified people to discuss the issues that they were incorrect about. You know, using clips of media figures as an example to make a broader political point, you know, something everyone in the space does. And so they ignored every single moment of introspection offered to them until they reached my doorstep. Because of that, I did not have anything left. I knew what I wanted to talk about, I knew what tone I wanted to take, and I knew that I wanted to be a different, unique experience on any platform you're experiencing it on, all leading up to these YouTube moments where we can convene and learn and discuss and grow and move past this struggle session, really. This is a struggle session. So I released the Mondale Robinson interview and made a lot of responses on Twitter, and I'll talk about those in a separate venue. Then in the lead up to this, I released a video with Hank Thompson talking about a lot of the critiques around TYT's unionization efforts. And that all leads to this, my interview with JR. Now, frankly, JR, like John Idarola, Rashad Ritchie, and a number of others, and everyone in the...
Chat, what do you think about his style of making videos? So he does kind of the same thing that I do in terms of doing a stream and then cutting separate segments, right? That are each, you know, one thing, cutting separate segments out. But the other thing that he's doing is he's making it like an intro, which maybe I should think about doing that too. Would you like a little intro at the beginning of your videos, right?
In staff, a lot of folks that we've talked about or, you know, haven't talked about, how are some of the greatest people that I've ever worked with. They're great colleagues. They're dedicated people. They're smart. They're savvy. They are scrappy because we have
Workout Pro,
you know,
super
I say
chatted
we,
$5. Smile with horns, Vox Populi, smile with horns.
Smile with horns indeed. Thank you for the super chat, work appropriate.
You know, I used to work there and there's still a lot of connection, but they do a lot with a little and an increasingly shrinking amount just because of the environment for media. And so I have a lot of pride for the work that they do and how dedicated they are to do it. In addition to being really driven in unique and different ways for different reasons to the politics. JR was one of the first people I was drawn to on TYT because he was another opinionated Black person in a political space that didn't really have a lot of those, especially those on the left and especially those who were, you know, not just Democrats, but actually left of center at the time. So naturally, once we started working together, we worked a lot together. We worked well together. We continue to be good friends. We haven't talked as much as we have wanted to, but that kind of changes now. So while tensions are heated on all different parts of the broad faction of the left of center in America, informed by media, but also greatly informed by the loss of Kamala Harris to Donald Trump, this is a conversation about how we move forward from this, actually. This is a conversation that we had, you know, outside of a lot of this recent discourse. In fact, we recorded this on the 15th of November, so there will be a lot of questions and points and things that are not really part of this. And so I appreciate that because I can release it now and it still has all of the relevance to how I was thinking about how is TYT and the left going to approach this. And I can't think of a better, more level-headed person to have had this conversation with and to also be able to release this right now. I didn't plan on it, but sometimes serendipity works your way. I honestly wasn't sitting on it just for this moment. I honestly rushed to get it out because I usually sit on everything. In fact, there's a bunch of stuff in the backlog that I'm going to be uploading onto the membership platform, including the full interview that I have with JR Jackson, which is already on the membership platform right now. It's one of the first exclusive things on the YouTube channel. And if you're a Syndicate 23 member on our website, syndicate23.co, it's basically our Patreon, so we don't have to give YouTube or Twitch a cut. You can find that there as
That's a good idea.
I mean, people kind of know you as a contributor on TYT and host Watchlist. I've been putting that down on the screen. Folks can check that out, youtube.com/watchlistTYT.
Thank you.
But how did you kind of, I mean, like before, I don't know how many people know your full story, and you told in a couple different venues, so I won't spend too much time on that. And of course, like I know it, but you know.
So just so you understand the context of this, don't expect JR to say anything groundbreaking. Don't expect JR to make any waves. As chatters have commented, JR's been with TYT, has been with Cenk for forever, so it probably isn't going anywhere anytime soon. But the amazing thing about this conversation isn't so much what JR says as the fact that JR's willing to have the conversation with Dan from the internet. Given that Dan is so outspoken, so just understand that the fact that this conversation is happening at all means that JR is not overly concerned with pissing off Cenk and Ana. Does that make sense? Like he's willing to talk to the enemy, because Dan has definitely, been a lot more outspoken. So that's the amazing part about this conversation.
I know that before that you were a student athlete. Before that you would like been a couple places around the country. Like, I guess to kind of ground that conversation, not just make it like a biography of like, oh, first this, then this.
Yeah.
I guess through your life experiences, how did you get political enough or like politically interested enough to ultimately take that step of like interning at an unproven political news outlet?
The level of unproven nature was Cenk Uygur. I've always told him this. I said, Cenk, you got kind of lucky with the coalition of people that came at the time they did. And honestly, he got lucky, but then he didn't, because
okay, wait. This was recorded back on November 15th. Yeah, you're right. November 15th. So wait, had Dan been outspoken like prior to this December?
Top guy. He won't stop going, if you can't tell yet. So I was telling him, because Jesus Godoy was like producer number one. I mean, there's Dave Kohler, he was there, and then also Jesus. So I started the tail end of my senior year of college. I was looking for an internship. I had just done Fox Sports because I wanted to be a sports broadcast. I had zero interest in politics. I interned at Fox Sports in Los Angeles, and it was a waste of my time. I didn't run my senior year of track because I was like, well, I'm not going to be an Olympian. I'm not that good. I'm only like a Pac-12, at the time, Pac-10 qualifying runner, a hurdler. I was good. I was on a travel team, but I wasn't like, you're not going to catch me at the Olympics. So I was like, I got to start and figure out where I'm going to find my niche in my career. And I like doing sports and everything. I like to talk sports. So I tried that and it was a waste of my time. So I was like, I just need to learn the broadcast game. So I just took this internship, and Cenk put out things to all the local colleges and like, we'll give you the opportunity to run a radio show. So I came in, and it was probably, they weren't in this new studio, which was a little bunk studio in the middle of Los Angeles in Midtown, for very long, because previous to that, they were working out of Cenk's living room. Everyone that knows TYT knows this story. But Jesus was the one guy who was willing to work through going to Cenk Uygur's apartment.
Anyway, like I said, there's, JR's not making any call outs here.
I was gonna. No, I'll say it for a little bit later because it's more about like Donald Trump. It's funny, but I want to like just in this other like last piece about like.
And also, let me know if I haven't answered your questions, because I feel like I start and then I may not really get to them.
No, you're doing great, and also the questions are oftentimes starting points. And also I'm looking at time. We'll wrap this up in like 10-15 minutes or so.
Whatever you want.
But yeah.
Wait, did he ask something pointed?
I wanted to be a sports broadcast type of. It's a lack of this corporatism and coming in jeans and a t-shirt, bro. It's okay. We're a ratty baseball cap. We're here to talk. We're on the radio. So I started in with them, been with them ever since, and eventually partnerships. And now people want to shut down or fact check online media. But bro, mainstream media has been lying since forever. We've been complaining about that since we started. So Cenk has not changed much at all. I'm sure some points and topics and arguments we all have do. I got in arguments with Cenk and Ben and them before, but it was very much just like on this one small topic, and we're able to talk it out and move on.
So yeah, I feel like that's about as close as we're gonna get to JR commenting on the controversy around Cenk and Ana.
Even if we continue to disagree on it, which was again another good part about it. But it's just that nature of always just going and going and going. And it allowed us, I think, to thrive through the ebbs and flows of this business, because they're hard. Because we didn't come in with like, I work at Fox Sports, and if Fox Sports folds, it's over, bro. That's all you have. Or I got in arguments with Cenk and Ben and them before, but it was very much just like on this one small the lack of reality and truth telling on online. You probably don't want to go to, but go to. I got there. It was right after it was what 2002 or 3. So Bush had won. We're talking about the way that he's going, 9/11 had happened. He's going to Iraq, and Cenk was raging about how the media doesn't cover things the right way. To this day, go to Twitter or X now, which you probably don't want to go to, but go to that site now. Cenk today, unless it was yesterday, is still posting about how we were one of the first media entities that hates the media and didn't allow them to lie about everything that's happening from online media. I mean, from mainstream media to online. So now that online media has become such a huge, conglomerate, people complain about the lack of reality and truth telling on online, because there's so many people that need to lie to get their point across or make money or build partnerships. And now,
so yeah, I mean, I gotta say exit out on that one on Cenk's on Cenk not having changed. But anyway, that gives you a flavor of this conversation with J.R. Jackson. And like Natalie pointed out, this was recorded on November 15th. I am not sure if Dan had said his piece about TYT yet. So, if anybody knows that information, let me know in the chat. Natalie also sent me this, which is Dave Rubin responding to Anna's response to Piers Morgan's supercut of her saying bad things about Dave Rubin, and then her response being something to the effect of, what did she say? I'm trying to remember her exact words. I might have been wrong about Dave. I think it was something to that effect, right? So after I might have been wrong about Dave, this is Dave's response.
Those of you that have been with me for a year,
And it's funny, like I said, I don't think he gets that great of numbers, but his numbers do seem to be better than TYT's numbers. Again, maybe it's not a fair comparison because TYT puts out, uploads a lot of videos, but yeah, he's sitting here at 2.68 million subscribers. I don't think he's as influential. I don't think he gets the kind of numbers that he used to get. When he's useful to the right as like, hey, I'm gay and I'm not being discriminated against the right. They're nice to him, but when the right is ascendant, they don't rely on him as much. They don't need him. They don't need that. And his story is kind of played out, right? So he's not as influential as he used to be. He is influential, I'd say, more through his platform of Locals, right? That is a platform that's widely adopted by many people on the right, but still getting 2,000. I mean, this is this is his podcast. This is the Rubin Report. It's titled about Ana Kasparian, so maybe this is anyway, chat. Let's just look at his numbers. What am I saying? What do we do here? We look at people's numbers. What are his numbers looking like? Ooh. 4 hours ago, 16K. 5 hours ago, 6.7K. Maybe I spoke too soon. 15K, 62K, 27K, 55K, 19K, 23K. Okay, now there we go. The exact moment CNN host realizes he might be Trump's next defamation target. This is Jake Tapper. So this one, 709K views. Justin Trudeau. I'm trying to figure out which. Oh wait, that's like a short clip. A lot of these are really short. 44K, 33K, 107K, 35K, 139K, 64K, 238K, 100K, 235K, 375K. So I mean, they're not horrible numbers. He does occasionally get, look at that, 729K. Things get tense quick when the View host asked Bill Clinton this question. I wonder if it's about Epstein. Probably not, but that's what. Oh, so he's got another video here about Ana Kasparian. I don't know. Maybe that's from this.
years and years, you know that I started at the Young Turks, the original Rubin Report, way back when, started on the Young Turks network when I was a progressive, I was a lefty, all of that stuff about 11 years ago. I moved to Los Angeles and started the show in February of 2013. And then, of course, over the course of about a year and a half there, I started waking up to some of the excesses of the left. You guys know all my feelings about that, and I've written several books about it, and done a million PragerU videos, and I do this show every day. And I've been I don't know that there's literally anyone in America that has been more open about their political evolution than me, and that's obviously...
No, I mean, he's not open at all. The thing about his political evolution is he exaggerates it. Like I said, he was always the most right-wing of the TYT hosts on almost any panel that he was on. And I'm not saying that he was as open about all of his views back when he worked for TYT. Of course he wasn't. But I'm saying that the pivot that he did, it wasn't, he's exaggerating it, right? He's like the Xander Hall of the right. Do you understand? Like the Xander Hall's whole, the only reason that Xander Hall is at all relevant is because he's got the story, how I almost fell down the right-wing rabbit hole, right? That he was watching anti-SJW videos, SJW-owned videos, and the algorithm kept on suggesting more and more right-wing shit, and then at some point he realized, hey, this is some right-wing shit, and he started watching Destiny debates and ContraPoint videos, and it de-radicalized him or something. Again, everybody's got to have a story. Everybody's got to have an origin story, but I feel like Dave Rubin kind of exaggerates his origin story, and Sam Seder and the Majority Report have done a lot in order to debunk that. Let's just give this a test right here. Dave Rubin, if we just type in, now obviously the results I'm going to see are going to be different than, but if I type in Dave Rubin, how long does it take till I get a Majority Report video? Oh my gosh, Sam, you got to start making more videos on this guy again. So the goal of what Sam was doing was that if anybody searched his name, they'd run into a Majority Report video at some point. And there would be Sam and MR debunking Dave Rubin's fallacious origin story. The other thing I wonder about is, wait, now he's not, oh my God, he's doing content with Roseanne Barr. He's not Daily Wire, is he? But there's some connection, right, between Dave Rubin and the Daily Wire. I just wonder, is he on the Blaze? Is that the network he's with? Yeah, Sam, you gotta start. There we go. It took way too long. Dave Rubin announces his retirement 4 months ago. What did he say? He made some.
We are now July 22nd is exactly 6 months minus a day or two from when Joe Biden's term will end in 2025. We know that he will not be president after that day in January. I don't know if it's the 20th or the 21st or the 22nd. Well, about 4 years ago, not quite four, about 3.5, a guy who I think we all look to for insight on politics made this very confident prediction. Can we play the video first, please, Bradley?
You know what? Here we go. I'm going to make a bold statement. Michael, I'm going to make a bold statement today. Bold statement. Here we go. If Joe Biden is sworn in on January 20th, 2021, and he completes a 4-year term, actually completes a 4-year term, I will retire. I will retire at the end of that term. That will be.
Oh, it's still valid. It's still valid. I just wanted to see, like, if it was some kind of bet about Kamala or something, but no, this is still valid. Assuming that Joe Biden does not, does not expire prior to his term ending, or does not retire prior to his term ending, Dave Rubin has basically promised to retire. He will retire. He will quit. So we got that to look forward to.
led me to a lot of success. And
I mean, that is assuming that Dave Rubin is a man of his word, right? Right, certainly, Chad.
A certain amount of people that hate me and everything in between, and it's all good. It's been a nice life, and the career is going well, and it's all good. But one of the interesting things that happened in the course of that, and all of you know this, for any of you that have woken up or you've been red-pilled or whatever you want to call it, is as you start doing that, you start getting a lot of hate. You start losing friends, and people turn on you, and they block you on Facebook and all of the stuff. Well, over the last couple months, one of the hosts at the Young Turks, Ana Kasparian, who was an extremely good friend of mine, I would say my best friend in LA for those first 2 years in LA, hung out all the time, multiple times a week. We did plenty of.
They all have their own Jeff story. Natalie's telling me that he is indeed a blazer. He is indeed Blaze It Up 420, Blaze It 420 on Glenn Beck's network.
Shows together, all of these things, was invited to my wedding. We shared events and stuff together, like super, super close. She apparently in these last few months, or I guess really it started, I think, sort of post-COVID, has been waking up. She's going through her own wake up, her own evolution, her own red pilling. And more people almost every day are reaching out to me like, Dave, you got to talk to her. You got to talk to her. She's going through what you're going through. I see all these memes of basically people saying, oh, she's going to be the next Dave Rubin, all of these things. Anyway, we were very close. She has said an awful lot of kind of nasty, dishonest things about me over the course of the last 10 years. I think you guys that watch the show, and you can even look on YouTube and Rumble and everywhere else, I've mentioned her maybe once or twice over the years on other shows when people have asked me about it, but it's not, it's not something I'm that interested in, is those sort of one-on-one back and forths and fights and all of those things. I've said a couple things about Cenk on this show. He's the other co-host, obviously. But I just didn't want to be in that, in like the back and forth fight and all of those things. So I've just for 10 years basically ignored all of the sort of nasty, dishonest things that have been said about me. The reason I'm doing the show the way I'm doing it today is because over these...
Was Rubin implicated in the Russian tenant media thing? Yes, he was.
Past few months, as she has woken up, she's starting to see the light, let's say. She now has been on a couple of shows where she's talking about that evolution. And I think we're at this interesting moment where I've been talking about this wide tent thing forever. And it's like, okay, well, the wide tent is also going to include some people that maybe did get some things wrong and did say nasty things about all of us, even some of us personally and all of those things. So I'm going to lay out a show for you today that's going to be a bit of my history, but also like, what do you do when someone is waking up and you want to be gracious, but you also don't want to be a fool, and much more. Okay, I think I've said enough for now. So let me show you a quick video compilation. These are 3 videos of Ana over the past, these are all within the past 3 or 4 months, discussing her political awakening.
I can definitely be honest about my own flaws and my own mistakes because I bought the mainstream media narrative that there wasn't a migrant crisis.
Okay, so I'm going to call it. There's been talks behind the scene. The fact that Ana did this high-profile interview with Glenn Beck, their people are already in talks, right? There's been some kind of a...
Really? And yeah,
some kind of a rapprochement. Otherwise, she wouldn't be on here.
I did believe it. I believe because... Look, I was an idiot because, I mean, who do you trust in today's media landscape?
You are painting a picture of the homeless community. You know, how could you be like this? You know, these are your unhoused neighbors and they need help. A few people accused me of being racist when I had never disclosed the race of the individuals who did this to me.
She's making it sound like people were saying that the guys that that essayed her are her unhoused neighbors and she should really, right? No, you don't have to care about somebody who fucking essayed you. But you shouldn't use that fact to spread fear about unhoused people, to try to make it like the problem, like the problem is that they don't have housing, and you're trying to make it like the problem is them. It's their fault that our society fucking sucks ass and has failed them.
Woke me up. That woke me up because I'm like, oh my God.
I am 1,000,000% guilty of honestly allowing him to kind of break my brain for a little bit because I saw him as such a significant threat.
When I look at
Is she talking about Rubin there?
my life right now, and I ask myself, which political party has made my life worse? It's not the Republican Party. Locally speaking, the Democrats have complete control, and they have nearly destroyed my family's livelihood. Okay?
So there we go, the Kasparian effect. Wealthy coastal elites that otherwise would affiliate with the Democratic Party that consider themselves on the left or progressive in some way, who definitely locally are voting for Republicans, definitely are voting against anything that smells of progressivism.
We are living in trash and squalor everywhere.
Okay, so for those of you that don't know Anna or don't know my history with the Young Turks or any of those things, it doesn't matter that much. What I'm showing you there is someone who is a public figure who is waking up. And I don't want to make this all about like personal drama and any of that stuff, which is why I really haven't addressed this thing for quite literally a decade.
I mean, that's literally what it is to TYT. That's that the problem isn't politics. The problem isn't that Dave Rubin, you know, used TYT to get the platform and then pivoted to a conservative mindset. It's the problem is that he insulted them, he disparaged them, he said bad things about the Young Turks. That's the problem that Anna and Cenk have with him.
Since 2014. The second clip that you saw there where she's talking about how she was accused of being racist, one of the things that woke her up, apparently there was some COVID stuff, but the thing that really woke her up is she lives in Los Angeles, where I used to live, and she was accosted by somebody on the street and then suddenly started putting the pieces together right outside of her apartment, suddenly started putting the pieces together as to what's going on with the homeless and the drugs and all of the criminality in LA and everything else. So you know, I always say the thing about, you know, a conservative's just a liberal mugged by reality, right? And in this case, it's quite literal in her case. So I thought for just a second, we would find one video of me and Anna together just to illustrate that we were incredibly close for all these years. This is just 15 seconds or so. This is 10 years ago this week, actually. It was right before Christmas, 2014. Well, so my best moment, clearly, that thing right there did get engaged a couple weeks ago. A round of applause from the crowd. Okay, so God, we were kids. I mean, we were really kids. That is crazy. But the point is, we were super close again. She was invited to my wedding. There was no hard feelings. As a matter of fact, when David and I left the Young Turks, when we told Anna, we took her out. Anna, you probably remember this. It was on Melrose Avenue. We went to Zinc and we took you out. We all had red sangria, and you actually started crying because you didn't want us to leave, right? And I'm not doing this to open up old wounds or anything else. But the point is, we left on absolutely fine terms. And unfortunately, so now I'm going to show you the sort of unfortunate part because it needs to be addressed. And then I think that there actually is a way out of this. Anna is now acknowledging that she made some mistakes. She didn't see certain things. She had Trump derangement syndrome. She's accused people of doing things that maybe she regrets. So here's just one. They've done so many videos about me, and I've done none, like literally none.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. Is it what is he hanging this on? Is it that he hasn't done this in videos? Has he done this on Twitter, not on has he done this on other people's platforms? I know he has definitely talked shit about TYT.
But now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
But here she is 6 years ago going after me because I'm some sort of sellout or something.
$1.5 million home, so it must be good. Let's go to the next video. Again, this is Rubin on a Brazilian pro-Bolsonaro propaganda show.
What is news really is what's really happening in culture. What are people really thinking about?
Yeah, he's all about big ideas. What are people really thinking about? For someone like Dave Rubin, he's thinking about dollar signs.
So, I mean, like, I'm going to say it. She made a mistake in how to deal with Dave Rubin. He definitely has talked about TYT. He's used TYT as a jumping board, you know, punching them in order to sort of build up his own profile with the right wing. Wait.
What are people really thinking about?
Yeah, he's all about big ideas. What are people really thinking about? For someone,
I feel like they really made a mistake because of how personal this felt to Anna and Cenk in getting kind of drug into the mud along with them, rather than with Dave Rubin. You got to make fun of him. You got to make fun of him. You got to point out the deer in the headlight moments. You got to point out that he is intellectually inferior to almost all the people he had conversations with. You got to point out, when he has he talks to Sam Harris, doesn't understand what the fuck Sam Harris is on about. And so he's like, these are really big ideas. I'm going to have to do some decompression. I'm going to have to, what did he say? High level ideas. I'm going to have to decompress my brain from this, right? That's what you do with Dave Rubin. You don't take him seriously. You don't get mad at him. You don't let it get personal. Because if you do, he wins. And I got to say, some of Dave Rubin's profile that he's built up since he's left TYT was probably, was probably assisted by them not knowing how to handle him.
Unlike Dave Rubin, he's thinking about dollar signs.
Thinking about dollar signs.
Was that on purpose? That seems like it's on purpose. Like that whole thing of fade to black, come back with Dave. First thing we hear is him gulping he's just like gulping his coffee.
That interview, I didn't know, I don't even know that it is a pro Bolsonaro channel. It was a bunch of college kids.
He's very mockable.
That I met at, I think, a Turning Point event, who asked me to sit down and talk to them for a little bit. I did not get paid for it. But anyway, you can see, and the reason I'm showing you that clip is this: we know what the left does with people. What do? You impugn their motives, right? They're a sellout, they're evil, they're doing it for some nefarious reason, right? There's no honest assessment of my thoughts or my issues, right? She goes out of her way, actually, to not address. I'm making a point about culture. She doesn't address that. It's that he must be a sellout. This is how much his house costs. Like, okay. And again, I want you to see this not for the little drama that there potentially was or could be with me and her, but because we've all gone through these things. Every single one of you watching this that has been red-pilled has had the friend turn on you on Facebook or block you or some of the other things. Just real quick, here's just like a tiny compilation of some of the titles of the videos that she has done on the Young Turks about me. Okay, and it's all, I'm a useful idiot for fascism. My friends hate my existence. It's all dribble and it's nonsense. And again,
It's not nonsense. You deserve friends that when you say, I want you to come to my anniversary, are going to be like, yeah, I'll pick up the cake. I'll pick up the wine, right? The people that you deserve friends like that, Dave. Everybody does. And instead, because of your career trajectory, you've got friends that think that you live in a lifestyle of sin. They think that your relationship with your partner is gross and icky, and they don't want it getting near them. That's what you've got.
Play in this game. I am not doing this for any of that. But now, okay, so what really escalated this to my desk? What escalated it was Anna was on Piers Morgan a couple days ago, and as she has woken up, what she's finding, and it's very obvious because the truth is incontrovertible, you will consistently find that people on the right will be open and willing to disagree with you and yet treat you decently, and that simply doesn't happen on the left, which is why she's able to sit down at my friend Glenn Beck's studio in Dallas and have a wonderful conversation with him, even though I have no doubt.
It's almost like when Democrats win, they do things that make life better for everyone. And when Republicans win, they do things that make life worse for most of us. It's almost like people resent the fact that the fucking country is going to hell. And we've gone from having a corrupt establishment to having a con man as president. The most corrupt, the most criminal person in the history of U.S. government is now president. It's almost like there's a sense of loss that comes with the victories of the right wing.
She has said unbelievably horrible things about Glenn Beck for the last 10 years. He's still willing to do that. The people on the right are more tolerant. People on the left say they're tolerant. People on the right generally act tolerant. Anyway, what really escalated this in the last couple of days was Anna was on Piers Morgan, and I did not know this till I saw it, but he asked her about me.
Well, yeah, Dave, you're a great example of that. You're very tolerant of your supposed friends who won't come to your wedding anniversary because they think you live a lifestyle of sin. They think that it's gross that you have a husband and not a wife, and they think that it's extra gross that your parents that you've had children. They're horrified by the idea of two gay men raising children. So yeah, you're right, Dave. You're very tolerant. You got us. You've definitely got us beat in that regard.
But what people have said is they said you were quite outspoken. I'll play it to you. This is what you said when Dave Rubin pivoted. Let's have a look.
There has been this prevalence of prominent figures who identify as the left, right, or on the left, who then later start to, cozy up to right-wing figures, and then it turns out that they completely move to the right wing because they're essentially paid to do it.
Narba by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Zen Xiao, you just got weaseled. Just a guest, you just got weaseled. Miss Anonymous, you just got weaseled. Blue Mink, you just got weaseled. And Grandma Sunshine Dragon, you just got weaseled.
They're used as tools by the right wing to essentially spew right-wing talking points while purporting to still be on the left. In fact, Dave Rubin's a great example of that. Dave Rubin used to work with us. He identified as someone on the left. Yeah, go ahead.
Forgive me, Anna. Dave Rubin made a video for PragerU, Why I Left the Left.
Oh, I know.
He does not, in fact, state to the world that he's still on the left. I don't know who you have in mind, so I can only address the one name that you gave.
So, I mean, have you pulled a Rubin, as some people suggest?
Busted.
I mean, I'm still pretty left-wing, and I'm still working at the exact same place. Look, I don't know. Maybe I was wrong about Dave.
So you see what it is for her? It's more about loyalty to TYT. It's more about, personal issues. It never was about politics.
Rubin, but I just felt that he, first of all, after he left TYT, he did lie about us, and that bothered me because we were still friends, and I didn't understand what was going on. So I was discombobulated about what was happening with Dave after he left TYT. He did leave on good terms, so it was weird. And, he kept saying that he was this classical liberal, but had trouble defining what that meant and had trouble reinforcing or at least backing up some of the claims that he was making about, his newfound identity. So, look, live and let live. Dave is doing his thing. I did feel that his pivot was strange, but maybe it was sincere. Who knows?
Wrong one, the other book.
Oh, wrong one.
So look, I will take the concession on maybe I was wrong about Dave Rubin, and then she has to backtrack a little bit because she's I suppose still on the left or whatever that means. So she has to claim that I don't know what I'm talking about. I mean, I did write. Can I have it? I have a book that I wrote. Right?
Oh no.
It's called Don't Burn This Book. It was a New York Times bestseller, despite the fact that the New York Times is not.
He seems a little irritated with his producer, or
too kind to people.
Wait, is his producer his husband? I feel like I've heard that his husband works on the show with him.
Like me, or who write things that are actually true, and it explains all my classically liberal beliefs. I wrote a follow-up, by the way, which was also quite good. Great stocking stuffer. So there's some sort of implication there that, again, that I did this for money. The funny thing is, try to imagine around 2017, where the culture was, the idea of leaving the left, and I was doing it for money. So I couldn't explain myself, and I was doing it for money. I mean, it just doesn't stand on its own. Also, as for this concept that I lied about the Young Turks, I mean, it's just simply not true. As a matter of fact, I know that they actually were lying to her about why we left. I did not ask for more money. There's a whole bunch of nonsense. I didn't ask for more money. I just said I was leaving. As a matter of fact, David, who left with me, who was the producer at the time, he was paid by the Young Turks a whopping
So he's the producer at the time.
$40,000 a year to be a producer there. They offered, if he would stay, they offered him $80,000, and we still walked. That was a hell of a lot of money in our lives at that time. So I think there's some confusion there. And again, I don't mean to make this about the myopic portion of this, but I will take the maybe I was wrong about Dave Rubin part. And maybe there will be an apology along the way, and then there will be a sit down and everything else. We shall see.
See, I don't know. This is making me a little bit confused because it does, all signs indicate a rapprochement in terms of her working with Glenn Beck. Dave's, would you call Glenn Beck Dave's employer? Glenn Beck is the point person at The Blaze. So, I mean, that's where I'm getting that from. Dave's show is in the Blaze network. So it feels like there has been discussions between Anna's people and Dave's people behind the scenes. Now, as you're going to see on Piers Morgan with Dave and Cenk, it's a little bit of a different story
about that. But
and we've got that coming right up for you.
I was very conflicted about this over the last week or so as Phoenix and I were discussing whether we should address it or not, or what we should do with this, because I don't like just like the internet, like gotcha stuff. Except I think the thing that overrides that for me, or I guess what I know overrides that for me, is that I probably more than anyone, I mean, my evolution was real, but also this wide tent thing that I've been calling for is real. And when you're going to have a wide tent, you're going to have some people that maybe you weren't thrilled with before. So I did tweet this out, and she did not respond, but we shall see. I saw that video and I tweeted, "Hey, Ana Kasparian, glad to see you're rethinking some things. For the record, I can explain my classically liberal beliefs quite well. I wrote 2 books about them, and I never lied about TYT. Some people lied to you, but that's not what's important. Want to break the internet." So this is my official.
So I don't know. I don't think that breaks the internet. Right? I think at this point, like Anna and Dave agreeing on stuff, that's to be expected. What would maybe come close to what he's going for with breaking the internet is some kind of rapprochement with Cenk, but I'm not sure that's in the cards. We'll see.
Invite to Ana Kasparian to sit down. We can do it in person or we can do it on Skype. We can find a third location if you want Piers Morgan to moderate it. I am willing to do all those things. If there's anything else that you want to accuse me of, we could do it completely live and that'll be just fine. If you'd rather just apologize and then we move on and talk about what all our touch points are and what we see the same, or how we see that government should be different or something like that, I think that would be fine too. And that's actually how we will continue to heal this country and own a proper culture that is good and pluralistic in the sense of ideas and all those things. If you still, she said she still has her lefty beliefs or whatever they are, okay, that's fine. I don't care. I like when people have differences of opinion. The funny thing is, I know from my own experience and from the experience of so many of you guys that when people wake up, you just can't stop the wake up. So my guess is over time, and
it feels like he's going to do a sleepwalking metaphor. It's very dangerous to wake them up while they're walking, so you got to wait until they get them to sit down and pour them some tea and so,
Most of your lefty, whatever you have that you think is still lefty at this point, is going to disappear because that is just.
What do you think, chat? Is he right? Could he be right?
What happens? You cannot stop the truth. It is as simple as that. However, despite all of the things that you have said about me, and again,
well, and also if you want to stay in the lane that you're occupying right now, which is, here's how it works. In terms of what he said about the right being accepting, yeah, they'll take the W when it's handed to them. Now, a W means somebody on the left making some kind of concession and saying the right was right about XYZ. Now, that is the price for admittance, all right? But there's going to be more price in order to stay. And if all Ana and Cenk were to do is say, hey, we kind of agree with the right on tough on crime, we kind of agree with the right on trans sports, we kind of agree with the right on on immigration, that is not going to buy their membership. That is not going to buy their acceptance for very long. So he's right that the rest of her leftness will definitely fall away, but it's going to be because there's an incentive. She's going to get stuff from doing this. She's going to, and she's going to open some doors on the right, right as she slams some doors closed on the left. And she's going to be in a situation where she's sort of forced to continue along, picking up the breadcrumbs.
Whether you lied or they lied to you.
Until she comes to a house made of gingerbread.
Or some of the nasty things, and I was above the fray the entire time. I will put all of that aside to see if we can do something better that I think would be good for the culture and good for the country. So that is segment 1 of the Rubin Report for today.
That's a great way to end a segment. That was segment 4 of NCCTV today. If you liked the video, make sure to hit subscribe so that my videos keep popping up on your feed. And you could also like the video if you want to help me out in the algorithm. I also have a Patreon if you want to support me there, though. Like it's like the Xander Hall technique. If you ever watch Xander Hall, he ends all of his segments with you know, the call to action, which is weird when you're watching it on stream. I should do that. There's literally no reason not to, other than the fact that it's awkward as fuck when I'm trying to talk to chat. I gotta be aware that there's a VOD that's being made, segments that are being cut. I'm getting cut up and turned into all kinds of little content and mini content. I gotta be aware of all that too. Anna is playing what, 9009 Dimension Chess? Own a culture. I mean, look, they feel like they've won the culture war. I think that's what he's saying. I think that's what own the culture. What end goal of this rave? Go back to the lefty again? Wait, what end goal? Did I say? Chad, I gotta start streaming at low latency. Oh my god. There we go. Not enough memory to open this page? Jesus Christ, what's wrong with my computer? There we are. I should yell at chat and climb. That's what you're supposed to do, be mean to chat? I think Ana Kasparian won't team up with Rave Dubin unless, except if she is forced to by her new employer. Rubin's stupidity is kind of a ball and chain. I mean, that's what I'm saying is that, and that, like, I just like hate that they had to like attack him on a personal level. Like, I think they helped him. I mean, I'm not saying that he wouldn't have, you know, been influential without TYT giving him that content, but I'm just saying that they didn't have to give him that content. This is the thing, though. Like, TYT has always just gotten owned by right-wingers. Have you noticed that? Even back in the day, they were always getting owned in some way. They were always getting embarrassed by right-wingers. And I gotta wonder if this has something to do with them surrendering to the right at this point. Is there any connection? 332 gig RAM and a new GPU according to Chrome. I don't have 32 gig RAMs, especially not 3 of them. Have a heated gamer moment like Hassan and go viral. Knowing me, though, I'd actually get banned. We do have more of this Ana Rubin content. Somehow, chat. Somehow there's like so much setup to this. I didn't even know. Thank you for sending me this link, Natalie.
All right, and this is also a fun video. Can we get this video?
Oh, this is from 5 years ago.
Of Dave Rubin. He was in Britain doing his British tour. And he was asked, you know, a series of questions. And at one point, the host of the program, and I'm not sure what the name of the program was, some British guy. It's go back just it's that program No Filter, and I can't remember what the name of the host is. Got to go back just a little bit there.
Wait, wasn't No Filter Anna's show?
Oh, it's start right here. Okay.
Dave receiving the truth in real time.
Yeah, this is him being forced to watch Ana Kasparian on the Young Turks explain and dish her opinion of Dave Rubin having had worked with him up close. Now, the interesting thing about this is both to watch Dave Rubin's face as he's listening to this stuff, and then what I found really fascinating was his refusal to actually respond to what Kasparian said. He responded to claims that were not made. Now, We have said in the past that Dave Rubin receives funding from the Koch brothers. Now, of course, the Koch brothers don't pay Dave Rubin directly. They fund a institute in a libertarian think tank in what university is that? I can't remember.
George Mason.
George Mason. And that Liberty Institute pays him. So technically speaking, the Koch brothers do not pay him. He just gets money from a Koch-supported right-wing libertarian think tank. But listen to how he responds to Ana Kasparian's criticism that he left not because of politics, but because he wanted to make more money. Not he asked for more money and was rejected. That's important.
Can I please finally tell the truth about why he left the Young Turks?
Oh shit, that's what he was getting at. I forgot this. Yeah, this is Anna's show.
To make a six-figure salary to host a 30-minute-a-week show when everyone here, because we work for an independent news company, was getting paid far less while working 12-hour days. That's why Dave Rubin left the company. And now all of a sudden he's getting funded by the Koch brothers, and all of a sudden his opinions are very different. He has no political identity. He is not an honest actor. He is not an intellectual. He is a fraud. That's who Dave Rubin is.
I wish I knew how she really felt. Boy, that's.
But no point where to begin. Fraud, lazy, avaricious. Immoral. You wanted more money.
First off, I never asked for. It's so silly to even, unfortunately, to have to talk about these little nonsensical things.
Yeah.
He was doing so good. No, he's really upset. He was doing a good job of acting unfazed for a second there, but something in there got to him. Was it the end? Was it that he's not an intellectual?
Because I like talking about ideas, not about people. I never asked for more money. That's number one.
Pause
I
it.
left. I
Pause
told
it.
him I was leaving.
Pause it. First off, she never claimed that he asked for more money. He's completely making up a different. It's not, I didn't want more money. He never asked for more money. She never said he asked for more money. He's not disputing what she said. And this is silly. Like, I don't like to talk about, they're having him on as a profile. But this is beneath him to talk about.
Hey,
this.
but
So
interesting. I
silly.
want to talk about ideas.
I would talk about ideas, not about
there was an
me
idea about
as the
freedom.
interviewer. Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
and now watch as he proceeds to sort of validate what she was saying.
Silly to even, unfortunately, to have to talk about these little nonsensical things. Because I like talking about.
What is this show again? I'm sorry. I'm just like
to sort of validate what she was saying.
Silly to even, unfortunately, to have to.
Dave Rubin, forced to react to Ana Kasparian, says he is more interested in big ideas. Of course he is. Oh, I was hoping it would say the name of the show.
Talk about these little nonsensical things. Because I like talking about ideas, not about people. I never asked for more money. That's number one. I left. I told them I was leaving and I left. There were no negotiations. That's it. Actually, my executive producer, who I brought with me, they offered to double his salary if he stayed. So together we would have made more money if we'd stayed. But that has nothing to do with nothing.
Does it make you?
I would say no.
The cinematography is adding a deliciously surreal element to an already uncomfortable situation with Dave Rubin. That is fucking amazing.
No, it's kind of pathetic, really. I'm not funded by the Koch brothers. I mean, I wish I was funded by the Koch brothers. That would be nice. I wouldn't be wearing H&M underwear. I mean, it's like this is what I'm talking about. It's that sort of endless hysteria, attacking people, attacking motives. Nobody's interested in that anymore. I really don't think people are interested.
The format of the show adds so much. It adds so much. It's almost.
Are you saying this show is boring?
Dave needs to stop plagiarizing my impersonation of him.
Right.
I'm putting Dave Rubin on notice to stop stealing my impression of him for his talking points.
It really is. Like, it's blatant.
It's incredible.
He's completely stealing your shtick.
All he does is do my shtick as himself.
He's a shtick stealer.
At least do your own shtick, not
Right.
an impersonation.
Do your own shtick, Dave.
Of your shtick.
Get your own personhood or whatever.
Yeah, Jesus.
crazy.
Become your own person. Don't just do the person that I'm making fun of you being.
Also, 2 months ago, they announced a new partnership with the Ayn Rand Institute, which, among other sorts of fundraisers, has ties to the Koch brothers.
Yeah.
But somehow he still can't even get Uniqlo underwear.
I was gonna say, like, what like
me? Very, very.
You know, in some ways, Ayn Rand is like an insult to humanity. The fact that there is an author that millionaires and billionaires love that wrote a story about the wealthy all getting together in a gulch somewhere and starving the rest of us out to the point where we build a great statue of a dollar bill sign in honor of our recognition that they truly are our betters and they are the they are what's important in society, not the workers, right? The fact that that is allowed to be a thing that exists and people are not in full on revolt against these fuckers is wild. Millionaires and billionaires following the philosophy of the woman who wrote The Virtue of Selfishness. This is, as Trump said, a gilded age that we are entering into. This is a new gilded age. And the lack of shame or forethought from the upper crust is unbelievable. That they're just shoving it in our face, right? The fact that the Koch brothers sponsor an Ayn Rand Institute, the fact that the two billionaires are funding a think tank named after someone with someone with no fucking heart like that should tell you a little bit about them.
Very specific.
Is underwear that expensive?
I mean,
I just get.
I got MeUndies. There we go. That was the sponsor, right?
I have some Uniqlo. I've tried to make the move.
Uniqlo is good for that.
Sam's like, I just got the new Krakatoa and
them for me. I like them. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm interested in talking about ideas.
Let's go to.
We need to talk about ideas, chat. We need to talk about ideas. And who better to do that with? Wait, if I can fucking find it.
So Ana Kasparian from the Young Turks.
Oh no, I don't even know what this is. There we go.
I mean, seriously. And I think that she's...
Chat. It's time. It's time. Piers Morgan, Dave Rubin, Dave Smith, Lindy Lee, and... Amala Akpunobi. Are you ready for this? Are you really and truly ready for the high-level ideas that are about to flow? Because I gotta know. I don't want to start this video up if you're not ready. Wow, chat, you've been busy. 131 of you have voted in the poll so far, and 48% of those voted for Ethan Klein crashes out some more. 27% of those voted for how Hassan and Destiny fell out. 14% of those voted for Shapiro reviews Wicked. And 11% of those voted for throwback debate Hassan versus Cenk on capitalism. So that's where we stand right now. I believe we are at 80% of the dono goal, so pretty damn close. If there's anybody who's donated and you want to put your money where your mouth is and add it to the topic of your choice. If you've got one of these topics you prefer, feel free to let me know in the chat. You can also say Vox Populi, as some have tonight. Yeah, because the Vox Populi is actually strong. Look at that, 10%. So in effect, when the Vox Populi is 10%, anything 10% or lower is zeroed out. So that's the effect of the Vox Populi. It zeroes all the buffs out unless the buffs rise above. So God, chat, this is such an online chat. This is such an online discussion. I'm talking about 15 towards Hassan and Destiny lore. Hassan and Destiny lore. Hassan and Destiny lore. Oh my God, chat. I have this weird. Does anybody else have any like weird and totally useless and fucked up superpowers like I do? Mine is that I can come up with a theme song for everything that doesn't need a theme song. And anything that just like there's no need for a theme song for that. That's just something, you know, it just like it comes out. Hassan and Destiny lore. I can hear the song in my head. It just self-generates. That's my weird fucked up superpower that is in no way helpful at any time. Anybody else have something like that? I assume that's totally normal, right? Completely normal. I do have some female friends who unironically stand Ayn Rand and think the Fountainhead is a feminist touchstone. No! Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, who was John Galt? Yeah, right, Michael. So yeah, chat, we've got this panel ahead of us. Okay, so that means that like Hassan and Destiny lore has got 20%. Sorry, it's got 20% minus 10% is 10%. And then if I add that to, oh my God. Okay, that scared me a little bit. Hot Ham Radio, thank you for the gifted membership to Saphira. Saphira, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. So yeah, chat, here we go. We're 83% of the way towards the dodo goal. Again, if we hit that, we'll get some kind of bonus content. Could it be Ethan Klein? Could it be Hassan and Destiny lore? Hassan and Destiny lore! Only you can decide, and you can decide by voting if you haven't voted yet, and you can decide by letting me know in the chat which of these topics you want to throw your donation behind when you donate, and I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is, turning it into a percentage which you can add to any of the options that we have, or you could add it to Vox Populi and be a chaos agent and make it so that the donations don't count as much and the poll counts more. That's the kind of chaos agent you can be. That's the kind of role of a spoiler that you can play if you so choose. Come play my game. Exhale, exhale. Yes, let's get, speaking of playing my game, what is this? Okay, so we got a nice little conversation with, wait, oh no, I didn't know this was here. I didn't know this was here. This is a little Christmas, a little early. It's a little early holiday present chat that I just found underneath my tree. So he has David Rubin on. Why did I call him David? Dave Rubin, Rave Dubin. He has Rave Dubin on to talk about the beef with Kasparian. This is such petty drama, and I'm here for it. All right. All right. Are you ready, chat? Are you ready to rock? Because I am. I'm as ready as I'll ever be.
Someone like Elon Musk, who is basically a default.
Wait.
Donald Trump represents right now is something that is well beyond conservative versus liberal or left versus right.
He's the dragon of chaos. Yes.
Or anything else. It's a restoration of the American dream. It is a wide tent party that has now brought in classical liberals, not only like myself, but Tulsi Gabbard and RFK, who will be in the administration itself, or someone like Elon Musk, who is basically a default lefty his entire life. And it has brought them in conversation and in government and in culture with Republicans who tend to be more for the old institutions and more for, let's say, pro-capitalism, things of that nature. This has created a pro-America movement that I think almost everyone in America can get on board. Now, as it pertains to Anna, yes, I was part of the Young Turks Network about a decade ago. We were very, very good friends. She was invited to my wedding. We hung out all the time. I did see her on your show about 2 weeks ago.
Well, for those who didn't, let me stop you there, because for those who didn't, I want to play two clips. One, this is for those who may be coming cold to this. One is a sort of mashup of some of the things she said about you before. Then I'm going to play a clip of what she said on this show 2 weeks ago. So let's watch the.
Let's see if he deals with it better than the other supercut, right? This is the second supercut that we're going to watch Dave Rubin watch of Ana Kasparian. And I mean, like, this should be easier for him to handle, right? Because Anna's being nice to him now.
Two things.
He was lazy when he worked here. He's lazy now with his ridiculous show where he proves time and time again that he doesn't know anything. He has no political.
She's kind of reading him.
Identity. He is not an honest actor. He is not an intellectual. He is a fraud. But if you are someone who considers yourself libertarian, consider the fact that Dave Rubin is a public figure who represents you, and he doesn't actually genuinely believe in your ideology.
What the fuck actually is this? Like, why is she out here addressing the libertarians to tell them that Dave Rubin is a terrible libertarian? He's not a good libertarian at all. He's lying to you. He's not a real head.
And he's going around the country embarrassing you. You need to at least know your shit and know how to back up your argument. Even if it's like a BS argument, you need to have an argument.
Yeah. Give them an argument, as Ben Burgess once said.
And he doesn't even do the legwork to be a grifter, right?
Look, I don't know. Maybe I was wrong about Dave Rubin, but I just felt that he, first of all, after he left TYT, he did lie about us, and that bothered me because we were still friends, and I didn't understand what was going on. He did leave on good terms, so it was weird. And, you know, he kept saying that he was this classical liberal, but had trouble defining what that meant and had trouble reinforcing or at least backing up some of the claims that he was making about, you know, his newfound identity.
So, Dave, there we have it in all its inglorious fashion, all the digs she had at you, then what she said on mine.
Seems okay.
But she herself, of course.
Wait, no, is he? Is he okay? Did he get triggered again? Is he?
Was
Did that hurt? Did that sting? She was reading him, even though I guess she no longer feels that way on a lot of that stuff.
What's your response?
Gulp.
Well, first off, I should note you don't have 10 years of videos of me saying anything about her because we did leave on good terms. As a matter of fact, when I told her.
He's bullshitting on this, isn't he? I mean, like, I don't know exactly where the videos are, but I am pretty sure that on some platform, he's being disingenuous, isn't he? Like, he's like, I never said anything about TYT.
I was leaving. We went to Zinc on Melrose. I took her out for sangria, and she cried that because I was leaving, and I was bringing my producer with me. But putting that aside for a moment, if I can't explain any of my ideas, well, somehow this became a New York.
You asshole! Anything you will use as a fucking chance to schlock your book at us. And it's like, I feel like the title of that book encapsulates everything that's annoying about Dave Rubin.
Times bestseller where I lay out all my classically liberal
greatest hits for your pleasure, all laid out for you, easy to understand.
Beliefs, and I've discussed them with you many times, and I believe in laissez-faire economics, and I believe in individual rights and all that. But what I would say, I think she's a little confused and perhaps was lied to by her employers about some of my behaviors or something like that. But I love the idea of anyone going through their own political evolution. You know, one of the things is that people go through it often in varying speeds. So I always say some people swallow the red pill and some people snort it, right?
And some people boof it. There's so many different ways you could take it, chat. There's so many different ways you could take it.
People just wake up overnight and they fully see it. I think one of the things that you have to do when you wake up is realize that many people have gone through this before you and that you might have wronged some people on the way there. So I was very glad.
It's like AA. You become a Republican and then you apologize to everyone that you criticized when you were a woke scold. You're like, I'm sorry I woke scolded you. That was so bad. But now I'm red pilled. I took the red pill really fast. Like I mainlined the red pill. I don't know. What is the...
to hear her say,
what is this metaphor? What is this metaphor of him turning it into drugs? Isn't that why? Is it wild? Should it be wild? Should I not be surprised that that is how the red pill is being? Now, chat. Give me your opinion on this. Do you think that he is in touch with the right-wing culture? Right? Is he one to speak on what the red pill is? How people like accept it? I don't know. Like, I'm not saying I don't think he's right wing. I'm just saying I'm not sure he understands all the right wing lore and metaphor and all that shit that their bastardization of the red pill, blue pill from the Matrix.
That she might have been wrong about Dave Rubin. Look, all it takes, honestly, like I know you know this, Piers, you've been in this game longer than me. You don't get any apologies in this business, and I don't like making things really about myself in that sense. But genuinely, if there was a mea culpa there or just a simple apology, maybe I didn't see things right about you, Dave, or whatever, I would gladly welcome anyone. And I don't mean to make this about her. If you're waking up to the ideas of liberty and limited government, especially post-COVID and seeing what this ridiculous Democratic Party has become, and you want to agree to disagree and dive into the ideas and have that battle, I will do that with absolutely anybody. So look, an apology probably, I would say, would be warranted, but I don't sit there and wait for it. And I think there are much bigger forces at play here than just the interpersonal battle of two people.
Out of interest, I mean, if I could make it happen, would you debate her?
Yes.
On Uncensored?
Yeah, 100. I said that on my show after we played that clip. If she, I'd be happy to do it with her live, just the two of us.
Did they drop him right into this? Like, wait, did he not? I'm so surprised because I always assume that they know the guests know the general format of the show, like the flow. You know, okay, I'm going to talk to you for a few minutes, Dave, and then we're going to bring in the panel, and then I'm going to talk to just Lauren Boebert. Yeah, he talks to Lauren Boebert. I'm glad that he's having the, important discussions with the crucial figures, all the high-level ideas. I'm glad that Piers is, bringing us Lauren freaking Boebert.
Us in studio. If you want to be the host or moderator, I'll do it under any condition because again,
I'll do it in a box. I'll do it with a fox. I will eat those eggs and ham. I will eat them. Sam, I am.
And I think there's something, I think it now represents something that could be unbelievably good for America.
Yeah.
Progressives who have called everybody racists and bigots and impugn motives. I mean, people just watch that compilation right there. Always going after people in the worst nature. If you've now woke up, and from what I understand, I've seen some of her tweets, she's now being attacked the same way she attacked me. So I would say, much like Bruce Willis said in Die Hard, welcome to the party, pal. But we can be.
I thought he said die hard. Die hard, die hard, die hard. Didn't he? He comes out of the vent and he says, die hard.
be on the same side, even if we still have political disagreements. Okay, we don't agree on the marginal tax rate or the immigration rates or something like that. If you love America, if you think this place is fundamentally good, if we still have a country that will offer more opportunity for any other place, and you want to be part of that, yes, whatever the circumstances are or the moderator is or isn't, I'd be happy to do it. But if it's you, that would be great.
You know, what's really interesting about what you just said, I totally agree with you, by the way. But if you look at Trump's picks for his cabinet, for example, they are so diverse in terms of their views, right across the board. I mean, if
they're so diverse in terms of the types of crimes that they've committed, in terms of the disqualifying factors for each of them. Yes, they are definitely something to behold. Yes, Piers.
All got together, they'd be arguing about all sorts of stuff, which I'm all in favor of. This kind of, you know,
let's just have a big wrestling match. Let's have a Royal Rumble. All the Trump officials that he's nominating, they get in the ring, they throw each other out. The last two in the ring get nominated for something.
Rigid ideology where you have
rinse and repeat.
Have to all sign up to one viewpoint about everything.
That's what the left is like. You all have to all sign up to one viewpoint, and if you don't do that, then you're not allowed to be on the left. Well, I just don't think that a political party should be like that. I think we should have a big tent, a tent that's big enough for Donald Trump and Tulsi Gabbard. What an asshole. What an asshole this man is.
Yeah, there'll be people in there that completely disagree with RFK, for example, about some of his views. Good. Have that debate.
Of course.
Have that debate. This is what democracy is supposed to be built on.
This is what democracy smells like, yes.
Of course, this is the beauty of what Trump is doing right now. And really, you can connect that.
The beauty of Trump. Thank you. God damn.
So deeply. I mean, I would recommend anyone go back on YouTube. You can find Donald Trump on Phil Donahue or Oprah or a whole bunch of these shows back in the 80s, and he sounds like a Democrat.
Yeah.
So Donald Trump is not a traditional conservative. I would actually argue that Donald Trump's own political evolution, probably, Piers, is much more in line with guys like you and me than say George Bush or Dick Cheney or someone that might, you think of as a sort of standard bearer for republicanism. So the fact that he is now going to bring in people who quite literally were running against him for president only 6 months ago.
Oh my God, that's never happened before. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. Come on.
RFK Jr., and someone who ran against him for president on the other side, Tulsi, only 4 years ago. That shows you what's bringing them together. What's bringing them together is a love for America, a realization that we have been on the precipice of giving away the most precious, beautiful experiment in human history on how to free people ever. And I think Donald Trump actually now sees that. I also think that post-assassination attempt, I think he has a renewed fervor and sort of realization of what his role in life is. And
I'm not sure how long Donald Trump will last. He's not much cognitively better than Joe Biden. He's less pronounced, maybe, but he's got the same. He's checked out. He's checked the fuck out.
And that's the opportunity that, again, not to make this about Anna specifically, but anyone.
And that's dangerous, because that means anyone around him can use him as a vessel for whatever their weird priorities are, whether it's the Peter Thiel's, wet dream as facilitated by J.D. Vance, or whether it's Elon Musk's libertarian dystopia. He is an open vessel at this point.
It's going through a wake up. We know so many people have woken up. I mean, look, for me, I think it was 2016. I did that Why I Left the Left video for PragerU. You want everyone to get there the day you do, but you have to be gracious when people come around one way or another.
Yeah, you definitely have to be gracious when people come around one way or another.
Bring in my other panel members, because some of them are definitely going on a very interesting journey, including new MAGA enthusiast Cenk Uygur. I said that deliberately to trigger him. And founder of the Young Turks, libertarian Dave Smith, host of Part of the Problem, Lindy Lee, the DNC.
Definitely part of the problem, Dave Smith. Thank you.
Finance Committee member and advisor, and former woke activist turned YouTuber.
Wait, what is her?
the host and founder of the Young Turks. Libertarian Dave Smith, host of Part of the Problem. Lindy Lee, the DNC Finance Committee member and advisor.
Wait, DNC Finance? Okay, wait, so Cenk is on the left. Is she on the left as well somehow?
And former woke activist turned YouTuber, Amala Ekpunobi. Well, welcome to all of you. So Cenk, I mean, many people saying if you...
How does this work out? You
carry on down the road you're going in the last few weeks, you will be a fully fledged member of MAGA before we know it.
Yeah, there's absolutely
I don't think he's wrong.
No chance of that. And I'm not like Dave Rubin, a giant sellout fraud who changed all of his positions and is totally useless and it shouldn't even be on here. He's just a waste of space.
Wow. Really? After all Dave said about coming together?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I've got no interest in coming together with utter frauds like Dave Rubin. So, brother, you telling me that when you were on the Young Turks, you were Mr. Progressive and you agreed with us 100%. Now, all of a sudden, you agree with Trump 100%. You're not saying something nuanced like we are. Hey, you know, when the guy gets shot at and he puts his fist up, that's courageous. When he does a...
Yeah, that was nuanced. That's the word I would use for praising a fucking dictator.
The McDonald's photo op, and it works fine, no problem, right? If he wants to cut the Pentagon, great. Those are progressive positions. Anti-corruption, progressive position. Anti-war, progressive position. But you change all of your ideology overnight, and you expect us to believe that that's real? I don't think it's real.
I don't think he was overnight at all. I think Cenk's just straight up wrong about this.
At all. And
But this is convincing me that he believes it at least. Like, he really did not notice Rubin constantly disagreeing.
And I want an apology from you for all the crazy, outrageous lies that you told about the Young Turks. When is that going to happen, huh? Wow. And when are you going to admit that you changed all your positions for money, okay? Well, what
money, Lebowski, money.
Position do you still have that's in any way a so-called classic liberal, you fraud?
Dave?
Piers, it's barely worth responding to this ridiculous buffoon who's the joke of the industry. I will say this, Cenk, I haven't spoken to you in 10 years.
Look, he is definitely a joke, Cenk, but you are like the bigger joke, and you're proving why right now. It's like he's... Does he know that he's... I guess he doesn't. I guess he doesn't realize he's humiliating himself right here and now.
You're a total fraud.
I don't think he's a fraud or a joke. I think Dave Rubin is, for what it's worth, I think Dave Rubin is one of the most influential and significant voices out there right now. And I admire his honesty about the journey he's been on.
He just looks like an asshole here. I mean, like, Dave Rubin is a piece of shit, but goddamn.
Piers, I appreciate that, but you know, the thing is, what Cenk just proved is exactly what everyone in America, and I would say all over the world, is getting over. No,
this is sad. This is sad. If you had told me in, I don't know, whatever year after Dave Rubin had left the Young Turks, that someday Dave Rubin would just be like owning Cenk on live on a debate, I would have been like, Dave Rubin is not capable of that. That's not possible, but here we are.
Nobody wants what he just offered up there. Not only does no one believe it, and he had it prepackaged and ready to go, and it's complete drivel. Yes, I sold out. It's so nonsensical. Again, Cenk, I'll gladly send you a signed copy of the book.
Every single time he schlocks his book at us.
And you can read all of my thoughts. And if you're anti-corruption and you're anti-war, you should be on the Trump train. But
get on the Trump train too.
Your endless hatred, the division that you sow, calling everyone racist and white supremacist, all of that stuff, it's why you're not respected. But I don't mean to get into the personal side of that. I'm talking about now something that culturally has shifted, and everyone can see the grift that you're up to, trying to sort of dance with the thing. But it's just not necessary, and I don't think that many people will buy it.
Well, Cenk.
So Dave Rubin thinks that Cenk is grifting. And apparently he's not the only one. Matt Walsh has his doubts as well. But we'll get to that in a bit. Let's finish. Wait, where? This one? Yeah.
Let me put to you, Cenk, something that
can I
Laura.
just address
Hang on,
that?
Cenk. Hang on, Cenk. Hang on. I'm gonna read you something just to see your reaction. But Laura Loomer called you out on X, as you know, and she said this: "You are the radical left, Cenk Uygur. You're a con artist and an opportunity.
You're the radical left. You're the max left. You're left maxing.
Grifter who's gotten rich off demonizing President Trump, calling his supporters fascists and Nazis.
She should call him a crypto woke.
Promoting open borders, glorifying Hamas, and pushing conspiracy theories about Trump for 9 years. If you want forgiveness, get on your filthy knees.
Get on your filthy knees. Oh my God, Laura.
And pray to Allah because you aren't welcome.
Oh no, I should have known she was going to get racist with it.
Right, and you aren't ever going to find a redemption arc no matter how hard you pander. And she goes on and on. I'm going to keep calling you out every time you try to move an inch closer to many on the right because you're too dense and too dumb, because they're too dense and too dumb to decode your subversion. But
she's mad. I would look, no doubt. Laura Loomer is the best thing that TYT's got going. Like, they should lean into their fight with Laura Loomer. She's the only one that makes them look halfway decent. Dave Rubin is out here mogging on Cenk. It's just not, I mean, this is not going well for them, right? Laura Loomer, that's like the best fight that they've got. That's the one fight where they end up looking less ridiculous than the person that they're fighting against.
I'm not. So look, there are lots of people on the right who think that you're on some great move here to, as she puts it, wiggle your way into the middle and over to the right.
You're gonna wiggle. She said you're gonna wiggle.
So you can then
She said you're gonna worm.
Poison MAGA with your, as she puts
You're gonna be the worm in the apple of MAGA.
Human political takes. Your thoughts?
Yeah. Okay, so look, this is people like Laura Loomer and Dave Rubin are the exact problem. And I think actually somebody else on this panel was part of the solution. That's Dave Smith. And I want to come back to that in a second. So
I want to come back to glazing him in just a second, but for now.
When you have people like Dave Rubin switch all of their positions, what happens is when you go to do nuance and you say, hey guys, hold on, let me explain. Hold on. Yeah. Hey, go pleasure Trump again. Go pleasure Trump again.
Excuse me. So what I'm noticing is that they really are moderating these two. Like, Dave Rubin is trying to get in there, but he's actually turned down. If Cenk responds to him, though, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that we can't hear it. But yeah, let's see if Cenk can use this to his advantage.
Again.
Do you know that
he goes from Bernie to Trump and pretends? Come on, brother. Come on, brother.
I tell people what I believe in, and I'm
believe in? You
upfront and
believed in
honest
something
about
yesterday.
it.
You don't believe in anything today.
Yeah, what position?
Yeah,
what position do you
Can
think I
answer the
hold
question?
that I don't honestly believe?
Can I answer
Name
the
one.
question?
Yeah.
Can I answer the question? Can I answer Trump?
Yeah, what
Pierce's
position
question?
do I say
So
that I
listen,
believe that I
okay.
don't really believe? Go ahead.
Brother,
Which one?
you
Give me
went on
one.
See, if you start talking with them, then they'll turn him up.
Fox News with Tucker Carlson. You went on Tucker Carlson on Fox News and said gay people, that the fact that the fire department was recruiting gay people was why there was forest fires. You're a national embarrassment, okay?
Right. If
You
anyone
pleasure
honestly
those
believes
guys
that,
for a
Piers,
living.
you can
It's
pull up the clip
disgusting.
tomorrow if you want.
Okay?
I was
You
talking
can
about
pull up the
diversity,
clip.
equity,
You can
and
pull up the
inclusion,
clip.
that you shouldn't hire
Can I
people
answer Pierce's
based on their
question?
genitals or their sexual orientation. And we now all know that. You have been one of the prime pushers of all of this neo-racism. I believe in meritocracy.
The neo-racism. I'm assuming he's talking about reverse racism.
That whether you're going to be a doctor or a firefighter or a basketball player or anything else, you should be hired on your qualifications, not your genitals or sexual orientation or skin color.
Yeah.
That's actually
Can I answer the
America. So
frickin' question?
you can keep trying here.
Cenk,
all
finish your
so
point, and then I'll go to Dave Smith.
Listen, yes. When this country desperately needs to unite against the establishment on things we all agree on. So things like all the populace hate corruption. All the populace hate war. By the way, Dave doesn't. Dave will demand that we start every war for Israel and pay for all of Israel's war. So he's been establishment on that all along. So, but when you go to say, hey, can we get an agreement on things that we agree on? The left pushes back because they're so afraid. They got traumatized by the Dave Rubins in the world.
One in chat, if you've seen Pierce do this before. I don't think I ever have. I feel like every time I watch Pierce, if somebody starts to butt in, there's no control of their volume, right? They just butt in, and it derails shit a lot. Like people get talked over, and but I haven't seen that. Why are they all of a sudden they're moderating Dave Rubin? I'm kind of surprised.
They're like, oh, if you take one step, not even in their direction, if you allow the right wing to take a step in our direction, they're worried that you're going to be a fraud like Dave Rubin and change all of your positions overnight. So my friends on the left, do not get scarred by this fraud of a man. There are other people like Dave Smith, who
let me bring in Dave
is a
Smith.
libertarian.
Right.
We disagree on other issues.
Let me bring in
but
Dave
we
Smith.
can actually unite on the things that we care
All
about.
right. Let me bring in Dave Smith.
In order to unite, you got to get past the frauds like Dave Rubin.
All right. Dave Smith, welcome back to Uncensored. Obviously, things have kicked off. I actually thought there might have been a coming together moment and not.
That's what I was expecting too, especially given what we've seen from Anna. Like, I mean, like Anna's not, she wasn't all smiles and butterflies, but overall, she seemed like somebody who could and probably would eventually publicly make up with Dave Rubin. Cenk, on the other hand, he's as recalcitrant as ever. So I don't know what's going on. Oh my God, chat.
The way it went, but it's gone the opposite way.
She's going to get a job offer from The Blaze, isn't she? Speaking of shows trading hands, somebody in chat said something about Tim Pool selling his show to the Daily Wire. I mean, they're going to need something like that, right? Daily Wire is cooked. They lost their rising star and maybe best viewed content creator, Brett Cooper.
Let's just take what Dave Rubin was saying and then how Cenk was.
We're going to take a look into Matt Walsh in a second here. But he's not really garnering the same kind of views that he used to. I don't think he has the motion that, in fact, I don't think that anyone at the Daily Wire has the motion.
Responded. But it seems to me that this big tent thing of Trump, I mean, it's very real. His popularity in America has.
I mean, it definitely is a circus. Is that what you mean, big tent?
Never been higher than it is today. He's got an incredible mandate.
He's got you as his clown. Yeah, it's great.
The Republicans basically now are in charge of absolutely everything. You've got everyone who formally distanced themselves in 2016 racing down to Mar-a-Lago to kiss the ring and so on. I mean, it's a real opportunity, but it's undeniably an extraordinary coming together of people from all types of political views and so on, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And let me just say for the record that I like both Dave and Cenk.
So do I. I agree.
Cenk did work in a compliment toward me, and Dave, you weren't able to do that, so I'm going to be on Cenk's side on this issue now.
Dave, you and I have some differences. I've never gone after you. I like you, absolutely.
That's true. Listen, I don't look bigger than your guys' like personal beef. I think it's what's going on here is really kind of amazing. Well, okay, but I'm just saying if you zoom out here, I think since this last election,
you just can't win, can you, Dave Smith? You just can't win, can you?
People are focused.
Trying to be like, well, I appreciate both of you. We were both really smart, and I appreciate you, and you're great friends of mine.
On this kind of realignment and the new political dynamics in America. But
and Rubin is just like, talk to the hand.
If you look back 8 years ago in 2016, during this election in both major political parties, you had essentially civil wars. I mean, Donald Trump came in and took over the Republican Party against the will of the establishment and the donor class. In 2016, the RNC was floating out the idea of changing the rules, as you remember well, Piers, all the way up until the convention. They were floating out the idea of trying to steal this thing from Donald Trump. Of course, that same year, the Bernie Sanders movement had to be flat out cheated by the Democratic establishment. So it's not as if these things haven't been building for quite a long time. I think what happened in this election is that the thing that unified people around Trump was one, like Dave, you know, like you said, me and you disagree on a lot of issues. I think a lot of people who ended up supporting Trump disagree on a lot of issues. The one thing that united all of us is that we opposed the blatant corruption of the establishment and the corporate media apparatus, which
oh my
is
God.
more than the mouthpiece of.
Andrea, thank you for reminding me. Thank you for reminding us. This is the guy that wants to disagree and have a beer. Unless it gets personal, I guess. He is just a #1 hater, isn't he?
The regime, constantly in the business of lying to the American people in service of the regime. And this is what.
Think about it. He hates Sam Cedar. He hates Dave Rubin.
So this is how you're able to get someone, a liberal like Bobby Kennedy and a liberal like Tulsi Gabbard and somebody like J.D. Vance or somebody like Vivek Ramaswamy. Why they can all come together is that they all oppose the corruption that permeates.
They all oppose anything stopping them from doing the corruption. They all resent anything that stops them from doing a fire sale of the U.S. government.
That has truly, profoundly degraded this country over the last 25 years. And I think that there's just with that basic understanding, there's a lot that people, even with very different political views, can agree on.
Yeah. Amala, I want to come to you, but I want to play a clip from Stephen A. Smith. This is where he's calling out people who say he's on the right because he's been criticizing Democrats. Let's take a listen.
No surprises. You're just continuing to piss me off. Why? Because every time I make a comment that's critical of the Democratic Party or the left, I get accused of being a pundit for the right. I voiced my concerns about Joe Biden and his ability to serve as second term as president. Then Biden stepped on the debate stage in late June and revealed what many suspected. He embarrassed himself. The White House and the Democrats eventually switched to Vice President Kamala Harris when he stepped away. I pointed out my concerns with the campaign and the Democratic Party along the way, and many of you wanted to accuse me of being a voice for the right.
Chat, were you being mean to Stephen A. Smith? Did your left maxing asses go out there and accuse him of being in the tank for Donald Trump? I oppose corruption, so I support Trump, yeah. People need to stop saying pundit. I mean, that is kind of annoying, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I just find it inexplicable that someone like
it's the left maxers. The left maxers, they're mean to Stephen A. Smith just because he has some criticisms for Kamala.
Who's so smart, can pass genuinely constructive criticism about why Democrats got it wrong. And immediately he has to be branded a right-wing headbanger, and that's the only reason he's doing
a right-wing headbanger. Yeah, it's very metal.
This, when in fact, a bit of serious introspection from the Democrats is obviously massively overdue. What do you think of it, Amala?
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with your characterization. I think this is a big part of why they lost this past election. And it's this sort of dogmatic fervor that they have for everybody to toe every single part of the ideology that they represent. And I had a very similar experience. I used to be an extremely radical leftist. I was working for a left-leaning organization.
It was super radical.
Organizing students to work on all of these different woke campaigns that were circulating at the time. And as soon as I started to question the narrative or question the fabric of the ideology I was pushing, I was immediately, thrust out into the open to sort of explore these ideas and figure out maybe I'm on the wrong side here because
I'm getting paid a lot more to say these things. I'm getting money from PragerU to say these things, right? I never got money before. This is actually kind of cool.
I was with a group of people that were claiming to be tolerant, but as soon as
they weren't tolerant of me getting that bag. Oh my God, what did I do?
You can say to him,
at this point is just, reasonable common sense. And as they are abandoned by their side, they're going to look to others and they're going to be.
So you got butt hurt and so you became a right winger? Is that what you're saying? That's not better, that's worse.
Accepted because we are able to explore. We are actually promoting skepticism.
Yeah. Lindy, I want to play a clip. This is Kamala Harris overnight. I don't know why she thought this was a good idea to come back out.
Okay, so, I mean, I don't know. We're talking about Kamala here.
That goes to Christmas past, as does Biden. The Democrats have got to move on quickly, haven't they?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. She's indulging delusions of running for governor in California in 2026 and perhaps even running for president in 2020. And I just want to echo what a lot of you guys already said. This past week has been harrowing for me. This Saturday, I went on Fox and Friends and I said that Democrats have a stench of loser hanging over them.
Yeah.
As soon as I said that, there were
oh my God, the left was so mean to you.
Boycott campaigns against.
They were so mean to you.
Sanchi super chatted $5.
Yo.
Cenk finally realizing that the beer he gets from the right is more of a golden shower.
It's more of a golden.
That's what he gets for cozying to the right. LMAO.
Do you think this is the beginning of the end for the grift? Do you think that Anna will split up with him since she seems to be closer to getting along with Rubin at this point? The whole thing in 2016 that there's a Krieger wanted Amala to be the anti-Bree.
Block, unfollow campaigns. I lost 40,000 followers.
Really? You lost followers? Oh my God, I feel so bad for you. Oh my God.
In 4 days. People have called me the W word. I don't know what we're allowed to say, but you can fill in the blank.
We're uncensored. Let's say it. Say it.
You don't say it. Don't say you are. Look, I can't play that on Twitch. All right. She's not gonna say it. She says it, doesn't she? Okay, let's.
Masks off.
Okay, I'm glad you got it out of your system.
And it's even worse because they pretend to occupy the moral high ground. At least with Republicans, they are who they are. But with Democrats, they pretend to be, so loving and caring and embracing of.
This is a fucking parody.
Diversity. But all of a sudden, when I dare to utter any criticisms of the goddess Kamala Harris, I get ostracized. Me, after having raised tens of millions of dollars for the party. And I'm being called a grifter when all along.
I'll show you I'm not a grifter by going all these right-wing platforms to bitch about the left. That'll show you.
All these years, I've said on TV, I've said to the press, I'm a conservative Democrat. This is not a switch for me. This is just me. This is
This is who I am now. God damn it. I didn't get paid to do this.
Yeah. And also, my donors are pissed. They raised $2.5 billion across Super PAC in the campaign. It's my responsibility. It's my duty of care to ask what the hell happened with that money? Why did we spend it? Why did we spend millions of dollars on 5-star hotels for campaign staffers? Why did we spend $500,000 essentially bribing Al Sharpton moments before he interviewed Kamala? These are legitimate questions, but no, in the cult, you can't ask questions.
Yeah.
And leaving the
Just make sure if you do, go to Fox News to ask the questions. That's like the
Democratic Party or even questioning the Democratic Party is like leaving a cult. It's terrifying.
Yeah, Dave Rubin. I mean, that's actually really unpleasant to listen to, isn't it? I mean, the idea that a woman who
all of this is unpleasant to listen to. What's your point, Piers?
Her only crime was to try and raise money for a pretty hopeless candidate, and obviously that didn't work. But the idea that immediately she raises criticism, legitimate and in my view entirely correct criticism of the party, she is abused in that kind of horribly misogynistic and disgusting manner. What does that tell you about where we are?
Sure. Well, I would say, Piers, we have a living, breathing example of that happening on this panel right now, which is that what
Cenk Uygur, Shaky Gurga,
attacks on her character and her behavior and saying awful things, and you can describe them as misogynistic.
Come on, bring it back to Shaky Gurga. I want you to use Cenk, wait, did he say Cenk is the living, is he the living, breathing example of that right now on this panel? Was he talking about Shaky Gurga? Blue Axolotl says, poor Rubin. He can't get Ben to come to his wedding or Cenk to have a beer with him. Yeah, that does kind of suck to be him. And thank you for the super chat. Davy Cliff says, if Cenk wants to join the right, he has to be the whipping boy. I almost read that as wiping boy, but whipping boys for a bit. And Cenk is too prideful for that. Yeah, he's got to take his lumps, I guess.
Horribly misogynistic and disgusting manner. What does that tell you about where we are?
Sure.
Thank you for the super chat.
Piers, we have a living, breathing example of that happening on this panel right now, which is that what she just illustrated there is a bunch of attacks on her character and her behavior, and
just like Cenk was attacking my character and my
saying awful things, and you can describe them as misogynistic.
Please bring this back to petty drama for us, Dave. Please, can I count on you for that?
All those things. Look at everything that Cenk just said to me.
Yes! Oh my God, chat. What did I almost say? Did I almost say I love Dave Rubin? Did those words almost just come out of my mouth? Oh no, chat. But low-key, I love that he's bringing back the drama. I love that he's bringing it back to his beef with Cenk. It's shameless. It's shameless. You're supposed to talk about her and how poor her, she got canceled by the Democratic Party, and this is just what they do, and they're so mean. And, you know, the right wing accepts people that they disagree on a few things, right? The Democrats, you're supposed to be talking about her mess. Now you're back to talking to your mess. This is so good.
These are just attacks, not on my beliefs, but on my character, which again, he couldn't illustrate one thing that I say that
He's going back for seconds.
Don't believe. I came out, I
didn't know the Cenk buffet was still open. God damn.
To the excesses of the left, what we now know as wokeness.
Now he's getting what we now know as woke. I was the patient one of wokeness. There we go.
Came out against identity politics, and I wanted to return America to what it was founded on, which was individual liberty and judging everyone by the content of their character, not
and slavery,
the color of their skin.
Making compromises to get the country together that allow for slavery. That was what the country was based on. Yeah, lest we forget.
The progressive movement is wildly attached to something that brings everyone back to ancient hatred. So when you leave the left,
ancient hatred? What are you talking about?
As both of the ladies just pointed out, you will get unending hatred, usually having nothing to do with what you believe or you say. And again, I would just have anyone rewind the video.
Is Dave Smith slightly annoyed by this? Like, he's kind of left out, right? He doesn't have the backstory where he was like, I was on the left, and then I said maybe Dr. Fauci doesn't know what he's talking about, and they cast me out. And all of a sudden I was politically homeless, like Ana Kasparian.
And listen to the nonsense that Cenk said about me to prove that it still exists.
Well, Cenk, I mean, you did launch a very aggressive ad hominem attack on Dave Rubin off the top.
Yes.
You want to apologize for that now, Cenk?
Which was your decision to do that. But in relation to his specific...
Your decision as an adult man to do...
Yeah, it is.
Can you say one thing that Dave Rubin believes in today that you don't think he believes?
I thought he was going to make him give Dave Rubin one compliment. I really thought he was going to go there. Can you say one thing that you respect about Dave Rubin?
Donald Trump has YMCA. Isn't there a firefighter in there? There's a cop and an Indian. I'm not sure.
Hold on. Look, there's a couple of super important things to say here. First of all, in answering your question, look, Dave doesn't...
What? Wait, let's rewind that. That was kind of...
Can you say one thing that Dave Rubin believes in today that you don't think he believes?
Donald Trump has YMCA. Isn't there a firefighter in there? There's a cop and an Indian. I'm not sure.
Excuse me? Excuse me? What is that supposed to... What am I supposed to conclude from that?
Hold on. Look,
hold on, what are you talking about?
There's a couple of super important things to say here. First of all, in answering your question, look, Dave doesn't believe in any of the positions he believed in. Before he thought he believed in affirmative action, he believed in this. Okay, affirmative action. And now he says it's the worst thing in the world.
Affirmative action. I evolved. I used to
You poke evolved. Yeah, you used to be a Pikachu, now you're a Raichu.
believe in identity politics because I was a progressive
changed.
like
you asked me to say.
Yes,
Why can't
you asked me to name something you changed on? I named it.
You're telling me I don't believe what I'm saying right now. You're calling me a sellout. I believe in
Did you believe the
individual
Russian propaganda you were paid for?
Oh, you are an utter
Did you believe the
buffoon.
Russian?
Did he almost say you bitch? I'm here for it if he wants to call Cenk a bitch live on youtube.com.
Propaganda you were paid for.
I was not paid, Cenk. I was
you were
not
paid
paid
$100,000 a video.
Oh my God, you clown! I would recommend anyone look into that to find out a bit more on that. Cenk, how much
the
when you
FBI's
took
looking
$1
into
million
it.
from Jeffrey Katzenberg? What did that do for you?
Yes, yes, yes. Roll in the mud. This is so beautiful, chat. This is the moment that I've been waiting for all night. All night. Here it is.
And did I change my positions at all? Not 1%.
What about Polymarket?
Not 1%.
Hit him with Polymarket, Dave.
What position do you think I hold
different...
that I cannot explain my
Jeffrey
beliefs on?
Katzenberg is in favor of... Okay, Jeffrey Katzenberg is a good guy, but he's in favor of Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, and Kamala Harris. I was against all three. What part of that is unclear? So look, Piers, there's three
okay, but hang on.
Politics for a second.
Cenk, here's my point.
I just need to explain politics. Piers, please just give me a second to explain politics. This will just take a moment.
The point Dave Rubin is making is, why shouldn't he be allowed to go on an evolution of his...
On a pokey evolution, like a... Wait, what do you call it? Like in...
And why does that mean that right now you can say to him, as you did, you don't believe anything you're saying or believe now, when actually it's completely possible that he 100% believes everything he now says because he's changed his mind? Why can't he do...
Why can't he become a Raichu? I know that he used to be a Pikachu, but maybe one day he could poke evolve.
And why don't you believe him?
I think that the left is scarred by people like Dave Rubin, who had a complete change. For example, Tulsi Gabbard goes from total progressive to total right-winger. On the other hand, RFK Jr. didn't go...
That's good. That's good. RFK Jr. good, Tulsi bad. Okay, got it. Got it, I guess.
A total right-winger. He still believes the things that he believes about the environment, about housing, about corruption, etc.
And Wales?
So you have to be able to distinguish between the people who are doing it professionally as, I hate the word grift, but whatever it is that you want to call it, and the people who have genuine disagreements and genuine nuance in their opinions. So for example, guys, there's three different branches of each party. There is the radical...
No, God, he's gonna do this cringe theory everywhere he goes. He's like, no, shut up, listen to me, let me explain politics. This is what he was talking about. This is what he was talking about. Let me explain politics. All right, there's three branches to every the conservatives and to the left. Right, you got the institution, you got the this, you got
right, radical left, there's the populist left and populist right, and then there's the establishment of both parties. I despise the establishment with every fiber of my being, and I've been doing that same exact program for over 22 years, longest running show in internet history, and we've
most boring show in internet history.
Never wavered on that. But now the radical left, unfortunately, is doing what you're worried about, Piers, that the minute that they see any...
The radical left, I'm trying to save you all from the radical left, but you won't let me take out Dave Rubin and call him a grifter. And then I'm not a grifter. I'm real. I'm organic. I'm actually having an evolution. But Dave Rubin, his evolution is bunk. His evolution is bunk. That you can't go from a Pikachu to a Sonichu. That just doesn't happen. It's not a real... It's not organic. It's not real. He's.
I agree with the right when they agree with us on something like anti-war. They go, "Oh my God!"
There's like no way that you can go on a show and argue with a dude that he doesn't believe what he says he believes. That's just like it's like what the fuck.
Hold on, let me.
That's really the position you got yourself stuck into.
Finish the thought. Let me finish the thought. And what people then...
Dave Rubin is the ringmaster. If this is the circus with the big tent and Pierce is the clown, then Dave Rubin is unfortunately the ringmaster in this one.
Say is, oh no, he's going to pull a Dave Rubin because these guys get paid to go fully right wing and then they'll throw their own people under the bus. So they'll pick a gay guy like Dave to throw gay people under the bus. If you see me going after Muslims, if you see me going after people that I've always supported, then you have an issue. But part of and this is not a pivot, guys. We've been fighting the radical left for 2 straight years now because they say absurd things like, hey, if the right wing agrees with us, we shouldn't do it anyway. We had somebody leave the network because they said, everyone on the right wing is racist. If you agree with the right wing,
he is subtweeting Mondale. He is subtweeting Mondale right there.
Anything, even if it's things that we agree on.
So it all comes full circle.
That makes you racist, and it hurts black bodies.
All right.
See, that's absurd.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Of course it is. I mean, the
irony
irony is,
a reasonable populist
that you and Dave.
Look, I came here to complain about the radical left, but you put Dave Rubin in my face, and I got angry.
You probably agree with a lot more than you're prepared to ever admit. You just don't think his views are sincere because he's changed his mind on a number of positions. By the way, I used to think I was liberal.
It's not just that, Piers. He lied about us 20 times
I have
over.
nothing in common with modern woke liberals. Zero. Let me bring Dave Smith back in. Let me bring Dave Smith back in. Dave, look, this is part of the problem, it seems to me, is that actually, if people stopped the ad hominem stuff.
I don't think that Piers is interested in the Dave Rubin, Cenk Uygur thing anymore.
You can find a lot of common ground where I think there's been a very rapid repudiation of a lot of the nuttier progressive left stuff.
The nuttier progressive stuff.
Seeing America actually through Trump, albeit through he has his inflammatory rhetoric, but you're seeing America, I think, coming to a far more centrist place, actually, which is why he's managed to attract people from all different walks of life. I think that's what's going on. And you're seeing the people on the extremities beginning to look more and more irrelevant.
You know, a lot of times it's about how we use these words and what they actually mean. I'm not sure that centrist is the right word, but I do think, to your point, you know, if you have people who call themselves liberals, and they are blatantly...
They are not walkovers. They are not welcome mats. They are not easy...
opposed to free speech, which there are quite a lot of. You know, this has been very normalized over the last 10 years, really over the last...
Yeah, liberals making laws against free speech. That's totally normal. That's what's been happening, clearly. Clearly. That's why we're not allowed to say certain words anymore. I can't even tell you which words, because the liberals passed laws that made them illegal to say.
8 years. I don't mean to drive this into semantics, but what you're describing is not liberalism.
Fill the goal meter and gimme the sweet, sweet Destiny Fallout.
The Destiny Fallout. Cenk is so dislikable. Chat, I apologize for, like, if I sound like I'm on Team Rubin here. I don't like Rubin. I only agree with the fact that Rubin is embarrassing Cenk. That's the area of common ground that we have. Destiny Fallout. Oh wait, the Hassan and Destiny throwback debate. There you go. Wait, I think you super chatted 5 before. I'll make that 10, I think. This is I am like halfway tempted to just go make some pasta. This is driving me like I need carbs to
I mean, this is just
finish this debate.
In a similar sense, like people who are, anti-war or pro-free speech, the idea that that's considered like a right-wing position is just nutty. I mean, I think anybody it's like at this point, then these words don't mean anything. I think that in many ways, whether you call something centrist or radical depends on the current environment, right? So like if you were in the middle of Adolf Hitler's rise in Nazi Germany, it would be a pretty radical position to believe in like Jewish rights. That today in America is a very normal centrist position that almost everyone agrees with. So what Donald Trump, again, I think the more correct framing here is the establishment versus the dissidents. And if you think about, everybody loves to brag about a convert. So when Dave Rubin goes from being kind of a progressive to being more of a classical liberal, everybody who's in that classical liberal camp loves that because they're like, look, see, this guy woke up and saw the light and he wants to be with us. And then the tendency of people who are in his old camp is to say, oh, no, he's sold out. Look, I'm not reading anybody's mind. I don't know what I treat everyone. I take them at their word. The point is that look, Kamala Harris was bragging about the Republicans that she had supporting her, right? But who were the Republicans that were supporting Kamala Harris? It was Dick Cheney and his daughter.
Zero Riz.
And you know what I'm saying? Like all the establishment Republicans are the ones who joined him. Who did Donald Trump get? Well, they were all of the dissidents. And, Tulsi Gabbard, again, Jake, I get your point. I mean, she has changed on several of her views, but
the thing about Tulsi Gabbard is like, a lot of it's not like a change. It's just like, so she has like Tulsi Gabbard's got a whole history, and maybe for a while she was representing Hawaii, maybe for a while she sort of hid that, she sort of downplayed that, but it came back out, and she's super right wing. The idea of looking at Tulsi Gabbard as anything other than a right-wing candidate that for whatever reason ran as a Democrat
might that have something to do with the fact that when she stood up and criticized the war in Iraq, the blood-soaked monster who sent her there called her a traitor to her country for that. And so when you have that type of dynamic and you get viciously smeared in that way, what tends to happen is
it was added
to a different group, and they start listening to that other group, and maybe they get compelled by some of the arguments. Now, I'm not
Destiny.
That. It's also true that you always have to guard against.
Wait, sweet Destiny Fallout? What does that mean? Ethan Klein crashes out? Oh, you're right. Yeah, oh my God, my brain. That's where it's supposed to go. That's the fallout. Yeah, I think I just...
Audience capture and perverse incentives and things like that. We all have to fight that force all the time. But it's also true that, I remember... because I'm a stand-up comedian, after Louis C.K. got in trouble and when he started coming back, they started insulting the people who were buying tickets to see him. And then they started saying that Louis C.K. only plays for right-wing audiences now. But their definition of right-wing was anyone who wants to buy a ticket to go see him still. So it's just like, what happens is that if one group is saying, you're a monster, we hate you, you're a traitor to our country, you should be punished forever.
Just because you essayed a couple of women, like how dare they judge me for wanting to watch a comedian who I know trapped a couple of women in a room, forcing them to watch him pleasure himself. How dare they judge me for that? What an asshole.
And the other group is saying, hey, we like your
we like the guy that traps you in a room and forces you to watch him
point on that
pleasure himself into a plant. Chat, I know way too many details about this case.
People tend to go toward the path of less resistance and find a new home.
Yeah.
But I would also say there's something deeper there, which is that people on the right are much more willing.
What did Cenk think was going to happen when he comes on Piers Morgan? What did he expect?
To agree to disagree. So you can talk to people. RFK,
how did he
running as a Democrat, and
how did he foresee this going?
What happened? He got virtually nothing but hate from the lefties. By the way, for the record, I debated because RFK was for affirmative action when he was running for president. I'm not. We debated it on my show, so I can clearly lay out about my beliefs on that. And he sort of at the end of it kind of admitted that I was right. You don't solve perceived former discrimination with discrimination of today. But what you will consistently find, what I know my good friend Amala has found over the years, is that as you wake up and you leave the progressive plantation, what you will find is people on the right that you're told are evil and scary, like Dennis Prager and Glenn Beck and Bill O'Reilly. And
oh my God, he just said that. There you go.
All these people that you may not agree with them on everything, but they will break bread with you. They will be generous of time and spirit, and you will consistently find that. And there's almost no version.
The thing is, this is the same thing that Cenk is saying. He cannot disambiguate himself from Dave Rubin. He's got no leg to stand on. This sounds exactly like him. This is his shit.
Of that on the left. That is just simply true. And again, there's a living, breathing example of it right here.
Well, let me bring Amala in on that, because actually, Cenk, I'll come back to you. Hang on. Let me bring in Amala in on that, because I've had the same experience. I find that I've interviewed a lot of people that I always felt were certainly way more right-wing than I'd ever been, and I really enjoyed talking to them. I had really good conversations, and I could argue with them about X, Y, Z, and agree with them about this, and this. And the common ground was all the mad progressive left stuff, which most of it was nutty, but it was also based, Amala, on something you've picked up on, which is a denial of truth. And that was the key thing for me. When I saw the progressive left trying to convince me it was perfectly okay for trans women, for example, to compete in women's sport because they're women, when in fact we all know they are biological men, and I respect their fact that they want to be trans women, that's fine. And if they want to be called she or her or whatever, that's fine too. What you can't do is erode women's rights at the altar of this movement. And that is where I realized the left were losing their minds and losing their track on reality. And you said it was basically a denial of truth generally. Was that one of the things that you would say was an example?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I had tons of motivations for changing my political ideology and rethinking things. Number one being the gay firefighters. That was the first thing that really started things up for me. But I think it's a combination of yes, with that example that you just used of this trans issue and in Title IX, we're failing to acknowledge how far left the progressive left has moved. And that's a big factor. You know, a lot of people say, I didn't leave the left left me. And you're sort of standing in your positions and watching as people become more and more extreme, and for me, farther away from the truth and reality. Now, you couple that with this feeling of being lied to, in that you've dedicated yourself to this ideology, you've worked to promote these ideas, and then you feel abandoned by this group. So we're building an equation here. On top of that, we have the other things that our panelists have mentioned, the smear campaigns, the attack that you get on the other end of even just trying to raise your hand and get a question in is just absolutely insane. And then you mix in a little bit of the acceptance that you get from the other side as soon as you're willing to hear them out and maybe accept some of their ideas. And you have a wicked combination for somebody really steering themselves in the complete opposite direction when it comes to their ideology. Now, I think if we're going to keep our logic intact, what you have to do is take in all the factors of that equation, sort of swallow it and stomach it for a little bit, and then meet the ideas where they're at, and hope that you're being logically consistent without all these other factors of the acceptance and the smear campaigns and the hatred and the feeling of being lied to, and hope that you're driving yourself closer towards the truth.
As you're saying all that, Mediaite has come out with its annual list of most influential people in global news media. Last year, I was thrilled to be 20th on this coveted list. I've just been informed I'm now number 15. Joe Rogan is second. Elon Musk is first. And the citation for Uncensored, I rather like this. It says, ever wonder what it might look like if Mehdi Hassan and Sarah Palin went at it? How about Cenk Uygur and Douglas Murray? Piers Morgan Uncensored has you covered. Morgan is poised to thrive over the next 4 years at the centre of the action. I can't actually think of a better panel to be here as I read that citation out, because this is exactly what I'm trying to do. And funny enough, Joe Rogan, funny enough, had a little pop at me the other day, not in a bad way, but he said that he finds it all a bit too noisy, the debates we do. He prefers one-on-one, and I do a lot of one-on-ones too. But the reason I like this is I do think that when we get through it into the real nitty-gritty of what's going on in the world, bringing smart people together to thrash it out is a really valuable thing. and there should be more of it, not less. Lindy, let me just ask you before I want to pivot to another topic, but I'm horrified by what you've been through, and I'm really sorry you've had to go through that. I've had a lot of it myself. I always think the perfect.
It was my birthday too, by the way.
Well, happy
Everyone was
birthday,
telling
and I'm
me,
really happy birthday.
Fuck you on your birthday. It was my worst birthday of my life. It was
yeah,
harrowing.
and it's, you know what? It's utterly graceless. Never mind anything else. But you'll be stronger for it and better for it. And I think you've been an important voice in this, because the Democrats need people on their own side to put their hand up and go, "Hey guys, here's the problem." Right? You may not agree with everything I'm about to tell you, but you've got to hear it. And there is a stench of loss. I would go further. There's a stench of political death about the Democrats. Looking at Biden, still the Democrat president, barely able to string a sentence together. Looking at Kamala Harris popping up when nobody wants her to. Trying to tell people to fight. You just tried to fight, and you barreled $2 billion down the drain in being crushed by Trump. But Lindy, before we change the topic to the last one, where do you see this going? What are the Democrats going to do? Are they going to carry on villainizing people like you? Or do you think that the coffee is going to get smelled at some stage, and they're actually going to wake up and find a candidate that is more electable, and find people like you a place in that tent to try and drive to an election victory?
Piers, I don't want that. I don't want to be a part of this tent. I don't want to be a part of this craziness anymore. They're accelerating my rightward shift. I don't want this nonsense. It's just crazy. And honestly, they're shrinking their tent. They're basically telling me,
oh my God,
they're pushing me to bring my tens of millions of dollars that I've raised and can continue to raise to a different team that treats
this is purely transactional. Like, this is just like she's
me better, that treats me with just common decency, that doesn't call me a communist spy. By the way, the communist regime in China killed my great-grandfather. They don't know my—
Wait, what happened, Chad? I know I've got this. Natalie sent me this. In August 2023, Lee was appointed by Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro as the commissioner of Pennsylvania, serving as the governor's advisory commission on Asian American and Pacific Islander affairs. She also served as the DNC's national finance on the DNC's National Finance Committee. 2024 Wired magazine named Lee one of the top influencers shaping the presidential election. Lee was credentialed by the 2024 Democratic National Convention as one of the official content creators. That's what Hassan got to, I think. Marked the first time in history that top influencers were— wait, how is she? She's also an influencer? Were given exclusive access to the convention in 2024 after the U.S. presidential election. Lee described the Kamala Harris campaign as a $1 billion disaster, stating that Democratic donors were misled by the campaign to believe that this is eminently winnable race.
My family's history. This is the first time I'm really saying it on air. They are calling me a spy for the regime that—
Who is calling her a spy?
Killed my great-grandfather. Let that soak in just for a second. That's how disgraceful they are. Yeah. And these are the people who call themselves the social justice warriors. They are dabbling.
These call themselves social justice warriors, and yet there's no justice. Don't you hate these blue-haired SJWs? I hate them. They're terrible. What am I looking at? I really don't understand. I feel like I'm missing something.
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5. This panel is nothing but 6 clowns out grifting each other. They have no shame.
That's the best explanation I've seen so far. The ominous them. Yeah, right? She's an influencer. I have no idea. That's what the article. Yeah, who was winching about her? And honestly, like, I mean, if it's just calling out the Kamala campaign for misprioritizing their spending, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. But I feel like I'm getting bad vibes off of her. The tent stinks, yeah. God, do you ever notice like that tents do develop a smell? After, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what it is. Tent smell is like, and it's not just like, you know, when you get a new tent, it's like, okay, there's that tent smell, right? But then there's also the tent smell of how it smells when it's several years old. It was her birthday, you guys. Yeah, what is going on? What even is this? I don't know how much more of this I should watch. We do seem to have a winner that may be tentative, and it's very close. It looks like it's Ethan Klein crashes out some more. Although the Hassan and Destiny one is very close. Okay, so this is like everything minus 10. Plus 26. This is just plus 26. No, plus 48. Plus 48. Plus 48. And then that's 46. So that's how close it is right now.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Narwhal by Nature with the $5 super sticker. Is there anybody who hasn't had their donos counted and that you want to have them put them towards one topic or the other, or towards Vox Populi if you so choose? Let her go to the Republicans and use the same tactics. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's the whole thing, is like the whole Democratic Party has kind of got the stink of being losers. I mean, they are literally losers. I should create a poll for you to vote on which of these 6 clown wins the Grifter of the Year award. That's a good question.
They are going headfirst into racism anytime someone dares to disagree with them. I don't want to be a part of this nonsense anymore. I want to be a part of the team.
Destiny, okay.
Men are men and women are women, and then men shouldn't play in women's sports. And I'm an athlete myself. I'm a marathon runner. I don't want to run against a man. I know I'm going to get trounced. That's just biology. It's science.
Of course.
It's not politics.
Of course, and it always has been just a matter of clear, obvious fact. And people who've tried to defend it, smart people who've tried to defend it, have been disingenuous at best and actually disgraceful liars to themselves and the world at worst, because what they've allowed is this to continue to the point where we had that farce at the Paris Olympics.
Yeah, there's not really, I mean, the thing about Piers Morgan is, I think that the thing that's going to ultimately doom it is that he puts his thumb on the scale hard for certain issues. This is one of them.
Olympics, when somebody who's got male chromosomes, reportedly, but it was pretty obvious, battered one female boxer into submission after 45 seconds. And the poor boxer said she had to quit because she'd never been hit that hard in her life. Ridiculous.
He's still just straight up lying about this. He's still straight up lying. Did Cenk and Ana have anything except for a completely garbage take on this? And the other thing is they haven't asked Cenk. There's been a few things that came up where I'm like, oh no, Cenk definitely agrees with you on that. And they haven't really gotten to him, so.
People will
It's just
die.
ridiculous.
People will die
We
at
should-
the altar of this bullshit. I want to just pivot to, well, we've got a few more minutes. This is the story of the shooting of the CEO of the healthcare company, Brian Thompson. And something that the NYPD commissioner, Jessica Tisch,
He's just going to throw that in at the end of this panel. That's so weird.
Said yesterday. Take a look at this.
Let me say this plainly. There is no heroin.
Okay, so I mean, that's pretty much it. That's got to be it. They're just going to talk about the CEO from here. Sasha G says trans women have been allowed to participate as long as they're within the correct hormone levels, etc. For some reason, the gold medalists aren't all trans women. There's very few trans medal. I think there might be like in terms of Olympics, it's definitely in the single digits, if not the very low single digits. You heard it here, folks. Yeah, so that what they want is they want for trans women to be forced to compete in men's sports, in which case, you know, somebody might actually die. Ironically, in their zeal to prevent somebody with a testosterone dominant system to compete with somebody with an estrogen dominant system, they're forcing that to happen. Or you could just take it as it really is, which is they're banning trans women from sports. And Jink is happy to let them. Goggles, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Attack of the Hank, you just got weaseled. L. Bell. Caperton, you just got weaseled. Luna Phoenix, you just got weaseled. Human Without Borders, you just got weaseled. Welshie Gem, you just got weaseled. Jezebel, you just got weaseled. Chazardus, you just got weaseled. Pidhaj Nick, you just got weaseled. Faith Bad, you just got weaseled. CJ, you just got weaseled. Ethan, that is 10 10 memberships for Ethan. So look at that. Ethan is on the board. 30 minus the Vox Populi, which right now is at 10. Makes this 68. Oh, look at that. So that's ahead by 2 now. Ethan Klein back in the saddle.
Trump's win, but even before that, we've seen some well-known months, especially since Trump's win, but even before
Why did he start this? That's such a weird
that, we've seen some well-known figures on the left move to the right. Now, although in basically every case, they'll deny that they're moving to the right. Instead, they'll say something like, the left left me, which always turns out to be at most only partially true, but also partially their way of not having to actually admit that they were wrong about something. So you probably remember Mika and Joe on Morning Joe solemnly explaining their decision to go to Mar-a-Lago and meet with Donald Trump. They said that they agreed to restart communications with Trump and find common ground in order to heal our national divides and put an end to political warfare. Watch.
What we did agree on was to restart communications. My father often spoke with world
my God.
leaders with whom he and the United States profoundly disagreed. That's a task shared by reporters and commentators alike. We had not spoken to President Trump since March of 2020, other than a personal call Joe made to Trump on the morning after the attempt on his life in Butler, Pennsylvania. In this meeting, President Trump was tearful, he was upbeat, he seemed interested in finding common ground with Democrats on some of the most divisive issues. And for those asking why we would go speak to the president-elect during such fraught times,
he's interested in corrupting as much of the institution as he possibly can, and you two are part of that institution, and you are willing to let yourself be corrupted. So what are you...
especially between us, I guess I would ask back, why wouldn't we? 5 years of political warfare has deeply divided Washington and the country. We have been as clear as we know how in expressing our deep concerns about President Trump's actions and words in the coarsening of public debate. But for nearly 80 million Americans, election denialism, public trials, and January 6th were not as important as the issues that moved them to send Donald Trump back to the White House.
Okay.
Something. In reality, it doesn't actually matter whether Morning Joe gets along with Trump or not. They have zero impact on the country either way. But in any case, before, that was still them sort of moderating a bit. And before Morning Joe's big kumbaya moment, there were other examples of this sort of thing. Ana Kasparian of the Young Turks had been making the rounds for months, criticizing the left for its excesses. Of course, somebody like Bill Maher has been doing the same thing for much longer. And there are several other examples of this kind of thing. And these are all different people and different cases that shouldn't necessarily all be thrown into the same basket. But I do have some...
But I'm going to throw them into the basket.
...concerns about this now familiar routine of leftists seeing the light, or sort of
leftists
seeing it, and then being immediately embraced by many on the right, even celebrated and amplified as voices of reason. And I think the best way to explain my concerns is to point to another one of these newly minted voices of reason. This one also comes to us.
Is it Shaky Gurga?
Courtesy of the Young Turk.
Can I get some Shaky Gurgas in chat?
In fact, it is the creator of the show, Cenk.
Shaky Gurga himself?
Uygur. Now, Cenk is
Shaky Gurga.
A passionate, some would say vicious, unhinged, hysterical critic of Trump and MAGA and conservatives generally for many, many years. And yet, 2 weeks ago, he tweeted that he is now somehow feeling optimistic after the guy he despised and the movement he has opposed with his whole heart and soul just won. He wrote, quote, "I've been trying to figure out why I'm more optimistic now than I was before the election, even though I was so against the guy who won. I know now. MAGA is not my mortal enemy, and neither is the extreme left. My mortal enemy is the establishment, and they have been defeated." Now, despite being a far-left commentator...
Look, I know what people are saying. I don't think people are not in the mood for watching this full. I wanted to get a sense of it. Funny how both Anna and Cenk shit talk Morning Joe at least. Oh yeah, I know. Right. This is the funniest part is when they see their doppelganger, whether it be Rubin or whether it be Morning Joe, they can't handle it. The establishment got defeated. Transphobes infighting. I mean, that is a feature of this drama. All right, let's see what has he got to say.
Somehow feeling optimistic after the guy he despised and the movement he has opposed with his whole heart and soul just won. He wrote, quote, "I've been trying to figure out why I'm more optimistic now than I was before the election, even though I was so against the guy who won. I know now. MAGA is not my mortal enemy, and neither is the extreme left. My mortal enemy is the establishment, and they have been defeated." Now, despite being a far-left commentator who has demonized conservatives for literally decades, he now says that MAGA is not his enemy. The establishment is his enemy. In other tweets and comments, he's called for unity between the two sides. He's criticized the extreme left, or as he now apparently calls them, the max left, and has assured us that if the folks on both sides can unite against the villainous establishment, we will be invincible. Last week, he appeared on the PBD podcast to explain this new approach, which he won't really admit is a new approach, but even so, here you go.
Here's what my left-wing friends don't understand. They think you guys are all MAGA, and MAGA means it's a cult, and you're never going to disagree with Trump. You're never going to disagree with each other, and that you are like their father's Republicans. But you're not their father's Republicans. And so our side, I've been trying to get them to realize that Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, all these folks that take the money, they're not on your side. They're on the establishment side, right? And guys, today, I think that, we could do something historic. I think that we could actually unite the left flank and the right flank. And I've got a model for how to do that, and I want to run it by you guys. Before, when I battled the right wing, it was a wall, right? I'm just like, nobody's listening to one another. They're just doing talking points. I hated it. And then MAGA looked like they were 100%. I'll be honest. I mean, in 2020, I was super pissed. And I said, look, I don't want to talk to Trump supporters. All I hear is the same thing. Trump, 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 Trump. And they never waver. So what I'm saying to the left now is, no, I'm seeing something new and different here. That is in my.
I feel like we've probably seen this a few times, right? Everybody knows what he says. We have a beer.
Sentiment. Cenk says that he has a plan. In fact, he said in the interview he had a plan to unite us all. He's all about unity. And he says that the MAGA base has changed. Now it is actually anti-establishment, anti-corruption, and anti-war. But, there's some rather significant problems here. And the first and most obvious is that the MAGA base has always been anti-establishment, anti-corruption, and anti-war. those have been by far the defining features of the base from day one. But Cenk pretends that this was only a recent development so that, again, he can avoid actually admitting that he was wrong. In fact, he goes further. He takes credit. He pretends that the MAGA base has come to him, that this is a left-wing win, basically. Now, the other problem, and it's a big one, is that Cenk extends this olive branch to Trump supporters and praises them for their stand against corruption and war. But here's what he was saying about Donald Trump as recently as last October.
He's a dictator. He's a fascist. That's not hyperbole. So, and here I'll upset a bunch of people on the left. Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley are not fascists. They're terrible people for.
He's so off base on everything.
But they've never done a coup against America. They don't use direct Nazi quotes that Trump does.
Ron DeSantis had Nazis working for him, making his fucking his internet ads.
The only fascist that is an actual threat to democracy is Donald J. Trump. He already tried to end this democracy once. And guys, last thing.
And also, like, if you don't know, Florida is not okay. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that Florida has. Like, if he's okay with the things that DeSantis has done in Florida, if he doesn't find that to be fascistic, if he doesn't find that to be authoritarian, then there's no.
He said, immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation. That quote has only been used by Adolf Hitler and Donald J. Trump. So he's telling you ahead of time, I'm a Nazi. It's not like I didn't warn you. I used absurd Hitler quotes. I pulled them out of history and I said them for no reason, just to let you know I am a Nazi.
All right, by the way, that was an interview that Cenk did when he was running for president, because apparently he ran for president. Now, I follow politics for a living.
I didn't know that he ran for president.
I never heard that he ran for president. I did not once did that news cross my radar. So, in other words, the run did not go very well, I think is you may be surprised to learn. So, anyway, let me see if I understand this correctly. Trump is a fascist Nazi dictator, and yet his win makes you optimistic for the country, and the supporters of the fascist Nazi dictator are not your enemies? They're your brothers and sisters? Is that it, Cenk? You're optimistic that Hitler himself was elected? And you want to unite with Hitler's supporters? You want to unite with literal, actual Nazis? So what are you, coming out as a Nazi sympathizer? Is that what's happening? Now, you might say that I'm not being very charitable. Now, after all, that was a year ago.
Not very charitable. No, I mean, like, Cenk is shameless. He's fucking shameless.
Now, granted, I could probably find about 300 examples of Cenk calling Trump Hitler in the last 2 months, but I didn't feel like spending that long watching Cenk clips on YouTube, so this is the one we're going with. Maybe there aren't any clips more recent than that. I don't know. Maybe Cenk had this conversion experience.
I mean, right before the election, he called Trump a fascist again in an argument with Ana.
And became a reasonable moderate right after that segment was recorded. Maybe he's been a reasonable person for a whole year. Now, that would mean he spent 53 years of life as a left-wing crackpot and 1 year as a rational human being. That's good enough, isn't it?
Appreciating the irony of a person like Matt Walsh talking about reasonable centrists.
Why should we listen to him and embrace him as a thought leader? Okay, so let's not reach all the way back into the ancient past of 14 months ago. What if we went back 3 days or 1 day before that interview with PBD that we saw earlier, at the beginning? 3 days ago, Cenk was on his show condemning me for the speech that I gave at the Do No Harm rally outside the Supreme Court on Wednesday. Now, in this speech, I condemn the abuse of children and the ideology that promotes it. I say that this ideology must be entirely defeated. I use the word erase in direct reference to the ideology, not to the people, but to the ideology. And I say that about the ideology because it is an ideology that rejects basic reality and promotes and carries out the horrific medical abuse of children. Cenk didn't much like what I said, and it didn't make him feel very unified, apparently. I don't think I'm one of these brothers and sisters of his, it turns out. Watch.
So in this case, the ACLU lawyer you're talking about, I love that the brother set history there and is the first trans person to argue in front of the Supreme Court. That's a great day in America. Just another stepstone in equality, right? Now, at the same time, he was on TV the other day saying 2-year-olds know if they're trans, and I'm like, that's nuts, totally nuts. 2-year-olds don't know anything. 2-year-olds often don't know their names. How do they know if they're trans and ready for hormone surgery? Are you nuts? So I don't agree with him on that at all. I don't know why he would say such an absurd thing, right? Okay, now let's go to the Max Wright and the clip we just showed you.
Max Wright
talking about what they're not going to stop until trans ideology is entirely erased from the earth. Now, when you talk with that kind of language, what do you think that trans people are going to think? It sounds like you're trying to wipe them off the face of the earth. Like, don't tell me that this is just about, hey, a disagreement about puberty blockers, because we're about to have that conversation. That's not the conversation you're having. You and Marjorie Taylor Greene, when you say it's satanic, are having a conversation about how we should all hate trans people and we should wipe them out. And so if you say, oh, no, it has plausible deniability because he didn't say trans people, he said ideology. Okay, shoe on the other foot. Let's try. Oh yeah, the left is not going to stop until Christian ideology is entirely erased from the earth. Does that sound good? You like that one? Until white ideology is wiped from the earth. Does that sound good? No, it doesn't sound good. It sounds terrible. Why does it sound terrible? Because you're obviously attacking that group, okay? And you're hiding behind one word, pretending that you don't mean to, but it's not. You're not even hiding anymore. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying trans people are satanic. So, how is that not deeply, deeply hateful? So right wing, if you want us to have a reasonable conversation in this country, I'm not going to have conversations with the Max Wright who are lunatics on this.
The Max Wright. Oh no.
Okay, well, it's fine.
I didn't realize there was a Max Wright.
Because no one's trying to have a conversation.
He's the Max Wright. So here's Matt Walsh coming along saying, I know that Cenk Uygur is making overtures to a lot of you on the populist right and telling you that he wants to work together with you. But look at how he treats me.
With you in the first place, Cenk. If you keep acting like this, I'm not going to talk to you, okay? That's fine. I'm fine with that. Deal. So Cenk begins right off the bat by affirming that the female ACLU lawyer is a man.
Wait. Did he say hormone surgery? Wait, where did that come? I feel like I've heard that before. Like,
he said he disagrees with the lawyer about transing 2-year-olds, but then declares that what I said is far, far worse. My opinion about an ideology is worse than physically castrating.
Wait, he did say.
That's what he just said. Then Cenk wants to know how I would feel if he said that Christian ideology should be erased or white ideology.
Wait, let's go back.
Ready for hormone surgery? Are you nuts?
Hormone surgery? I'm sorry.
How do they know if they're trans and ready for hormone surgery? Are you nuts?
Hormone surgery? Also, 2-year-olds getting any kind of surgery. Cenk, if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, then shut the fuck up. Because all you're doing is harm. How does he get the idea that 2-year-olds are getting surgery? Hormone surgery? What is he even talking about? Does he even know? Does he even fucking know?
So I don't agree with him on that at all. I don't know why he would say such an absurd thing, right? Okay, now let's go to the Max Wright and the clip we just showed you. Far, far worse. Talking about what they're not going to stop until trans ideology is entirely erased from the earth. Now, when you talk with that kind of list about ability, ideology,
that's not. If you keep acting like this, I'm not going to talk to you. Okay, that's fine. I'm fine with that. Deal. So Cenk begins right off the bat by affirming that the female ACLU lawyer is a man. He said he disagrees with the lawyer about transing 2-year-olds, but then declares that what I said is far, far worse. My opinion about an ideology is worse than physically castrating a 2-year-old. That's what he just said.
Congratulations, Cenk, you asshole. Congratulations for letting this kind of ignorant asshole conversation go on. Thank you for facilitating this with your ignorance. Thank you for talking about something you got no fucking concept of. Now Matt Walsh is talking about 2-year-olds getting... God damn it. I hate these ignorant fucking men. They got no business talking about the shit that they don't fucking understand, and they need to fuck off. They need to fuck straight off.
Then Cenk wants to know how I would feel if he said that Christian ideology should be erased or white ideology should be erased. Well, I'm happy to answer that for you. So if you said that white ideology should be erased, I would be opposed to that idea, and because I would have to assume that you meant that you wanted to erase white people. I know you're going to say, oh, see, there, I got you. No, but that's because, Cenk, white ideology isn't a thing. It doesn't exist. There is no ideology shared by white people across the whole world. It doesn't. If you made that statement, you could only mean that you want to erase white people because there.
He's erasing whiteness. He's erasing whiteness. Wow.
There is no such thing as white ideology. Now, there is obviously such a thing as trans ideology. That is an actual thing. It's the ideology that Cenk himself mildly disagrees with by saying that he wouldn't want to trans a toddler. As for erasing Christian ideology, I would.
This is so fucking ignorant.
Because Christian ideology or Christian teaching, which is what I would take that statement to mean, which, and by the way, if you wanted to switch it over and say trans rather than trans ideology, trans teaching, we could call it that too, okay? But when it comes to Christian teaching, Christian ideology, it's a positive force in the world. It has done immeasurable good for mankind. It has shaped Western civilization for the better. So not all ideologies are created equal. So there are things you could say about one ideology, and if you say it about that ideology, it's a fair thing to say, whereas if you said it about another one, it would not be fair. How could that be true? Well, because not all ideologies are the same. And on that point, I've got.
Yeah, on that point, we're done with you, Matt Walsh. God damn. All right, so let's reckon. Let us reckon with the poll. Okay, so has anything changed? 47-25. Has anything? 40. This is now 47 and 67. That's 25 and 65. Yeah, not much has changed. It looks like Ethan Klein crashes out more is going to win by 2 points. That's how close it is. So unless there's anybody that's donated and you want me to count your donation really quick, because it could actually make all the difference. All the difference in the world. Someone call Luigi Mario. Yes, call Luigi Mario. Yeah, that was fucked up. Danny DeVito keeps on interrupting the stream. Wait, is Danny DeVito alive? Oh, I thought you said with abs. I thought you were going to say that Danny DeVito is doing some ab cruncher product, like advertising. My donation towards Hassan and Destiny. Gotcha. So that puts this up to 28. Oh, look at that. Wait, no, 20, not 20.
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5. This is for you, Jin Zhao. I vote for Brunelli Fallout.
Brunelli Fallout. Wait, I don't change that. I changed this. It was 25. So, and then it gets 3 here, and then it gets 5 here. So it's now Destiny and Hassan Fallout is up to, wait, is that 73? Yeah, 73. So it's now ahead by 6 points. Okay. So is that your final answer, Chad? Is there anybody else that wants to chime in? Danny DeVito is very much alive. And he's in the ads. All right, so it looks like we're going for Destiny and Hassan Fallout. Fallout. It makes it sound like they're going to be like in the next Fallout together.
So Ana Kasparian from the Young Turks.
I used to be friends with Destiny, but we were, on the verge of falling out. But on top of that, there was a lot of people in my community that were,
Lady
kind of
underscore
hostile.
badass. Super chatted $7.02. No Destiny.
No Destiny. Wait, are you voting for something else? Or are you doing... I'm guessing you're voting against Destiny, which would mean that you're voting for Ethan Klein to crash out, which puts that up to 74. I think that's what you mean. Yeah, you said Ethan. Okay, there we go. It's Ethan it is. Oh my god, Chad, it's literally 1 point of difference separates.
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $10. Destiny and Hassan Fallout.
Destiny and Hassan Fallout. All right, so that makes it 83. So it's Destiny and Hassan Fallout again, I think. Unless it's not. But thank you for the super chat, Izzy, and thank you for the super chat, Lady Badash, as well. It is very competitive tonight.
McGoggles super chatted $12.72. No Destiny, no.
Okay, wait, so that's got it back to $12. Okay, so that's got it back to Ethan? That's for... Okay, so if I add 12 to this, then I got 86, and that's more than 83? I'm literally eating good tonight. Literally eating all the pasta. Destiny, yes.
Lou Axolo, super chatted $14.05. Destiny, yes.
$14.05. So that's like makes this into 97. So it's Destiny.
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5. Let's do both segments.
I mean, we were pretty damn close to...
Jin Zhao super chatted $5. Keeping the Destiny Hassan Yaoi dream alive.
Sasha G, thank you for the $10 super sticker. Jin Zhao, thank you for the $5 super chat. I feel like am I gonna have to do the math? I feel like we're pretty damn close to 2 segments. We've got to be there, right? But it's like adding money in different kinds of... What do you call them? Like currency? Yeah, screw math. You'll count it for me? Well, this is the currency thing is the one that fucks with me. There's no Vosh tent, so yeah. Yeah, Vosh has been eerily quiet, hasn't he? Anybody else find it strange that Vosh has been so eerily quiet? Like, what's he planning? And will it involve horses? The ultimate math nerd has a challenger. I'll have to be a better note taker. Will Vosh lead the last? Somebody was saying in my comments the other day that it's odd that Vosh is the most consistent person in the leftist sphere. And like, I wanted to disagree with them, you know, and be like, well, no, Vosh has definitely got his reactionary movements, but yeah, compared to Kasparian and Vosh was so goddamn boring. It's a 207. Let's do both. Let's do both. Let's try to do both. We'll do as much as we can of both. Wait, where are we?
Guests that I would have on that
we got some time.
Constantly wanted me to like debate my guests. And one of those guests was Ryan Grimm. And from like 2018, there from a stream that I did in 2018, like one of the earlier streams I did, where I talked about a concept that I like to call privilege blind spots. There's an intersectionality to privilege, and I have never been able to find it, and I don't even think that Little Bear has been able to find it either, even though she has scoured all of my commentary. And I don't know where it is, but I feel like that's one of the more instructive videos that I've done that I've basically repeated over and over again. No, it's not the you are not white video. No. Battle Goth 55 Hassan, if you hate America so much, why do you hate living here? Or why are you living here? Were you talking to a guest, or was it just the chat? That may help. No, it was just the chat. I mean, this is a tweet from 2020 about Kaepernick is revealing, not because her immediate reaction was to call kneeling dumb and stupid, but because her apology claims she was barely aware of the incident or its purpose. This was 3 years after Trayvon Martin, 2 years after Ferguson. My point is, we all have privileged blind spots. This is something I talk about quite often, but that's quite a large one to have as one of the more progressive Supreme Court justices making profoundly important decisions that impact our lives. But that's not, man, I don't know if it's just a social construct thing, trans women playing sports as elements of biology, which is why it often goes there. No, the point is, why do people see your opinion as hate when it's your view on something? I mean, you can have a personal perspective that is rooted in hate and is reinforcing hateful constructs. So, you know, it's not just like, this was from September 19th, but this is not what I'm thinking about. This is from the video I'm looking for. I think it's on my YouTube page as well. I just don't know where it is, but it's about, but it's basically about like hoping that people can be charitable to one another and understanding that everyone is on an educational journey. and that being normal and being charitable to other people and just being like a cool person to be around is probably the greatest antidote to any kind of bigotry. And the intersectionality of privilege plays a role in this. Were you having a convo with someone at the time? No. What is this? No, this isn't. That is not the clip. My point is this. My point back then, and it remains, is this. Every single person living in the United States of America automatically has some level of privilege over people that live in the third world, for example. And that privilege causes people to have blind spots towards people living in the global south. That's just one example, right? A black man under the same intersectionality dynamic will obviously be less privileged than a white man.
If you somehow
but
happened
will
upon
still,
this video
if they are
without any
cisgender
prior knowledge of
heterosexual,
online politics, Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II, also known as Destiny, is one of the biggest online political creators out there right now. From
Chat, I don't know if this is going to be any good. This is a video essay by Dingo.
From his humble beginnings working as a carpet cleaner for many years to his start streaming StarCraft 2, Destiny evolved over a number of years and eventually settled on political commentary from a liberal progressive perspective. Another popular
He strangely looks like Kevin Logan in that shot.
Political content creator, Hassan Abi, better known as Hassan Piker, is notable for quite a few reasons. Perhaps you know him from his hilarious showings on Austin Show's Lover Host, his political pop commentary on Twitch, or maybe his thoughts on 9/11.
America deserves. This is like 2 years old.
9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
We're there. After interning for his uncle's political news show, he quit and started his own live show discussing politics, getting his start with help from Destiny. In any normal world, two people like Hassan and Destiny seem like the perfect fit for each other. Both have left-leaning political ideologies, enjoy video games and movies, and upload content to the same platform, YouTube. However, after a series of controversies, personal disagreements, and terrible debates, the two are not only not friends, but they outright hate each other. And in today's video, I intend to find out why.
Okay, so yeah, I got no idea how neutral of a treatment this is going to be of the whole situation.
I think he's pretty.
Oh my god, this music's making me nervous though.
Political news show and venturing out into the uncertain lands of online political discourse, Hassan latched onto the first sensible figure he saw, Destiny. They coincidentally first met at Politicon 2018 in Los Angeles, where Hassan was scheduled to debate conservative commentator Charlie Kirk, only a few months after he started his Twitch channel. The increasingly political nature of Destiny's streams and his large audience.
Isn't it wild that as we say the increasingly political nature of Destiny's streams, we zoom in on Destiny reading a twit longer? Maybe even the one about just a minx is involved here. Oh my god.
Audience made Destiny fairly attractive to Hassan, leading to him growing an active community centered around his content on Twitch off of the coattails of Destiny. Hassan,
I mean, this isn't entirely true. There were a lot of other people involved with the early Hassan stream. I know some of them.
Entertaining stream,
and they were definitely not fans of Destiny.
Bombastic attitude, which he would hone over time by practicing with Destiny in his community.
Practicing with Destiny
would make him a viewer favorite. Hassan's collaborations with Destiny and his appearances on talk shows like The Raj Royale, more commonly known as The Austin Show, and his prior notability as a host on his uncle's show The Young Turks, earned him a loyal and cult-like following.
Oh no, it's a cult-like following. Hassan's the one that's got a cult, not Destiny.
Like most popular.
I think we can guess what
streamers his size. As with most Twitch politics creators, Destiny had many explosive and aggressive conversations with Hassan, but their extreme disagreements and eventual falling out.
I've never seen anybody just come up and start massaging somebody's pec like that. That's the weirdest thing.
took place over the
Feels a little overly personal.
course of 2019. On June 27th, Hassan and his community fired back at Destiny for expressing that he was worried that Hassan was exaggerating some of the more negative claims of other presidential candidates because he preferred Bernie Sanders. They said that Destiny was devaluing Hassan's work as a political journalist, and that calling him a Bernie bro was very insulting. Destiny conceded that making fun of Hassan was probably a bad idea, but Destiny wanted to see for himself what the truth was, so he decided to analyze one of Hassan's videos about Kamala Harris, and afterwards felt that the info Hassan presented in his video was either misleading or straight up wrong.
Man, I was flying on a three-hour flight, I had nothing to do, so I actually watched the whole thing, and I tried to read into every issue, and I feel like this is like a really, really one-sided, not fairly presented video. Okay, so what do you have to do? Wait, so you're, so hold on, so for some of the companies that you're bringing up, right? So wait, can I please finish one fucking point? Oh my god, you just rambled for like 20 minutes. Because you brought it up, okay? But what I'm saying is that, okay, but let me finish, oh my god, let me finish, I can't finish. Okay, what I'm saying is that
go down this route.
No,
and now you're saying it doesn't matter because you realize that fucking you're wrong, that you totally misrepresented Kamala Harris's funding.
As you could probably guess from those clips, the conversation ended up being entirely unproductive. Neither of them could come to an agreement, and at the end, Destiny expressed that he thinks Hassan chooses his conclusion first, and then picks or skews his points to support that given conclusion. Destiny ended the conversation offering Hassan the chance to have another conversation later if he was unsatisfied with the one they just had. Despite this major conflict in the rearview mirror, the final straw that ended the friendship was Hassan finding out about a clip in which Destiny refers to Hassan's nickname for Pete Buttigieg, Booty Judge, as homophobic.
So Hassan said booty judge, talking about Pete Buttigieg, and Destiny's reaction was like, I don't know, isn't that kind of homophobic?
I also don't know how I feel about all like the booty judge comments. Like, I don't know, man. It feels kind of memey to me. I don't know if I would call it necessarily homophobic with those comments. Maybe it is. I'm not sure. The only reason to make the joke is to invoke the fact that he's gay. Wait, is Pete gay? Oh, whoa, holy shit. Wait, those comments are super homophobic. Wait, what the fuck? No way. Oh shit.
He's super excited too.
It's literally making fun of his name? I would be incredibly uncomfortable calling a guy that's gay Pete Buttigieg. What the fuck? That's horrible.
Hassan ended up burning the bridge with Destiny over a heated Twitter argument.
I mean, this is the guy that hates cancel culture. This is the guy that thinks that Demon Mama should be chased from the internet because she might get him canceled and he might lose a sponsorship because she says he's transphobic.
Love to see the dude I defended for his past and ongoing gamer moments numerous times to journalists, friends, and even political campaigns flip on a dime and try to claim that I'm being homophobic for saying booty judge. Very cool. Definitely another W for the honesty column there.
I don't know, mate. I bet $1 million that if you were a fan of Buttigieg and Crowder released a video calling him Booty Judge as a joke, you would be 100% on board with saying he's being homophobic. Or are you just going to say socialism is for really just meant figs?
They were effectively on bad terms after this, but it wouldn't be the last time they came into conflict or had interactions. Which leads us to... the situation that we're about to go over now hasn't been Destiny's first tussle with the topic of edgy jokes in private, so I'll give you a super...
Start out with the drama. Okay, so first of all, I mean, you can tell. You can tell what's going on just by looking at livestream fail right now, which unfortunately has once again been absolutely filled to the brim filled to the wazoo, not brigaded, of course, that would never happen, with, clips of this drama. I believe, and I'm going to give you guys like the short and sweet of it for those of you who don't know. Originally, I believe like I Show Speed was trending for doing what Greek.
Wait, so all that stuff happened, the Booty Judge stuff happened in 2019, in late 2019. This is 2 years ago, so 2022.
God X, Dr. Disrespect, Ninja at a certain point, and many other white content creators have done, make jokingly anti-Asian like accents and languages and all this other shit. Totally unacceptable. I will talk about the acceptability metrics with respect to that in a little bit. It's just like it's not even a microaggression. I wouldn't say it's a macro aggression. It's not a microaggression. It's just like straight up an aggression. When you see someone who's Asian and you immediately start popping off and say ching chong ding dong, like that's unacceptable. That's like ridiculous. But there is, of course, with every single thing on the planet, there are varying degrees of unacceptability and racism. And it's not like it's not the highest degree, but it's pretty close. But also at the same time, the reception of anti-Asian sentiment is oftentimes super acceptable by the broader swaths of society, which I don't think it's cool. I don't think it's all right. But that is definitely something that most people don't have an opinion on that is negative. Where is the I Show Speed? Where's the video? I want to see the video before I see his apology. I'm going to do the same thing I've said so many times over about Speed. He's like, 18, 17. That's not an excuse. That is an explanation for why he keeps finding himself in dumbass positions like this. I think he is. I think he would do well to have some kind of, big bro help him out. The point, what led to this, watching this VOD? Well, it's a twofer. One, for a lot of people who say, like, Hassan, you never debated Destiny, there are plenty of debates that you can go back and listen to where I'm, like, trying to educate him on this stuff. You will also see my consistency on the matter, and you will see how wrong he...
Chat, there was one video, I think late this summer, maybe, where Hassan went into depth about his falling out with Destiny. I remember we watched it on stream and I was playing Vampire Survivor at the time. So I don't know if that helps jog anybody's memory, but...
He was and how libbed up he was.
I'm realizing that this video... no, this video... No, this video... No. Yeah, this... Like, he mentions Destiny in the beginning here, but... Destiny. 35 times mentioned. Oh, wait, some of these are on the comments. It's in the title.
Engage in debates over and over again, you end up creating an audience. You end up cultivating an audience that is truly toxic, that only wants that sport, that only wishes for you, the intellectual giant, to destroy others in the marketplace of ideas. People want more and more of that content, and it fosters a very toxic environment. There is definitely a moment in my career as a broadcaster that I can recall where I actually changed my mindset on this. It was, I believe, in the lead up to the 2020 election. I think it was in 2019.
So that is around the time that we were just looking at in the Dingo video.
Or maybe in 2020, if I'm not mistaken, where I used to be friends with Destiny, but we were, on the verge of falling out. But on top of that, there was a lot of people in my community that were, kind of hostile to guests that I would have on, that they constantly wanted me to like debate my guests. And one of those guests was Ryan Grimm. And I still remember at the time, I was like, why are people being so ruthless to my guest? Like, why are they trying to pick apart what he's saying and trying to own him, right? And I thought it was odd. I thought it was not only odd, but embarrassing as well. And because I'm relying on Ryan at that moment to offer additional perspective.
Wait, yeah, Hassan looks cleaner and cleaner, and Destiny looks dirtier and dirtier. Like, looks...
to people and give us insight. Like, he is supposed to be a person that has, like, I've chosen as a vehicle to deliver more information. It's not a person that I'm like trying to destroy or debate. And that's when I realized like, damn, I think that constantly seeking out interlocutors, destroying the marketplace of ideas, fosters a community of people that aren't necessarily like-minded, but instead just simply want that over and over and over again. You explain it here. Feel interest in maintaining a position. They are debate mercenaries. They have no real ideological rudder. They will debate both sides of an issue with the same level of passion.
Yes. It depends on who I'm arguing with. I mean, I know what he's getting at. He's trying to say that I'll take contrary positions on a thing. But if that's true, then give me an example. What's the thing that I'm a debate mercenary on?
When Destiny argues against conservatives, it seems like it comes down a lot harder on Israel. Well, yeah, usually because they're saying that Israel is doing nothing wrong. But when he argues against lefties, it seems like it comes down really hard on the Palestinians. Well, yeah, because lefties say Hamas does nothing wrong. Like, yeah, I mean, that's kind of what ends up happening because none of these conversations are good. They're all garbage. I feel very confident that I could actually win a debate where I'm arguing in favor of flat Earth, just because you can always route it back to like esoteric physics concepts and then the person looks like they've lost. When you go into a debate, if you don't really know the subject matter, you can kind of use like rhetoric and logic to kind of brute force your way through it if the other person's not as nimble.
I mean, this is 100% correct. He's absolutely correct on this. This is part of the reason why I also think that debates are not exactly debates aren't the best possible way to go on a journey of truth. Like many people...
Yeah, you can easily win a debate that... And Destiny just admitted as much. You can easily win a debate where you're wrong. You can easily lose a debate where you're right.
Many people regularly will say...
It's a performance.
People who enjoy debates will regularly try to moralize their content consumption and don't just like look at it as something that they're enjoying, but instead it's actually an educational journey that they're on. And debates are the best possible way to arrive at the truth, right? But that's not the case. Ben Shapiro could fucking destroy a climate scientist on the issue of climate change if the climate scientist, regardless of how correct he is, regardless of how knowledgeable he is not necessarily the best equipped at arguing those positions. Okay? That's it. People in Destiny's... That doesn't mean that the climate scientist is wrong. That doesn't mean that Ben Shapiro is correct. He simply...
At least we better hope it doesn't.
He can appear correct. He simply can appear as the domineering force in that conversation. That's because the format itself lends itself, especially online, to people who are gifted rhetorically, people who are better orators. Destiny does this quite regularly. He doesn't have all the information. He is not the most knowledgeable on any of the subjects that he discusses. Oftentimes, he will assume a position and then move into investigate the position further by looking for talking points that he can use against his opponents. Like he tries to not necessarily dive deep into the subject matter and truly understand it, truly understand both sides and their motivations, for example, but instead he dives into the subject matter to find traps, intellectual traps that he can set up for his interlocutors in the future. He looks for talking points. This is something that Ben Shapiro does as well. Ben Shapiro is a very good debater for this reason. And so is Destiny for this reason. This is the reason why a lot of these people, Ben Shapiro and Destiny and many others that engage in debate, feel confident enough that they can actually destroy their interlocutors in the marketplace of ideas, even if they're even if the person that they're debating is actually more knowledgeable than they are. That's it. But this doesn't mean that they're correct. It simply means that they have they have a tendency to appear correct. And it's very frustrating because you end up making your audience less intellectually curious. You end up making your audience intellectually incurious people who are constantly seeking out talking points rather than any sort of additional truth seeking. Yeah, Charlie Kirk, Steven Crowder, these guys do basically the exact same method. That's why I find it unproductive usually.
But you're only doing this if you don't know what you're talking about, and it's an attempt to kind of like slide past the actual arguments because you can't address them.
I might not necessarily be right or wrong, but they're arguments that I've thought about before. It's not that I'm smart, it's that the person I'm talking to is usually incredibly unprepared.
It's not like my position is hidden. I'm just not going to argue every single possible point that I have if I show up to argue with somebody about something, right?
If I can find some guy that's really confident in his positions, it's super loud about him online, I'm about to get a 300,000 view YouTube video roasting and grilling the fuck out of them on my stream, right? That's what we do, right? We're debate bros.
What is winning?
Maybe the person deletes their account after.
If they
or gets fired from their job.
Humiliated.
Yeah.
Like, how do you feel after you win?
It's like doing cocaine for the first time again, every time.
When I debate somebody, I want to be really fucking brutal, and then I want that person to like feel like an idiot. I want them to look like an idiot. If I make your content creator look like an idiot, well, ooh, now you kind of feel like an idiot. That doesn't feel good. I'm the debater archetype.
Yeah. You do the same shit. You act like you are knowledgeable and act like you are. You do the same shit, bud. I would like for you to present some examples if you possibly could. Like, there are issues that I'm not the most knowledgeable on, and I will be, I will readily admit it. I don't know why people immediately go, oh, this is projection. Especially when I'm talking about something like a position that I've held for a very long time, for specifically the concept of debates. Like the concept of debating online. Bud, Mod's precision strike the second he's off camera. This is a joke. No, don't ban that person immediately. I wanna hear what he has to say. But basically, my point is this, okay? When you don't have a moral compass or something that guides you through the world, like when you don't have like a empathetic approach to all subjects, okay? And you're simply invested in destroying your ideological opponents in the marketplace of ideas, the audience that you foster in that process is not invested in a political project usually. They're just simply invested in you destroying people. They like the pseudo-intellectual wrestling component. They like the drama. Does that make sense? And I don't like the toxicity that brings on, because then you're kind of at the whims of your audience. They constantly want you to burn bridges. They constantly want you to write manifestos and drop nukes on people. And
speaking of which, we've got a content nuke that's scheduled to drop on Hassan apparently sometime this holiday break. I think today was Ethan's last show, the H3 last show of H3 for the year.
Of the year.
And it was during this show that Ethan decided to react to Comrade Casey. Comrade Casey of North Star Radio fame. He's going to react. And I wonder if this was because remember we watched the Ethan's Basement video a few weeks ago, and Ethan's Basement their contention was that it was hypocritical for Ethan to react to ask that Hassan to be mad about Hassan not reacting directly to his videos, right? That Hassan always reacts to like somebody else reacting to his videos. And at the same time, he won't react to Comrade Casey's videos. So he's decided to react to one of them, the one about liberal Islamophobia.
Favorite categories, people falling off stage. We got one here, guys. We're coming in.
No. Oh my God.
Put a floor, dumbasses.
This isn't Fortnite, dude.
You gotta blame
Casey. It's just one of my favorite people to shit on made a video about me. This is
we're at 33 minutes. Okay. We have to thank our sponsors.
All right, let's do that.
So do you see that? That's Jiminy Cricket talking to Ethan and saying, Ethan, we've got to thank the sponsors. It's 33 minutes into the show. People don't want to see this shit again. They don't want to see the shit with Hassan, and they definitely don't want to see your little petty proxy shit with like your perceived, perceived friends of Hassan. We don't want to see you go after Frogan. We don't want to see you go after North Star Radio. But here he goes.
Before we get into
it's just a quick. Actually, let me do this first because it's funny and it's fast.
Okay.
It's fun. It would not, in fact, be funny or fast.
So, Comrade Casey made a video about me saying Ethan Klein and liberal Islamophobia. He's coming at me because I hate Arabs and I hate Islam in general.
Mm-hmm.
So here's a couple of timestamps for you of genius. And here's the fucking hilarious thing about this video.
Let's talk about the DGG to Ethan pipeline, right? Did he get this video from the subreddit? Did he get this video from the Destiny Discord? Who fucking knows? Okay. Wait, maybe somebody in chat knows. WB, do you know? Does anyone in chat know? Does anyone in chat? I'm starting to sound like Chud Logic. Does anyone in chat have the link for me? WB, what say you? They actually had 2 sponsors compared to the past months, barely any. Do we have documentation of the Ethan getting these timestamps from the Destiny Discord? Is this a thing? Dan was pissed by the end of the show. When you say pissed, Hot Ham Radio, do you mean drunk? Or do you mean he was mad? He is locked in on Comrade Casey. You are correct, WB. I would agree with you there. Yes. 100.
46,000.
Some historical analysis, my guy?
I don't believe in historical analysis.
Are we about to do some historical materialism?
Hassan watched this video uncritically. It has 5,000 likes and 50,000 upvotes. Just show you how unserious these fucking pathetic goons are. Watch this.
Okay. We also grew up with master works like Captain Phillips, where Somali pirates are given zero humanization or explanation for why they're hijacking ships. The only explanation being they're just a bunch of crazy Arabs.
Do you not know that they're not Arabs, bro? That's so fucking crazy.
Or it could be that he was acknowledging the fact that the Americans tend to lump all men and people together into this notion, whether or not they are in fact Islamic and whether or not they are in fact Arab. That is the comment that is the way that the American mind rocks the terrorist trope, the terrorist Middle Easterner trope that is so common in movies going back to the 70s and 80s.
Bro,
he's like, fucking
literally made a video saying I'm Islamophobic and
got you.
Just calling anybody of color Arab? Are you insane, bro? This is like commie racism, bro. Whoa, dude. That is so cringe. Wait, it gets better. Watch this. Okay. Surely he's just a slip up, right? He knows what an Arab is.
We also grew up with master.
I only have one timestamp.
We're just watching.
Oh, it is.
Works like Captain Phillips, where Somali pirates are given zero humanization or explanation for why they're hijacking ships. The only explanation being they're just.
Oh, are you serious? Ethan brings up Comrade Casey at the end too?
Just a bunch of crazy Arabs. Or the beautifully.
That's the explanation you might have because you think everybody. You think like, well, they're probably Islamists, right? And
just incredibly bad faith that he thinks that's what Comrade Casey. He doesn't.
Somalia. So he thinks that anyone. I don't even know if that's true.
I think they're Muslim. They're Muslim. Yeah, they're definitely. I believe they're like 99% Muslim.
So he thinks that anyone who's Muslim is like an Arab. Like, what's going on here, bud? It's like not even close.
Is that what? Yeah, that's a silly mistake.
It's not just silly. It's downright racist.
Yeah, that's.
And for someone who's doing a whole video about like, ethnic tolerance and shit.
Yeah.
By the way, who's simultaneously telling me that you're not. It's not actually anti-Semitic. You're just being a baby. But anyway, here's another one.
innocent movies of Sacha Baron Cohen, a British man who's made an entire career off of perpetuating dehumanizing anti-Arab stereotypes.
In my country,
Do you know? Oh.
we have KFC.
He's from Kazakhstan, motherfucker. Bitch, just because they're not Arab. They're not Arab, man. They're not in the Arab Peninsula. They're not Arab, dude. Do you think everybody's Arab? Like, what the fuck is going on here, Casey, you dumb bitch?
You think?
Oh, we got a technical issue?
Can y'all fix that, or is that like a technical issue? It's a
Now, I've seen some buttons recently where this is a button, by the way. You see the button that's next to the television? Well, Ethan has that thing for real. And what it does is the show is recorded, but it's on a delay. And so the button erases, theoretically, I don't know, the last 45 seconds of stream. So if Ethan ever says something and either he or the crew are like, that is going to hurt us at the end of the day, that is going to get us, in trouble with YouTube, or that's going to get us canceled, or whatever it is, they hit the button and they erase it. Now, I've seen the last few buttons that he presses not erase the thing that he wanted to erase. So, like, was he trying to erase this?
Everybody's Arab? Like, what the fuck is going on here, Casey, you dumb bitch?
Is that what he was trying to button?
You think?
Or did it get more racist? Did it get more fucked up from there?
We got a technical issue. Can y'all fix that, or is that?
Say your point again, Dan.
I don't remember.
You're saying it was part of the USSR and
yeah, right, Comrade Casey.
What a Say your point again.
I don't remember.
It was part of the USSR and
yeah, right, Comrade Casey.
What a fucking
Kazakhstan.
idiot.
Part of the USSR.
What did he just erase? Oh my god, he looks so guilty.
Now, I bet Hassan Piker, who watched this whole thing on his stream, was probably corrected him. Actually, these aren't Arab. No, he loved it.
Oh, so I guess Hassan doesn't know what Arab means either. There you go, Ethan. There you go. You got him. You got him. Congratulations, Ethan.
Oh, this guy.
You petty motherfucker. You petty ass motherfucker.
Fucking the authority on ethnic complexities here. Man, gotta love it, dude.
Kazakh fried cat.
These associations in our media create an...
Do these people look Arab to you? He's in Kazakhstan. He's in a small village in Kazakhstan. Are you fucking dumb? Well, yes, we know the answer. You are dumb. Painfully dumb, in fact, that you put your ignorance on full display while calling me out for being Islamophobic.
Anti-Arab bias in the minds of its audience. But where those biases are confirmed...
Who's associating Arabs and Kazakhstanians?
Oh, wait, when is this? Wow, so some of chat has already watched this. The end is the weird part. He wants to I'll make sure to watch the end. Thank you, chat. Hey, anytime you can chime in and add something to that, even if you don't think I'm going to miss it, I would have missed that if it wasn't for you bringing it up. I didn't know to check the end. I did not know the very end, but I will definitely check it now.
Who's
the racist dudes in the Borat movie, dude?
What?
And Comrade Casey, apparently.
You were the guy. You were the racist guy in the movie theater associating it. You're the only one saying that. Who associates Somalians with Arabs? Like, what the fuck are we doing here, bub? You dumb bitch. You silly dumb bitch. You fucking idiot, dude.
Such a trash. Victims of American imperialism reach a point of retaliation, like the events of October 7th.
Rest in peace, motherfucking bitch ass. He's dead. Fuck that guy. Sinwar. Rat-faced fucking dead terrorist bitch.
Today, the people of Israel are under...
He's losing it.
...attack. In this moment of tragedy, I want to say to them and to the world and to terrorists everywhere...
Also, just that, but also there's one other thing. Let's see. Ethan versus Bin Laden. He defends Bin Laden. That's a whole chapter. Let me see.
To end leftovers and thus end any discussion regarding Israel-Palestine.
I don't know anything about that dude, but he's got a nice fucking watch.
The topic did still make its way difficulty with the Tower crusade who are
my fake. TGI. He's defends Bin Laden. So there's a lot of people on Twitter who are like, yeah, this guy's onto something. Do Americans actually know why Bin Laden did all that? Or do they believe he hated that they can vote or something? And what's interesting, by the way, by Mao...
He sounds kind of like Moist Critical.
But dumber. He's like Moist Critical, but...
I know Ethan hates me
He's not
now.
upset about the cookie prices. He thinks
Don't
they're fair.
really know why, but yeah.
Maybe. We don't know.
It's cool to be a soundbite, I suppose.
What's up, guys? Today I'm going to talk about communism and the fall of the USSR and how it was
People
America.
don't like Ethan, and that's totally fine. You don't have to like everyone or anything.
Today I'm going to be talking about how every communist
Like 10 minutes towards the end.
country failed because of American intervention.
I don't know why that was ever such a big issue.
Interesting to me is that when I actually read his writings and learned about... By the way, the account he's quoting, simping for, is Mao Wow. It occurred to me that, like, holy shit, that is
Real Mao Wow.
that is kind of why he hates us. He did quite literally hate Americans because they could vote and had freedoms. He specifically states in his writings the reasons: homosexuality, lack of Sharia law, drug use, lending of money, and letting
He's like, George W. Bush was right. Boom. Got him, Ethan. George W. Bush was right.
run the country or the world, frankly. Please read his writings before regurgitating tanky talking points and running defense for a mass-murdering, homophobic, anti-Semitic piece of shit. And he goes, well, actually, Bin Laden is based, and you didn't do enough historical analysis. Bin Laden, anyone trying to rewrite his...
The video that he's watching literally says the opposite of that.
I mean, if I want to extend a little bit of grace to some of these people that, you know, I'm assuming have not actually taken the time to fully read his manifesto or his writings or whatever.
You make a good point here, and he includes
there are parts of it where he's critiquing, you know, U.S. imperialism and messing with countries in the Middle East, like you said, and it can come across as like, okay, he's making some points here, but like you have to read on, like you can't just read like you can't read the back cover on this one. Like you should delve a little bit deeper, because the further you read, the more.
No one is saying he wasn't insane. You have to delve a little bit deeper, like you said. And consider why he was insane. Why are the Americans so afraid of analysis? Because analysis would reveal that Bin Laden got his start as an asset for the United States of America in its covert fight against the Russians against the Soviet Union in Afghanistan. The reason that Bin Laden got that training was because he was useful to the U.S. This is another example, Ethan, of an American asset that ends up being a liability in the long run. There's a history of this. There's a history of the U.S. foreign policy making a mess that it later has to go and clean up, and this is called blowback. And if you knew about this stuff, then you'd be ready for the next time that some kind of terrorist attack happens and they try to justify a war in the Middle East based on it. You would recognize that, you know what? I don't think that intervening in these countries is going to be long-term beneficial. But no, instead, Ethan, we just have to learn each lesson anew each time and get dragged into another war after another war.
It's like, oh, he's fucking insane.
Why are Americans so afraid of analysis, he says. Why?
Okay. Coming to the conclusion that Bin Laden
Here's the good guy
and hated us because we could vote and had
literally nobody's saying that. That's the irony of this whole drama. Nobody was saying Bin Laden's a good guy. Not Maui Wowie, not Frogan, not anybody.
You stupid, silly bitch. You have clearly not even read it. He explicitly says it. Like, the part about Israel that you guys love is like maybe 5% of his letter. The other is like, you guys invent your own laws. He literally says you invent your own laws and don't follow Sharia law. And that's why you're not a fucking Muslim country. You guys drink alcohol. You guys think being gay is okay and Jews run. It's all there, man. How fucking dumb can you be? You know, and Hassan's like co-signing this guy who's like Bin Laden for life, dude.
People in the H3 subreddit are claiming Comrade Casey is sexually harassing, sexually harassing Love. He literally just made it up. In fact, I think he shows he makes fun of Comrade Casey apparently went private because he was getting harassed over this shit. There's a whole podcast about it. It says George Jackson.
Dude, BL, it's my boy. Got chains and everything. Can this guy expose? What a fuck. Wow. him.
I feel like I don't know if I've seen him this mad before.
Some level of freedom of expression. That is the dumbest, most white supremacist argument
Oh my God, bro, shut the fuck up.
Yo for life, bro.
Made.
Read the fucking words on the screen. Read the words on the screen. The idea of socialists being politically aligned with Osama fucking bin Laden is ridiculous on the face of it.
And is in
It's not white supremacist to read his own work, you dumb bitch. Like, he doesn't even go into explaining why it's wrong, even though it's clearly written there in his letter. He just goes, actually, it's racist and white supremacist.
Obvious example of Islamophobia.
So the first thing I saw was this dude named Comrade Casey. Oh, it's personal. That's why this is happening. Casey says, Ethan Klein has never heard of historical analysis. Well, here's your opportunity to explain what that means. And I'm thinking, like, we can analyze it all we want. That's his literal words. Like, he's just like, I hate Jewish people and I want to kill people who have freedoms who aren't Islam. Yeah, that's not analysis. Looking at his literal words and stopping there, that's not analysis.
Isn't that like looking at their literal word and commenting on it? Isn't that the definition of analysis?
What is his point? That we have to basically use our imagination until we can somehow build a bridge to a point that makes us comfortable and comfy and nice.
Bro,
like,
stop reading the words, okay?
It's not about the words, man. It's about how you feel and how you can manipulate the meaning of it. What the fuck are you saying, dude? Where did you learn this? Who aren't following Sharia law. Also, bro, you're not even using punctuation. Like, you're dumb and you look even dumber. Like, at least fucking capitalize your shit, bro. You know what I mean? Like, start a sentence properly, you dumb bitch.
You're not listening, are you?
You're not listening, are you? All the time. And they're like, well, what did he really mean by that? It's obnoxious, but this isn't actually the most obnoxious. Then, yeah, you're literally doing that. He goes, actually, America's bad because they're not Sharia law. He's like, well, what does that actually mean?
Gotta analyze that.
But let's see if he tells us. Now's his opportunity, right? Comes everybody's favorite. People like Comrade Casey, by the way. And
Yeah,
I
it's
personally
kinda
find it
gross,
too
though.
vulgar.
Yeah.
But I think
I hate that word.
yeah, it's very vulgar.
Yeah.
But Clown Casey.
Clown Casey. I don't love it either.
What's a coomer? I've heard people use that.
Let's call him a coomer.
It's just someone watching sexual content for
coomer.
Well, you already accused him of asking for. Wait, what was it? Sending love dick pics or something?
Yeah,
How
for
does it
like
mean that?
coming.
Oh.
I mean, he's joking about it, right? But he said it in a way that people can't tell that he's joking.
Oh, that's what it means? Coomer?
I think so.
Yeah, this is based on the word
What?
coming.
Oh, okay. Coomer Casey.
And you're
I feel
like,
like it's people have moved on to gooner.
Oh, it's
The
someone who loves-
related but
Okay, I didn't
distinct
know.
concept of a gooner.
I'm gonna come. Okay.
but I wouldn't call him a coomer or gooner.
Yeah.
He does seem like the type of dude to stand outside your window and fucking jerk off.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I wouldn't be any more surprised to see Ethan's face outside of the window if somebody was doing that than I would. Like, yeah, Ethan, what's your point? Listen, you can't say this shit as a weird looking guy. You can't get away with this. You can't get away with this. If your fucking criticism of somebody else is like, yeah, he's a weird looking guy, I bet he's like a pervert, or I bet he's like a I don't know.
Just saying. I'm just saying that's the vibe I get from him.
Do you really want to go there, Ethan? Do you really want to go here?
Breathing heavily. And you can hear, what is that?
Stroking as hard and fast as we can.
Bin Laden was in support of spying on motherfucker.
No.
Bin Laden says it's okay.
Bin Laden says it's okay. I don't think so.
Frogan. So here I am saying, actually, Osama bin Laden bad. And her response was, this motherfucker never shuts up. Oh my God.
So now I can strawman that as meaning anything else, up to and including a full-throated defense of bin Laden.
Pretty dumb. Pretty fucking idiotic.
How dare you insult my fucking hero bin Laden? Like, what the fuck?
Actually, so pathetically idiotic, it's hard to even imagine. We love bin Laden. That's the pill, guys.
You could shut up yourself.
It was this.
Ooh, Casey, you included that fucking fat dub on your friend Frogan.
What, Rave?
Idiot.
Collection of leftists on Twitter giving a correct analysis for what transpired 23 years earlier that officially marked the beginning of Ethan Klein's public hatred for.
But he never does the historical analysis for us. He doesn't explain
There
why.
are other people for that, Ethan.
He says I'm wrong to read his literal words, and then he doesn't explain what it actually means to me.
Because it's so.
To be fair, a quick explanation of blowback would be great. This part of the video. That being said, I forget to put stuff in my videos all the time.
Self-evident. It's so self-evident, and that he doesn't even need to explain it. You know what I mean? He knows it in his soul. He knows it in his
He could
heart.
at least tell me what he thinks he knows.
Right.
That America bad? I don't know.
They're probably a little shocked that you don't recognize that, yeah, America creates a lot of its own problems.
Nadia Wyvet, super chatted $10. Christianity has been bad from day one. CF, Oregon's, note he castrated himself out of Christian sex guild. Against Celsius and see Celsius show how bad it is even when nerfed by Oregon's paraphrasing.
So what you're saying is Christianity bad? Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, Oregon. Wow, I didn't know that about Origin. I almost said Oregon just because that's how the TTS pronounced it. Cause and effect. I know it's like it's not. I mean, it kind of doesn't need to be. It shouldn't need to be explained, but you could.
America did it.
Throw that in there.
America bad. Ethan Klein told him. Oh yeah.
Narwhal underscore by super chatted $5. Has anyone come for Boy Boy, the Australian guys that hang out with Hassan?
I feel like he said or showed them at one point. You know, actually, Narwhal, that's kind of funny that you mentioned that because of all of Hassan's friends, Boy Boy are probably the most like, revolutionarily minded. As far as if Ethan wants to find somebody to hate, somebody that's an extremist. It's funny that the people that he's gone after and really hasn't said much about Boy Boy.
Yeah, this is a fucking great one. I said some joke about how he was going to send Love dick pics because he's creepy. He's a coomer, frankly.
Get it? Because he's creepy, so he would send dick pics. So I said that he sent dick pics even though he didn't send dick pics. And then people thought I meant that he sent dick pics. Yeah. Funny how that happens. Ethan.
Gooning on you, Love.
Okay. He is a little creepy.
Sorry, I'm using new lingo. He goes, by the way, he privates his fucking tweets every time I talk about him. What a clown, bitch. Stand on your shit, you commie bitch. Ethan Klein told his 3 million follower audience, I was sending dick pics to one of his crew members. Bro is so unwell. Clearly, you don't understand irony, and if you did some joke analysis, you'd figure out what I actually meant. Haven't you ever heard of analysis?
You read your literal words, but then stopped there.
What I literally meant is that you're
you should historically analyze this joke, Casey.
Actually, if you analyze my joke, you'll realize that I don't actually think that you sent dick pics, just that you're a creepy fucking weirdo. And
good.
But yeah, just imagine a world where Hassan watched this uncritically and people are like, yeah, dude, this video is fucking awesome.
It's pretty embarrassing.
I think it's pretty sussy.
It's pretty sussy.
Someone who a year earlier described himself as a socialist, or at least
Never have I identified as that.
Socialist adjacent.
You did, and you were wrong, but
had now reached a point where he hates most socialists and thinks of them all as
people like you, Casey.
Simping.
Basically, yeah.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot,
Honestly,
buddy.
Yeah, basically, you're right.
Fucking asshole.
It is people like him that has ruined socialism for everybody.
for the rest of us. We could have had socialism for all. But you had to go and ruin it by being a goddamn tanky.
You know, I'm more of a Bin Laden socialist. You know.
Let me stand up.
That's my camp that I come
for
from.
this rogue CIA asset.
What a dumb, silly bitch you are, Casey. I'd love for you to call into the show. Let's pick your genius mind. Call in.
Casey?
Yeah, call in.
Well, it'll have to be in a couple of weeks because this is our last show.
Yeah, think about it. Do some research.
This is the last show. Ethan has left the building, right? We're watching this after it's gone on. Ethan has left the building. That's a great picture, by the way. Yeah, this is the guy that called Comrade Casey creepy. Anyway. He's left the building. He's gone home. He's in his basement, and he's cooking up a content nuke that's going to completely destroy Hassan. By this time, I don't know when. When is he going to drop that content nuke? Is it going to be when he comes back after New Year's? Is it going to be between New Year's and Christmas? When can we expect the content nuke?
I'd love to get your analysis on Bin Laden. That'd be awesome.
Think about it.
Anyway, this guy's an idiot, and I enjoyed that he doesn't even know what an Arab is. Someone from the Arab Peninsula.
Yeah, I guess not. I guess not.
I did the analysis on it.
Definitely more than just the peninsula now. That's where they originate. But
well, there's a whole.
Certainly not Somalia, and certainly not
North Africa.
Kazakhstan.
And the Middle East. They originate from the Arab Peninsula.
I got you.
You know what I'm saying, Casey? You like this analysis, bitch? I'm about to analyze all over your fucking face, comrade.
Oh my god, Ethan, what the fuck?
Comrade Casey.
Yeah,
no, he's the one that's he's the one that's creepy though. He's the one that's creepy, not Ethan, like the guy from what is the thing called? It's like is it from Mad Magazine or something? And there's this like dude standing outside of the window. Chat, can somebody remind me what that meme is? Somebody help me out here. It's like this guy, he's standing outside the window, and there's a family, they're watching the TV, and it's like drugs are legalized, and anybody know what I'm talking about? I'll see if I can find it.
People suggested that, but we thought it was too vulgar.
Nah, I like that.
Casey, that was a joke. I don't intend to come on your face or anything.
He's gonna tweet about it now.
This bro is so unwell. He said he wants to come on my face. Bro, do the analysis, man.
No, that's fine.
Anyway, we love him. We love you, Casey. You're the best.
Angels on your body.
Angels on your body, my friend. Osama on your body.
Jizz on your body.
Osama on your body.
Maybe it's not Mad Magazine. Maybe it's something like that.
Okay. Anyway, let's thank our sponsors. Shopify. Man, I love these guys.
You gotta love Ethan's simplistic worldview. This is where historical analysis would come in handy. If you didn't look at the world like a fucking Western movie where there is a good guy wearing a white Stetson hat and a bad guy wearing a black Stetson hat. And that is how you know, because like the bad guy is the bad guy because he's wearing the black hat, and there's the good guy. And so if Osama bin Laden is a bad guy, he must be the bad guy, and therefore America good. That's your fucking historical analysis. And it's brain rot. It's fucking brain rot, Ethan. So chat has told me that I should 48 is like the end of it. So 38. I should watch like the last 10 minutes of the VOD to see more Comrade Casey mentions. The fuck? What did I just look at?
Guys, we are back. After a 2-week hiatus, been a few changes around here. A few people are free.
Somewhere. Is it like the? Maybe it's back here.
You've got all these great ideas. Where are you at? You're sitting there all sour.
Ian had a fantastic idea that he had been pitching for like a month, and you never moved on it.
What do you mean? You want to have an HR thing again? He mentioned it to me one time.
I'm cool
and I
on
said,
the
let's
HR.
talk about it. and it never came
Ian
up
doesn't
again.
want to.
This is Dan.
Like, I'm sorry, but you
not
cannot
me.
pin that on me. He brought it up to me one time. I said we can work on it, and that's it. That's the last I heard about it.
All right, I'm not going to argue with you. Do whatever you want.
Okay, make a parody about how Dan's the biggest hater and how he just doesn't like any ideas and he's a total Grinch, and you'll win $1,000 first place.
It's a better idea.
There it is.
It's arguably better, maybe.
Yeah.
You want to pitch
Especially
your
with Dan
thing
and
real
Tom.
fast, Ian?
Okay, well, let's just say, because we've gone back and forth on it, my idea was that we all sort of record a bunch of sound effects, a bunch of
too late for
noises,
that.
a bunch of singing, and it's sort of like an audio green screen contest to see who can put together the best song from all of our various contributions.
I love that.
That was the pitch, but
I didn't like that it was audio only. That was my hang up. But I mean, we never even talked it through beyond that. But I think Dan's idea is good. The one about making fun of Dan.
My idea about making fun of me.
Just humiliate
I mean,
Dan.
I would rather people do that than a Comrade Casey contest for sure.
Wait, is that where
Are you just protecting him because he's like another fellow communist?
No.
fellow traveler?
No, I don't give a fuck
I'm,
about that.
I'm kidding, but please humiliate Dan.
And you'll be rewarded with
No money.
$1,000.
$1,000 for the winner. That's right. That's right. You're just serious?
You're just this on all of us. I don't know. That is your decision, and your decision alone if you're serious or not.
Okay, I'm being dead serious, guys. Do a goof. Do an edit. That makes Dan... Okay, here, I have a good idea.
I have one too.
Edit up Dan so it looks like he's saying like super fucked up offensive shit. Like cut it up, the words and stuff.
I have an actual idea if you want to hear it.
Go ahead.
What
I mean, mine
about
are actual ideas,
an
but-
H3 show related EXE video? A fun, short, little classic H3 Productions edit based on anything that happened this year. A little clean, little edit. I don't know. Throw it out. Just have fun, you know. Or whatever you pitch.
We do have a D&D thing coming up. Maybe people could do something with the characters or something. I don't know.
Fan fiction.
Fan fiction.
Let's see here.
Why did the show just grind to a screeching halt?
I was just trying to do a fun idea and everybody started freaking out. Everyone's gonna go, oh!
Yeah.
You can't do that. But I can do that.
Yes, you can.
It's your show.
I can do it.
You can do whatever you like.
It's true.
You don't seem to be very fond about the one with people editing your voice to make. Who makes the funniest Comrade Casey?
No, that's not.
What do you mean, no?
Is that all there is? Just like
Gets $10,000.
Whoever can make the funniest Comrade Casey edit wins $1,000.
Whoa.
Ethan.
What about second and third?
Winner
You have
take
not-
all.
Let's not do this.
What's wrong? Excuse me.
You're
This is gonna be
incredulous.
awesome.
I feel like it maybe a little more thought put into it.
Yeah.
Well, we have no time. We have no time to.
I know. Well, we had that.
Well, we did have time.
We had plenty of
It
time.
just
Holy shit.
And I mean, I think it's a pretty good idea.
All right, whatever you want.
Guys,
from a
whoever
chick
makes the
trap?
best Comrade Casey edit will win. You think winner take all?
Yeah.
I don't personally
More
like
cutthroat.
that. But
I
hey,
feel bad. 2 and 3. I mean, it depends how many entries we have. I'll say this: the winner's gonna get $1,000 fucking dollars. $1,000.
I'll give $20 to the second winner.
We'll hook them up somehow. But ironically, I'm putting up capital to. I'm putting up my own personal capital, baby, to goof on this
2 or 3 minutes
communist
till.
bitch. And he's like, man, if we lived in a communist utopia, he would never be able to do this because he wouldn't have his own money. The government would be the only one.
Wait, is this it?
Who gets to make parody videos or not?
USA.
Exactly. So anyway, we love our comrades over.
USA.
What? You could. What? Obviously, don't be like crazy about it. Just be silly. Use like his available footage. Don't be like weird about it. I mean, just a funny goof. Just use his available footage. Goof on. Be silly stuff. Do like YouTube poops with it, or do nothing. Don't do anything. I don't know. It's half baked, obviously. More like quarter baked. AB says he puked.
Is he still here?
I think it might be in the bathroom. I think it might be still in the bathroom.
Why?
In the meantime, well, you got. All right, fine. Whoever can. Excuse me. All right, let's change plans. Whoever can make the most convincing.
The sicko guy, yes.
That looks like they're making credible threats.
Yeah, the sicko guy. What is the sicko guy one? Sicko meme. Oh, yes, it's the sicko guy. Yeah. Wait, is that a chick track? Yeah, it's this guy. But there's like a larger meme that's from, isn't there? Oh, there we go. It's yeah, if drugs were legalized. Wait, is this from a chick track? Like this is the full context. If drugs are legalized, the cops have to close up their shop. Police dramas canceled. Innocent kids are crying. Honest viewers don't know what to do. Lady Liberty is crying. And outside, a guy with a shirt that says sickos is saying, yes, ha, 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 yes. And that is how I imagine Ethan standing outside of my window doing his best Vosh impression. Doing that Vosh drop. Did we get it? Oh my god, chat. I've got so many tabs open. Too many tabs. All the tabs. Destiny, Hassan. This lady, Ethan. Did we?
Against. I'm kidding. I didn't even say who. I was going to say the president, but that was obviously way too crazy. Not Joe. Yeah, it'd be crazy. Don't do that. I am not providing funds for that. Obviously, no. Oh my God. All right. Who wants to do like a Ben Shapiro enters the video graphic? Yikes! Well, Dan, if you have got all these great ideas, parody about how Dan's the biggest hater and how he just doesn't like any ideas and he's a total Grinch and you'll win $1,000 first place. It's
a better idea.
There it is.
So this is where people said Dan got pissed and Ethan couldn't stop talking about Comrade Casey.
Better, maybe.
Yeah.
You want to please your thing real fast, Ian?
Okay, well, let's just say, because we've gone back and forth on it, my idea was that we all sort of record a bunch of sound effects, a bunch of noises, a bunch of singing, and it's sort of like an audio green screen contest to see who could put together the best song from all of our various contributions.
I love that.
That was the pitch, but
I didn't like that it was audio only. That was my hang up. But I mean, we never even talked it through beyond that. But I think Dan's idea is good. The one about making fun of Dan.
My idea about making fun of me.
Just humiliate
I mean,
Dan.
I would rather people do that than a Comrade Casey contest for sure.
Are you just protecting him because he's another fellow communist?
No, I don't give a fuck about that.
I'm kidding, but please humiliate Dan.
And you'll be rewarded with
No money.
$1,000.
$1,000 for the winner. High five. High five. You're just serious?
So, chat, I just heard Ethan put $1,000 bounty on Comrade Casey's head. I don't know what you heard, but that's what I heard.
Serious thing?
No.
No, I'm saying, am I seriously, is this a serious competition we're bitching?
I don't know. You're the one.
You tell me. You tell me.
That is your decision. And your decision alone if you're serious or not.
Okay, I'm being dead serious, guys. Do a goof. Do an edit. That makes Dan... Okay, here, I have a good idea.
I have one too.
Edit up Dan so it looks like he's saying like super fucked up offensive shit. Like cut it up, the word.
Okay, so this is the Dan thing. Anyway, it does really feel like he's sicking his audience on Comrade Casey. Like he's goofing on it too, but like look, it's times like this that make me glad that Ethan Klein isn't talking about me and that I've got the support of my Patreon. My Patreons get the videos before they come out. Everyone who's a Patreon of any type gets the videos before they come out. And this time you got a pretty true to the eventual video drop version of it. Sometimes you get an earlier release one where I'm saying some curse words that I might cut out later, or yapping too long, and I might cut that out later. So yeah, there's a fun little game you can play in terms of trying to figure out what exactly got cut out of the video. But everybody gets those. That's a Patreon of mine, and for the $5 and greater tier, you get a fancy shout out. So let me give the shout outs now. Shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis. Shouts out to Tracy Eva. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shakespeare. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette Chambers. Shouts out to Moe No Ape. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to John Richter. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. And fancy shouts out to Zara Xerex, to Rachel K., to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. But thank you, chat, for helping me figure out that it was the sicko meme. I couldn't remember. I was like, it says something on the guy's shirt. I was trying to look it up. I was like, weird guy standing at window. Like I didn't know what to search for. I had no idea. So thank you, chat. I'm so glad that somebody in chat knew what the fuck I was talking about. Because I bet a bunch of you were just confused. You're like, what? What does she mean? The creepy guy with the... I was like, yeah, it's like drugs are legal. What? I couldn't remember. But yeah, chat, it is getting late, so I'm going to get to bed now. I will see you again, I think, on Friday. I'm going to try to take a day off and get some stuff done today. Tomorrow, that is. But I'll be back on Friday. Unless there's something huge that happens tomorrow that forces me to eat my words and be streaming again tomorrow at the same time, at the same channel. But yeah, Twitch, it looks like you're raiding into Will Neff, so enjoy that. He's actually playing with Hassan, Pokey, is that Pokimane? And a few other people. It looks like, what is this? Marvel Rivals. Oh, they're playing Marvel Rivals. Okay. It looks like Overwatch. Anybody else feel like this looks like Overwatch? Yeah, I'm gonna try to have a good rest. We'll see if that actually works out. But yeah, I'll see you at least. Oh, Dalton, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raider. Welcome, streamers. We're gonna raid you into Will Neff now. So good night, everybody. Moe Kyun.